can learn of just by these next two gentlemen. It's only appropriate that we bring them in because, well, that's what we do with the commentators around here. We do check-ins. We got Jason and Matthew. These guys, plenty to say for themselves. Jason, anything to say for yourself personally?
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Happy birthday, Matthew. We wanted to get you and Jason
well, let's
back
just
in the
say...
room. It's all happening now with some creamy cake. So don't get it in your face.
There's no mic for Chads. So, listen, this is amazing, but I noticed you put a famous picture up on the screen. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do it. No, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's 33 years old now, Trace. I'm sorry we can't share this together, but this will be fun today, Jason.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I mean, a nice little birthday cast.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it.
Absolutely. I'm famous for being on stream during my birthday, so maybe we can eat this during the game.
Absolutely.
And I think this will be a good time, so thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Very heartfelt, very kind of you, and yeah. Pretty sweet.
Yeah, it is pretty sweet. Either way, we're going to go back to the desk. We're going to celebrate the birthday for a little bit, and then we're getting into what Trace loves to call the Danish Derby.
Yes, Jason. Thank you. You've absolutely nailed it once again.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Happy birthday.
Just seeing Jason's anxiety levels go through the roof as the cake is getting next to him.
What's going to happen next?
And when Matt, like, you know, feigned the cake throw, like his life flashed before his eyes, I'm sure.
Matt just kind of living role play of Steve Aoki there.
I also had the privilege of pieing Jason once in the face.
Yeah, I think it was more like a punch in the face, but
well,
you know, we'll leave that one up for the people to look back at the footage.
It was all for a good cause.
Yeah, as it usually is. Hey, for our causes, we're looking at Astralis, we're looking at Heroic, and we're trying to figure out, okay, which one of these is going to be that torchbearer, that flag bearer? I don't see it yet.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic is a clear favorite here. I'm going to tell you that. And I also think that for Astralis, though, the changes that they made, obviously Farley coming in instead of Lucky, that makes a lot of sense in the open department, right? For those who don't know, Farley has been inactive for a little bit, but he was part of that Godsend/FPX team with Madden, Stico on it, Zen. And he had some, you know, decent performances, but that, you know, at least he's had some experience on LAN, in the Tier 1 scene and whatnot. You can work him up. And I think Trace, as well as the coach, you know, standing in for Ave, who can't play, I think, because of the coach ban at the major, so they're using Trace for this period. I think that's also helped them out a little bit as well.
Also, something to point out here, which is pretty important. Obviously, we're going to run some Cadian highlights. We're going to make you feel good about watching Cadian play. But this matchup, very important when it comes down to the end of the group itself, Kassad.
Yeah, these two teams are definitely going to be fighting for the playoffs. But Astralis, they are not in the best spot right now, you know, with the recent changes and the struggles and everything else. I think they're going to be looking forward to just get the top 3 spot, and you know that's going to be enough for them at the first week. They're going to obviously preparing for the RMR that's coming up and the major, you know, the major cycle as well. So right now, like Janko said, Heroic is a little bit in the advantage, have the advantage right now considering their recent success and the recent form, but again, domestic matchup, you know, these teams like to play each other, and it's like they know each other very well, so it can go either way, definitely.
And you know,
it could get weird fast.
Yeah, and seeing as you know, Heroic is not a Blast partner team. They didn't play Blast. They just lost 2 series so far this year. They lost to FaZe in the semifinal of IEM, and they lost a series online to K23 in some weird game that doesn't really matter much, right? So they've been off to a hot start after a sort of a quiet end to 2021.
So, Kassad, would you say this is Goliath versus Goliath?
Maybe David against David?
David against David. So, like, mid versus mid. Okay, got it. Anyway, Cadian's performances, they kind of speak for themselves, but I think he has a much more important role within this team, Janko.
Yeah, but it's mental. Like, you know, the individual performances he's been having, that, you know, we've been critical of him often enough, or just saying that, you know, the reality is he's not a top 5 opera in the world individually. I think that's safe to say, right? But he is a captain of a top 5 team, and that was always a little bit of a discrepancy that Heroic was kind of having to deal with, but he has been playing incredibly well these last couple of series, and I guess he's, you know, in good form right now.
The thing is, like, they're not considering him as like a top 5 or anything like close to superstar, but he's been delivering crazy numbers, 56, 20, 32 yesterday with like 12-5 in the opening kills. Like, that's star level performance.
Yes,
he's the agile, he's the opera. So
and
know,
the
he's
heart and soul of that team as well.
Definitely.
You got to have heart and soul, brother. That's the one thing PTR taught us from the last group. Now, for us, we need to learn more about the Heroic side, what they've been up to, where they're going, where they come from, and where they go.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by Sam from Heroic. Sam, yesterday you already got your first win. It was against Complexity, and besides winning your map, you also won Ancient. In the first half, the rounds kept on going here and back, but in the second one, you were just like unstoppable. Were you kind of like secretly preparing Ancient against them?
No, I wouldn't say we were preparing Ancient specifically against them. It's a map that we've been working a lot on, and our results haven't been that good, but we feel we are really strong on it. It was a bit of a shaky start, but as you said, we closed out the second half really nice, so it was a good game.
Yeah, it kind of felt that you managed to find a weakness in their city side, and considering that Astralis actually plays Ancient quite often, do you think you'll be able to find a similar thing?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we always prepare for the opponent, so I think we can find a gap or two somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, during Katowice, one of the questions that I asked Astralis was like about their firepower. Do you think like with the new addition, they actually became like way stronger?
I think it's still hard to say that yet. They have only played one game with Farley, but I think he's a good AWPer, and he has a bit more experience than Lucky had, so maybe that will help them, but we'll see.
But it's going to be a close series, right?
I don't hope so.
I mean, we'll see. Thank you very much, Down.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be a close series. Yeah, what?
I mean,
okay, I get it.
Man. Just say it, man. We're going to beat them.
Just throw it out there. I mean, you can be wrong.
Listen.
It's also such a... What is he supposed to say? Yeah, we're going to lose.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what?
He
Is
was expecting some sort of a trash talk. I mean, that's
from Staven.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Like,
fair
come
point.
on.
Anything.
Very fair.
Anyway, KDN is a heart and soul, like you said, but definitely Stan is their best player, their star player, right? And if he's like having his good performance, it kind of correlates with the level of their performance as a team. So right now, I think that he's going to be the man that we're going to look up to in this matchup, definitely.
And I think about people I look up to. I look over the Astralis side sometimes, and I think, wow. A lot of successes have been had there within that camp. They've changed the look. They've changed the lineup. Things are a little bit different than 2018.
Had.
Yeah, a little bit of a past tense on that. So where is the current Astralis sitting when we out? God.
Jesus Christ. What did you ask?
I was going to say, where's the current Astralis sitting within, the big picture of Counter-Strike?
I have absolutely no idea, Trace. I don't think anyone knows, really. We need a bigger sample size, right? Especially after the roster change that they've had in the opening department. We know how important that is. So, yeah, this tournament can be very telling for that. It was better at IEM than it was in Blast groups, it feels like, a little bit. And, it definitely helps the way Config played yesterday.
Whew, yeah, 49 and 32.
He is what Staven is for Heroic. He is that guy for Astralis.
And sorry.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they solved, at least they trying to solve one of the problems that was with an AWP, right? They got Farley, who is more experienced, but there is also a second problem with the roles between BlameF and Zipnix, right? And then, that problem is a massive one. Who's going to be closing down? Who's going to be playing off each other? It's a little bit messy there. That's the secondary issue they need to be dealing with. And we're going to see, at least in these next 4 games, to see if they actually, dealt with.
And let's make one thing perfectly clear, right? Farley is an upgrade over Lucky, but still a massive gap compared to what Device meant for the team, or a level, or still pretty far away, I'd say, from the level of some of the best toppers that we have in some of their direct competitors.
Interestingly, in this veto that we're seeing on the screen right now, it's Mirage, the second time, like in the 2 games that Astralis has been banning Mirage as the first, in the first stage. So it kind of comes back to their old habits, and they picked Ancient, which is interesting because Heroic played a decent Ancient yesterday against Complexity, was it? And then Heroic went for overpay.
Astralis played a great game, all things considered, against Evil Geniuses.
I wouldn't be surprised if Chad runs back to the caster's desk and say, guys,
I'll take this one.
Take them off. I'm doing this, right?
I need these maps.
This is his wet dream, Ancient overpass Vertigo pool.
Oh boy,
my nightmare.
Moisture. Is that the term we're gonna go with, Kassad?
Well, I guess.
Moist.
Excitement.
Are you moist?
I'm excited.
I am excited. Well, this is ESL Pro League. So anyway, nonetheless, I think we're about ready to get into the game. You guys want to take a head start here as to who walks away with it, Janko?
Heroic.
Just straight out Heroic 2-0? Or are we looking at like a long, hard-fought, 900-round series?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just know Heroic wins it.
I want to say...
Is that enough for your Trace? One exact round number?
Yeah, actually.
112.
112 rounds over the course of the 3 maps?
Oh. 86.
86. All right. Well, we'll see who's close enough. And in the meantime, if you were quick enough to grab that screen time, well, guess what? Little Momo was on the screen earlier. And if you screen grab that, then I'm sure you could do something with the hashtag.
Jason Moses O'Toole for you, Trace. Put some respect on his name.
Put some respect on my name, damn it. Jason Moses O'Toole, Matthew, birthday boy, Trivet, and of course, Ancient to kick us off here for Heroic and Astralis. Danes everywhere. Danes watching on from home. And the couples at O'Leary's are on the edge of their seats, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it.
Yes, thank you, boys. That's an interesting segment. A lot of moisture conversations going on, a lot of cake conversations going on. All good stuff. The intersection of those two subjects is wonderful. Here we go. Farlig, Glaive, Config working their way slowly out mid. Refresh is going to back away from the fight. I'm pumped for this game. I loved the Astralis we saw yesterday, obviously against a weaker opponent than what they have against today, but the aggression, the pushes on the CT side was so much fun. And here we go. Astralis on the T side attacking towards middle. Stown to get the first contact. Smoke plumes from the defense, and that's going to slow things the hell down. I don't think Astralis expected that smoke whatsoever.
It's weird the way that things are going down the pistol rounds so differently than a lot of the gun rounds. Yeah, because a lot of teams aren't even using utility still until late in the round. So early on, that certainly slows Config and Astralis in their position. Meanwhile, though, he still has top middle, and this is such a powerful position.
Look at Shush.
So many rounds. Refresh is back off on this, waiting for it, though, and he might get a chance to come back in. They're holding that CT angle because what? How does he get Cadian on that? That is ridiculous to find the second shot in the P250. I was going to say that the CT side is so powerful because you can see into the B site still and rotate so quickly, rather the A site, but Testis will get Config down. He finds a third in the round. He was excellent yesterday. Yeah, not least of which the Ninja defused to start us off, but he is flying. Shush, you mentioned it was pushed up. He's now going to turn around. They were never expecting him to retake from the A-long position. That's going to give him a chance to make this awkward, but now he finds himself in a one-on-two.
Yeah, there's no kit either picked up at the moment, so Shush is going to have to do everything the old-fashioned way, although unfortunately without that kit, he could have maybe stuck this defuse, and I think it's going to make Astralis nervous, starting to push up. There's Zip with the final kill. Would have been tough to pull that one off. 1-0 for Astralis. Config bailing them out of a really, really awkward scenario. And yeah, we did see kind of that resurgence from Config yesterday. He's been struggling within this lineup, although, I mean, that's one of the points that he made in the first day, some of the interviews we saw from him. This addition of Farlig, he feels like he's got like another aggressive buddy. He's got like a battle buddy to help him out. They can both be aggressive, so he doesn't feel as lonely, so he doesn't feel like he's the only one pushing forward, trying to make something happen. And obviously that round, the P250 sings for him.
P250 is pretty sweet little gun, I won't lie. 5.7's not bad either.
Bang for the buck.
Yeah, definitely bang for buck. It has to be the best value for pistol in pistol rounds. I would say the Deagle obviously going up against armor.
USPs are free. That's pretty good bang for your buck.
All right, listen, you're not wrong, okay? But that's not withstanding.
Yeah.
The other one, I've always been a 5.7 guy over the CZ. I've never gotten used to the CZ 75.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't either. I'm with you.
I whiff too much. I need the extra bullets, I guess.
You do whiff a lot.
Oh, okay, cool.
I haven't played a game of Counter-Strike with you in like 5 years.
Yeah, because I whiff so much.
Config solo mid at the moment with an AK-47 as well. A little bit risky. 4 players for Astralis towards the B bomb site, stalled out by the door smoke. No one from Heroic has eyes on this. This is a big gamble stack towards the B bomb site, and Config is taking his time. If he heads towards CT spawn, he's got so many options available to him, and Astralis love this position. They're going to readdress across the map. They're going to swing all the way back around.
The fact that he's not spotted anyone inside Temple, which he's now going to clear directly, the fact that he didn't see anyone through the CT lane, pretty confident there's not going to be much going on at B, and why even evaluate if there is a stack on the A side? Yeah, easy. Shush down, that's, yeah. But he looked away at that exact moment too, right?
Well, he even like checked it, right? It's just like an awkward time. Oh, Config, you're risking a lot here. This AK-47, they're going to come for it, and they've got it. There's the P250. We just spoke about it. I don't know if Heroic actually wants to or is going to try and go for this, but they certainly want that AK-47, so they're going to risk a little bit to try and pick that up.
Surprised they sent the low HP player. I guess he could throw it back over afterwards, get it a little closer, but they'll get out with it.
Yeah, that's a victory of sorts. I think if you're Heroic, you got to be happy if you manage to save the armor and pistols on the remaining three or four players. You can drop one of those pistols over to Shush in the next round, and then you've got an extra AK-47, and we've seen plenty of times where that's been the difference in the ensuing round. So 2-0 for Astralis. Pretty much both rounds won almost single-handedly from Config. 3 kills on the pistol in middle. This time he gets through middle, the big flank towards the A bomb site, finding 1 frag. And we're off to the races.
Well, there we go.
That's a cool 5.7 skin.
I've never been a skins guy, although I will say there's some really cool ones again lately.
I have not been either, but I enjoy looking at them. I don't care to have them.
100% that. I think there's some really, really cool ones. I don't know the value of them. I don't know the names of them. I just admire them when I see them.
We need Scrawny. Where's Scrawny when you need him? Scrawndog, tweet at us. What's that skin name?
Yeah, what's the float on that skin? Can you tell me its ranking?
He knows it too.
Oh, he would.
Guarantee it.
Yeah, to the 5th digit or something.
Absolute freak. Blame F's been far, like, I don't know why I called him a freak, but here we are. All right, 3-man push in middle initially. Katie and Refresh stepping through the smoke and then backing up as well. That AK-47 is going to stay in the hands of Refresh as Shush is given a P250. Looks like Cadian's playing the buddy system with that AK-47. Trailing him around the map.
Fireleague gonna hold off the angle as they want to try and potentially get down on top of it. No flashes yet to be thrown if they do so. Tessus down deep and Shush way over toward A. It's pretty much just gonna be straight contact. Fireleague's gonna have to be somewhat careful. 1 kill already for him. Yesterday didn't have to do much early on, as we mentioned, against EG, so it wasn't like we could really assess his impact. I saw some people...
He had a few good, like, isolated rounds.
He did, yeah, but I saw people, you know, already tweeting out, oh, you know, Lucky's better, or oh, this. Come on, guys. We're 1 game into his career, 1 series into his career with Astralis. Let's give the guy a little bit of time, right? Like... It's a bit unnecessary.
It's always got to be someone. Well, I mean, the nice thing is, against a team like Heroic, you will need him to step up, so we'll get a bit of a more accurate assessment here throughout this series. 27 seconds left on the clock. There's the AK-47 salvaged by Heroic. Actually, Astralis could be in trouble. They're going to have to get this bomb planted. They could get spammed, but there's the AK-47 taken down. MAC-10 goes for a frag as well. And Astralis, right at the end of the round, able to take complete control. 3-0. For the Danes.
For the Danes. Yeah, good starts.
They're all Danes. Stound's been excellent for this team as well, for Heroic. It was one of the kind of our fun talking points at Katowice was just how impressive he's been as a player, how he's been able to step up and kind of fill a little bit of a role as a high-impact player. I guess you could start kind of considering him a star player to a certain degree, but he's been phenomenal for this Heroic squad. All picked up by Cadian. M4 is going to be grabbed as well for the CT side. Astralis going to stick with the AK-47s. That MAC-10 is passed over to Config, so you thought he was aggressive before. He'll have a chance to be hyper-aggressive.
Yeah, and I do think aggression is very cool on this map, especially from the Ts. We talk about middle being so... It's CT territory. For the CTs, it is. I mean, now you're seeing Refresh going aggressive with the rifle, but the fact that Config is able to assess and figure out when he can go that direction, not this time he's caught out. Good utility. Forced up the lane by the Flames, and as soon as he arrives at the Gunastown, he gets taken down. But yeah, the Ts, if they can get into that red room, just divides the entire map. And we've seen a few different players now over the last few months being very good at figuring out how and when to do that. So if Config can continue to do so, it's a massive part of the map.
I don't think we'll see that as something that quite that aggressive too frequently throughout this half, but that's a cool little gimmick play to throw in when you have the MAC-10. Just see if you can catch someone off with a pop flash, and obviously doesn't pan out for him. So 4-on-5 for Astralis as Stound gets the opening kill. Blame F and Zip outside of the B bomb site, controlling that portion of the map. Farlig and Glaive passive, throwing utility towards middle. And they have the bomb in their hands as well. Glaive's gonna lead the way. Or is he?
Smoke to Donut. A man down, but trying to dissect the map with 47 seconds. They're going to go 2 down. Cadian's going to find Blame F. No counter pick until Zipix gets toward the notch. Finds one that puts Stowen further forward. He's going to try and take advantage of this position at Wood. In front of the totem at this point in time, being very aggressive, knowing that they're coming in from, oh no, cave behind. The damage is significant, the kills are not. Tessus will cover up for that though, as Stowen gets 2 assists. He and Refresh finding kills Tessus. And now it's all on to Zipix on the site. 21 seconds, first kill goes his way, a one-on-one, and he knows that Shush has to be rotating from B, that he has been the B player. He'll see the shoulder, and that gives him time to plant. 14 seconds, he has the totem to protect, and he's gonna be expecting to peek this angle immediately. But how close has Shush gone? He certainly dissects that immediately, and this is just a battle of wit that goes the way of the M4.
That's not bad from Zip, though. I mean, that's not bad from Astralis whatsoever. For them to get those 4 kills, that's massive. Shush will be able to salvage the AWP, but what a dangerous round and what a heavy loss that Heroic has to take here in round number 4 in a victory. So it's going to put their economy on notice. They're going to be brought very low. Astralis is going to be pleased, and Zip's almost able to come up with another great clutch. 3-1 in the early going. And Astralis certainly know the economy is at the knockout point, and they have plenty of money, but they're actually, I mean, wait till we get back into this buy. You guys will check out what they're going for. With all the cash in the world, 3 MAC-10s, I am excited. Is this just a B rush?
Do it. Send it.
I think it's got to be. If you have these 3 MAC-10s, yeah, chuck the flashbangs over, see if you can get those MAC-10s to make progress. It's only Tess's. He's forced back by the flashbang, so bomb site access is there for Astralis, and we're going to be in a 5-on-5 post plan.
Oh, poor Tess is smoked off immediately. He knows now it certainly is a rush, but there's nothing they can really do about it. You say it's only Tessus. It is directly on the site, but you still have cave position covered. Even though there's a smoke down and the bomb's planted. Oh, God, oh, Tessus. He never even saw Farley going through. He didn't even detect it, couldn't hear it, didn't see it, didn't react at all. And taken down on the edge of the smoke. That is aggression, beyond aggression, having already taken the site with a rush. They don't rest on the laurels at all. Config will do the same. Inside of the cave, refresh found and dropped. Stowen trying to do everything he can. The smoke finally dissipates, but he's not going to have any vision of enemies on the other side because they've already found the positions to play in, and this should now be a round for Astralis.
Oh, that's wild. Just a nice B-rush. That's beautiful stuff. Astralis just going to take things over with the MAC-10s. Tess's could not find any kind of a fight as that smoke faded. Good play from Farlig, just jumping right through. It's 4-1 in the favor of the Astralis side, and that's an early bust of the economy, although Heroics still have the M4, they still have the AWP, so they have some tools. They can even pass an M4 over if they'd like, but it might be early to risk that much of your economy. Good start for Astralis.
Super good start. I mean, that's a great response to having given up 1 gun rounds. You throw something in very early, and I think this is the kind of map you can do this too. Like you're saying, you know, the aggression from Config, you're not going to do that every round, but if you can get 1 or 2 in early, you start to change the complexion of the defense. They have to consider those possibilities. They have to basically adapt, and then that gives you space later to slow it down. Setting.
Yeah, it's also part of just a great strategic call from Astralis, knowing, we talk about it frequently, you know your opponent's economy is a little bit weaker, you know they might be missing some utility, maybe the guy's got a FAMAS, which is exactly what happened here. Good utility, but even if he's taking that fight, even if Tessus was to commit to the fight with the FAMAS, the chances of him spraying down all 3 MAC-10s or 2 of those MAC-10s is low. So a nice calculated risk from Astralis pays off. They've got a 3-round lead and an economic lead as well.
Molotov toward the front side of Donut this time. The reason that's thrown is not for anyone coming through Donut. Obviously, it's anyone of the CTs going out middle into Donut because that's the faster route of access. And then Glaive will try and take middle. Hopefully someone's awkwardly dispositioned.
Ooh, there's an opening for Blame F. Missed op shot. That's a narrow gap. Firing through the smoke. Tess is waiting for his moment. They're not looking. He's going to start creeping through. It'd be so tough. He calls it off at the last second, but again, as we've seen twice already in this game, complete mid-control for Astralis. They've pushed all the way through to CT spawn. Config is he's about to ruin Refresh's day. Good fights all around.
And even without that, look at the positioning that they had. They get the push from outside of the B site. That means they know that that's the last player B they're trying to get information. They know where the only op is on the map. They can avoid him, and Config cuts off any rotations from a stack that potentially is either on A or B at that point in time, whether it's with the op or not. So yeah, as soon as they heard that op shot going through the smoke, it was pretty clear that they had the map figured out.
Well, and just the amount of times they've been able to take control of mid, that gives you so many options. That puts so much pressure on the defense. And if you're Heroic, you got to start thinking in the back of your head, you know, if we're going to start, we need to find some way to address Astralis getting control of that stairs. This is like the initial, this kind of went away. When Ancient first came out, I felt like a lot of teams were pushing those mid stairs. And I think teams kind of went away from that. And I mean, at least for now, Astralis is coming right back with it. And you can see how effective exactly it is.
And the timing is default for CTs to take middle. They get there much quicker, but you can see just that little Molotov that goes toward Donut. They're putting out a smoke toward the top room. They're trying to make it that if anyone's there, they're going to be exposed and in a very bad position to take the fight.
Yeah, the problem is with that for the CT side is once you take mid, you dump all your utility to take it safely, and there's just only so long you can stay there once your utility runs out. So, I mean, the T side can essentially just say, cool, they've dumped like 2 Molotovs of smoke. We can just chill and wait for it to fade. Now Astralis going to the other side of the map. Clear line of sight for Shush and for Farlig in the rebuttal.
Decent kill. That's going to open up B site. They do have to consider Katie in reverse Donut position toward the bomb. Bomb's dropped for the moment, but Refresh getting a kill inside the smoke. They're going to make this awkward. Farlig tries to get the bomb and recover. He wants to get out, but the knife, he gets caught on the wall. And that's one thing I will say is he looks a little stiff in his movement at times, Farlig, but see if that something that is a bad habit or just situational. Either way, nade, good recovery, good retake and rotation from Heroic. Gets them their second round.
Yeah, timing is almost there. That first kill from Shush was absolutely massive all the way back towards CT spawn. That's huge to take out the first player and be able to slow play the round from there. Good job from Katie and staying alive in Donut. And Heroic's on the board again, 2-5 as they try and close the gap.
I'm glad that, like, we're talking about these timings and changes. I'm glad they haven't changed the map too much yet. I think there's some tweaks that could definitely still be made. I've talked about a few of them, but certainly from size perspective, you know, the different rotations perhaps, but they haven't overreacted either and changed too much too quickly. That's a lot of Molotovs down. Xyp9x had no choice but to go out of the frying pan and into the fire, quite literally, and takes the fight, manages to win it and get the pick inside of the site. Goes down to 32 for his troubles, but good early find, considering he was kind of out of position in that situation.
I like the aggression from someone like Xyp. Normally seeing him do most of his work at the end of the rounds. He opens this one up for Astralis. Config gonna sit in the fading smoke. 3-man stack in mid, and Heroic is kind of being the exception to the rule that I just discussed, where you kind of have to back away when your utility fades. With 3 players there, they're more than happy to take the fight, less than happy that they don't win it. Less than happy at the result. Refresh is still here, so is Cadian with the AWP, but Astralis has a 2-man advantage.
Refresh has absolutely got this kill, though. Config's not going to expect that there was 3 inside middle. He's even going to take his sweet time to control the trigger discipline. Config's going to go to where Red Room, as he always does. Does he let him go? He does. Okay. That's a risk, because letting now, yeah, well, Config knows now he was spotted, so he has to go back, but at least Refresh has that information, doesn't get repeats from above. I was going to say, that's a risk, because you know Config going in there, we saw, let's go to the pistol. They knew he was there. They swing. He still hits a headshot. You still have to get the kill on him at an angle that he's going to be holding, but it works out, at least for now. Farley will get Stowen down.
Yeah, blind. Glaive missed a smoke as well, so this might actually get a little bit hairy. Refresh can fight because there's nothing in his face. 20 seconds. Molotov is going to stop the default plant. Astralis under pressure despite the fact they've got a 2-man advantage. Here we go. Refresh looking for the angle. No one showing up just yet. Xyp is just going to plant right out in the open in front. Refresh wants to stop it. Good cover. And Cadian bails out.
Fresh tries to swing. He could have swapped to the AK as well on the ground if he gets aggressive in that situation, which may have been tantalizing for him. And rather than go for the reload, he has 2 guns to get aggressive with, and he gets caught for it.
I think that's the only play Refresh really had, and Heroic had it. If they wanted to win that round, you had to stop the plant. You were not going to retake that 2-on-4. Tough situation. 6th round on the board for Astralis now. And they continue looking good from yesterday. That was kind of one of our big conversation points, was not just how's Astralis looking within this Group D, within EPL, but, you know, are they going to show us something to make us feel like this project is back on track?
You know what? The biggest change for me so far is Config looks a little more of his almost cocky self, you know, being...
Get a little of that Config swagger?
Yeah, I don't mean that to be a negative thing. I know cockiness can be attributed negatively, but more that, you know, he's willing to take aggression up middle. Yesterday he goes for the ninja defuse. He's got that, you know, that confidence that he's just going to do things. And he even said in the interview he wasn't happy with his first few months in Astralis. And he, rather than trying to play with Astralis, he started saying, right, I'm going to play my style. I'm going to incorporate my style into this system. And I think that's the way you have to do it. You're never going to replicate a system of other players and other play styles directly and have that same success. You need to find a way to make it work with what you have. And yeah, I think Config looks the best we've seen him in a while.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it can be difficult as well to come into a team with the legacy of that Astralis has.
Oh, there's pressure.
And try and make that happen, make those adaptations occur. So it's going to be a little bit of a journey for Astralis as the major looms closer and closer. What a cool round overall from Refresh. I almost feel bad that he didn't have more success. I thought he made some really, really nice dynamic plays. Timeout's over. Here we go, round number 9. Heroic trying to get back into the game. Sound Tesses to defend at the B-bomb site. Cadian's going to be there, so is Refresh. 4 players towards this B-bomb site initially. Farlig's going to burn a little bit.
8 and 4, by the way. Sits second on the scoreboard to only Config, so exactly what they would have wanted from him and expect from him. A little more comfortable, perhaps, on Ancient. A bit more open than Vertigo yesterday.
Fully invested is this Heroic team. Everyone's bought up pistols and armor. Around, well, I mean, even the M4 and Refresh and Stown that was picked up.
Tessus, this could be huge. AWP boosted, oh yeah, absolutely. Even digs the 3rd, Blame F down to 13. Goes around the corner, they never would have expected him to be that close. He knew exactly what they were up to.
You could see him even adjust down to the lower target as well. He sees the boost up and he's like, all right, great. The op's never going to be able to recover in time, but look at Config. Cadian's aware of the possibility. This has ruined them a couple times already in this game, and the timing is everything for Cadian as he comes around the corner. Config just lying in wait.
He's so good when he gets you. That's what I'm saying. Around it, they're not even expecting it. It's just so well positioned and timed. I love it. I love that he is literally controlling the entire positioning and timing of the CTs. That's why I said last round, Refresh lets him go there. You still have to get around and clear an angle he's going to be holding. You might have the information, but this guy's been quick on the triggers, so I was surprised he let him walk away.
Shush just trying to survive at the moment. I don't think he's heard anything. I don't think Blame F is running quite yet. as he walks into the bomb site. Refresh still over towards B. There's Shush been spotted out. Now he's got the information. Config still high health. It's Blame F who's a little bit injured. 2-on-3 post plant. Astralis trying to put a dagger in the back of Heroic.
Ooh. Stalin takes down Config. All on Blame F. Bomb in his favor. Molotov out. They know he's got to get inside of the temple. They should cover off a single door. They're not. They're looking further, but they do trade it out efficiently and effectively. It will be another round for Heroic. They'll even delay the defuse to go and pick up, I believe, the AWP. There it is.
Almost, though. And look, in this game, we're now about to go into what, round number 10 is going to be coming up next, and we still haven't seen Heroic on the CT side establish their money, establish their economy, and start to feel comfortable with the buys that they can put out, bring into the world. Still able to make it work with the scrappy investment. Tesses with the double kill with that 5-7. Config almost brings it back, but things still looking great for Astralis. Still got money built up behind them as well.
Yeah, they do, and that's key. They've been pretty efficient throughout. That's a big win, though, as you say. They were fully invested on the Heroic side. That 5-7 to start off the round was brilliant. Flames so high in the sky, we lost track of the map underneath it, but it lands exactly where intended to cover off Donut. Unfortunately, this time, though, the CTs have already taken that position, so inside of it now is Shush. Takes slight damage as he runs through the flames.
All right, streaming up the B ramp. Tess is spamming away, trying to get a little bit of chip damage as they enter into the bomb site. Refresh, gonna find one. Gap in that smoke, but spammed immediately afterwards. The Heroic spam not connecting the way they would have liked. Cadian inside of the flames, maybe took his attention away, his focus away for just a second, missed an opportunity. And Astralis still haven't found safety inside of this bomb site. They have not been able to clear out Cave. Bomb being planted just now, but again, one man down in the post plant, and they've got two coming on the flank. Farlig, big job to do here, and he turns the corner a bit too wide. Pre-aiming deep, one's close. Config, 12-6. He's gonna need a few more. In fact, he's gonna need 15 to end this round. Continues the spray, but not long enough. Fourth round for Heroic.
Yeah, good recovery. Now 2 rounds in a row, 3 of the last 4. And that will... I mean, you go back to that one that they'd lost as well. Bomb detonation, Cadian stays alive, gives that AWP a chance and a life, and that's starting to build the economy back into it for them. So they've been very collected over the last 4 rounds, have Heroic. Still waiting for them to... I mean, look, they had an incredible 2021, but this year, back on land, still waiting for them to cross that hurdle and really take another huge performance. Obviously, they are Pro League defending champions of 2 seasons ago. Navi, I guess they're not defending anymore, are they? It's their own term.
No, they're not.
Champion.
But I love the way you tried to spin that.
I did. Yes. I was like, how do I say this correctly? They are former champions of this league, and we just want to see that performance from them again and to get that monkey off their back. Okay, we got there in the end, Jason.
Yeah, I think it's one of the fun things.
Can I blame it on age yet?
You absolutely can. You blame it all on age. I think that's one of the fun parts about this Heroic team is like, I feel like as disappointing as some of their LAN events have been, I feel like at the same time it's also like just a matter of time. I feel like we can see them slowly but surely putting it together, and you can almost feel a world in which, I mean, it can always be the next one, and it feels like they're just right on the verge.
A lot of times that they've lost on LAN, they've lost to the team that's gone on to win as well. I mean, you even look at FaZe beating them at Katowice. No one expected FaZe to really be that strong with a stand-in for multiple players, in fact.
Yeah.
And I've said it a few times. These guys play Gambit usually fairly well. They play Navi quite well. And that's better than what a lot of the teams that are beating them are doing. So there's still the potential there. You're right. It's just a matter of getting the results.
I mean, it's also funny. We say, like, you know, they've had some rough LAN events. They've still, you know, top 4 at the major, top 4 at Katowice. They're still doing great. Katowice, they got that direct berth into the semifinals. All right, Config.
I guess it's just the stage is the last sort of...
Well, Config is lurking this. He's hoping his teammates towards the B bomb site can take some attention, make some oh, that's the bomb. That might be a little bit too much. Cadian with the AWP is going to grab an easy one, and the bomb's got to be recovered. Oh, this has slipped away from Astralis. A 5-on-4, now a 3-on-4.
Play math. Very timidly finds the bomb in the smoke and then jumps back through the doors thinking that it might be aggressing the other side of that smoke, but they weren't.
This one feels like they kind of lost the plot when that by the utility towards the B bomb site coming through those doors. I think their timing was really, really thrown off by some of the defensive utility from Heroic. Finally, Heroic survived with a good amount of players alive. 4 players survive. 4 players get to build up some cash. So, I mean, I mentioned a couple rounds ago, Heroic hadn't set their feet economically speaking. This feels like that moment where now they get a little bit more comfortable. They found their sea legs. Now they just get to enjoy the ride.
Yes. Good old sea legs. Long cruise, was it, Sailor?
Yeah.
There you go. More
There you
Top
go.
Gun references.
We'll bring them all out. As it gets closer, we can do everything. We can redo the whole movie in a cast.
Oh, I'm so down with that.
Config down to 50 HP. A lot of utility usage again, as we know, all the time towards lane. He's gonna be able to make some progress towards middle. Still with just a Mac 10, same with Glaive. 2 players towards the A bomb site. Looks like actually Zip wants to get a little bit frisky. Saw him with an opening towards the B bomb site earlier. Him and Farleg working together, peering into the A bomb site, but not committing just yet. Cadian's here on the other side of things, so a bit of a switch up in the defense.
Up at the ready, staring in toward the temple. Cadian has his on the opposing side. Haven't seen the ops really go tit for tat as of yet. But both have certainly had a presence in this game. Surprisingly, Cadian only with the 4 kills. It feels like he's had more impact than that just because this op's been in the rounds so frequently, and the fact that he's been saving, and would have thought there'd be more on the board for him at this point in time, but certainly over toward B, it's a factor. Around a donut certainly stands out. Perhaps leads me to say that he's going to get caught. Oh, he isn't. I thought he was actually closer to the edge than that. He falls all the way back through. Farlig didn't see it, and he's smoked off. Self-boost himself in the corner to try and get above that if he's feeling brave. Meanwhile, his teammates are already at donut, so perhaps he should feel brave. Perhaps he needs to go early, but it's Refresh and Shush that start the killing off in favor of Heroic. 22 seconds. They need to commit to this fully, and they need to find kills to do it. Farlig gets Shush, takes him down even though blind, and Glaive's going to follow up. Cadian gone, but only finding 1. The bomb is dropped. 12 seconds. Farlig has to clutch this back. He's completely blind on the site. Nothing he can do as Stowen realizes it and takes him down. 6-6 tie game.
Oh, I don't think Glaive fully trusted that Farlig was going to be able to cover him. Glaive swings out for that fight and just gets taken down. No chance for the plant after that one. And it all comes crumbling down for Astralis. It was a good showing. It was 6-2 at one point. It's now been 4 straight for Heroic as they are catching some momentum. And Astralis players going a little bit quiet in these last few rounds. Hasn't had that same power, that same oomph to it as they did in the early stages of the half when they were attacking towards those mid-stairs, when they were getting that progress. I think they've gone away from it just because they expected some kind of an adjustment from Heroic, but it's allowed them right back into the game. Good stuff from Heroic sticking in it and getting rewarded now heading into round 13. Tech-9's picked up for Astralis. A little bit of armor, a little bit of utility.
So 6-6, round 12, and finally Astralis limited to just Tech-9s, and the deal for Farlig. Fast with the Tech-9s as well, though. Glaive, he's there for 1, can't follow it up. Config swings, and having Glaive gone down, Refresh is taken immediately after. Blame F. A couple of taps back toward the front side of the Jaguar. We haven't mentioned that position much, have we? I mentioned Cave a few times, but we're not seeing really the Jaguar position be Jaguar, as people want me to say. The Jaguar position.
Yeah, Attenborough's kind of ruined all of us non-European.
David Suzuki's better, all right, even if he's a fraud.
Yikes.
Ooh, all right, Shush. That's not bad to catch out Config. This is late, but he's on position. Look at the HP. It might be a man advantage. That fast play from Astralis might have given them a chance, but Tessus absolutely has the advantage in terms of the health. Does he get the advantage in terms of the positioning is the next problem, because there's a minute left on the clock. Astralis can really slow this down.
This is going to be a very weird 1v2 because of the low HP from Astralis. I feel like they're just going to be super patient. They're looking for like timings, right? They're looking for someone to just walk into their crosshair, and now they've started to move. Oh, they're going to slip right past him. A perfect timing for Zip and Blame. Tess is going to stick around a donut and just gamble for the moment. He's got to be worried about 2 different angles, now starting to investigate. But this is how he wants to play the round, hoping and praying that they're going to plant at the A bomb site. The question is, does he go for it? Does he go for it if they plant at B, or does he just grab an op and save?
Well, bomb to go down. I think if he knows the... Ooh, okay, so he does look at the op. He's definitely aware that it's there.
He's going for it.
I think if he gets the HP call, then he definitely goes.
Yeah, do you trust the HP call? I mean, you kind of have to.
Trust your teammates?
You kind of have to, but...
You kind of want to trust your teammates, right? That's camaraderie for you. This is risky, though, running in. BlameF tries to pre-fire. A Tessa stop to clear, stop just shy of the bullet. That gives him the first one easily. Now he's definitely on for it. Incendiary smoke places them both. He wants to cover off lanes and options, flashes into it. He's gonna go straight to this. He's gonna try and hold this and stick it. And Xipix is off. He has to know shortly. It's beside the pillar, and now he does. He fires and gets it. And the bomb to detonate post-round should take Xipix down, but what's he losing? Nothing at all. It's a round for Astralis.
Absolutely wonderful clutch from
I say actually the bomb, he managed to stay alive with the M4.
He did survive, yeah. Yeah, Xipix and BlameF, nice 2v1 play there with the low HP. Good job from Xipix, and not even a very admirable attempt at the defuse. Obviously noticing the plant spot, noticing what angles it's planted for, but these Tech-9s doing work. And again, I mean, not to just harp on it, but Config finding more kills at the top of that staircase in the red room. Absolutely massive. So, Astralis able to just nurse that lead, 7-6. Config's gonna lead the way. Here we go, a little bit of an uppercut coming out for Astralis, trying to close out this round quickly and emphatically.
Sure, stuck in the corner. Manages to get Config, knows they're coming. Gonna get more than that. Gonna surround both sides. Hard to isolate him, though, in that situation and get a trade potential. He's got the advantage of peak, but goes down. Tessa's able to get one back, though. Deagle's working well. So far for Heroic. The advantage right now for them. And it's only one Deagle left. The rest are on full weaponry, so this is pretty solid now for them, having found those opening picks.
Yeah, they're going to pause because BlameF just spotted Stown just coming for this flank, so actually Glaives come all the way back to deal with this, and it's going to be an easy one, and they can still wait. I mean, it's a little bit risky because Xipix is alone inside of the A bomb site with the bomb. Astralis, no more smokes left. Molotov, nade, flashbang. Cadian with the op looking for anything. Refresh right behind him as well, and CT Spawn going to start making their move forward. That flashbang's brutal, but still Astralis has not found any comfort to get the bomb planted until just now. A recovered smoke is going to give him the needed cover.
Boost up the M4 rather than the AWP. Try and look toward long. No one there yet. Bomb just went down, so Xipix has to be close. Or has he gone to Donut? That's the natural retreat that you'd expect. Do they run boost it now? I thought they were going to try and fade and go straight into a run boost off that, which slam him against the wall, I guess, but get him in faster. He does. Spot up Xipix. That's going to do a heavy amount of damage, and he caught him out because he knew he couldn't retreat, couldn't get away from that angle, so wrap the other side of the box. Refresh gets both, but he has to find BlameF because Glaive, he went down to the back lines, and that means BlameF has the angle and the duel. I thought Refresh might get away with all of that.
Well, he didn't have a kit. Again, that's twice now that the bomb hasn't been planted for the final player from Astralis, and there's just no kit on Heroic for them to stick it, because that would have been a win, certainly, if Refresh just sits on that with the defuse kit. Still, a pretty admirable effort from Heroic with just Deagle slowing down that attack, getting a couple of kills early on, making Astralis really, really work for this bomb site. Still, they get a 2-round lead, and now Heroic's just out of money for the final round of the first half. Just 5 7s and 1 Deagle. Mid push. Config, he's in trouble, tucked into the corner. He's got the first and can't get the second. Damage was done. Good cleanup from Shush. BlameF gonna hold the flank as Xipix, Glaive, and Farlig look like they want to challenge towards the B bomb site, but it's utility that's held things off. Awkward fight that BlameF can't win, and Astralis now just feel locked in.
Tessis and Refresh. 5-7. Heaven as they're immediately in front. That's the perfect position to find that weapon. And Tessis once again finds a double with it. Quick scope from Farlane, can't capitalize. And Heroic come back to make this an 8-7 half despite being down 5-1 at one point. We've got a contest on Ancient Map 1 of the series between the two Danish teams. We'll take a break at half and we'll see you afterwards.
third map, I just think it's everything you could possibly want here. The bell is ringing, certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's going to get a headshot.
Device is even here to help out, and now they give it the respect to get back to the car. Device reads it, burning alive, and the collateral in the flames. Eight to 7, as we said, it's a one-round game between two Danish teams that perhaps have a bit of dirt between them. It's certainly been a bit of a rivalry inside of Denmark, and the history between them has been growing and developing, and this is a bit of a grudge match. Absolutely, Jason.
It's certainly interesting. I mean, all props to Heroic for keeping it this close. Hold the thought. I'll get back to that in a second. Here we go. Mid-rush, 4 players coming out. Config to challenge. He's not getting away. He's fighting until death. 1 kill, 2 kills. Oh, inside of the flames. Runs out of bullets, or he might have had a third. Glaive's coming in with my dualies.
Yeah, not the place for the dualies, I think. A bit far range to hope for the best on those.
I think you are the dualie curse.
Oh, it's me. It's not just that they suck. It's me. I get it. Okay.
It is.
All right.
Entirely.
When you're with Anders, they work, do they?
Yeah, there's been some sick rounds of the dualies up until you stepped into the hot seat.
It's not you, it's me.
All right, Farley, pushed up. He's got a chance for a couple here. There's the first bomb, goes down, hits the deck. Good response. There's our boys. There's our dualies going to work.
1 kill, and you're going to justify them?
I just said they were going to work.
To be fair, he is.
He's going to get 2. He's going to snipe Blame long range. Ooh, Stound's jiggle peeking for the info, but he missed the timing.
Blame sneaks inside the temple. A 1 versus 2, and the USP looking for the headshot to make it all work. He doesn't have a kit, he has armor, but he will certainly be ready and close enough to make this post-plant possible. In fact, walks out and immediately spots refresh, but that in turn, having not gotten that kill, is going to put Stown immediately onto his position. He rotates around rather than going aggressively toward the second opening, knowing that the plant will come closer. Denies it again. Look how low he's brought refresh. But is he aware? Stown's on his case. He's not close enough. And Jason, you finally get the dualies to win a round.
I gotcha. There it is. Nice kills from Stound picking up the dualies. 8-8. We're all tied up. I was going to say, it's a very interesting match going on right now because Astralis controlled the economy, it felt, in the first half for so much of it. But Heroic was able to win 2 rounds primarily with 5-7. So I mean, those are 2 just huge miracle rounds that kind of negate the fact that Astralis controlled the money for the first 15 rounds of this game. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And now the pistol on Heroic's tied things up 8-8. Config and Zip with those 5-7s, 3 deagles as well, and Config's pushed all the way down mid.
Mac Daddy going to work, firing inside of the smokes. Nade out toward the top of the ramp. Excuse me, that's smoke, rather. Just as well. Chaotic in connector at middle. It's going to be Tessus that wins out the duel and takes out Config. So rightfully the rifle to get the opener. You need to be careful in that situation not to give it away as it's one of two. Stowen on the AK will swap that with Refresh. Excuse me. I was going to say Tessus. I thought he picked it up because he actually swapped at the same time. I was going to say he already had one. They only lost a fraction of HP, but yet they still want to make that call early.
Here we go. Set piece. 3 defenders at the speed bomb site. Exactly what Astralis would want. Missing a little bit of utility. Attention taken away from Shush. They need that kill. Refresh finds one. There's the Deagle. There's the trap sprung. 2 left. 2 versus 2. And Farlick trying to hold the angle. He's got sound coming out. That's a spectacular headshot. Tessus trades. There's 22 seconds for him to stone cold play against Glaive.
Tessus looking either side. Smoke down, he'll use that for cover to put the bomb in position and knows that if he fires in beside the pillar, he'll be off of it slightly. Doesn't commit to the plant. Instead, though, goes for the spam. Oh, that nade, it just went too far, but Tessus hears him coming and he gets ready on the AK-47. I thought that nade was going to do it itself.
Oh, that's exactly why Glaive had to run through the smoke. He thought the same thing. He thought surely he was going to blow up if he didn't move forward, so that gives the indication over. A nice clutch for Tessus. Dicey situation from Heroic. They have a 1-round lead. For the first time all game, they take the lead. They got close in the first half, but couldn't quite make it. And this is almost brilliant from Astralis. The trap was pretty much perfect. 9-8 going into round 18, and only a Deagle on Blame F. And they are just rushing the A bomb site, hoping and praying that maybe it was just going to be one defender watching for this. They could catch him off guard, and it's not to be. 2 players there, a third one joining up quickly, and Heroic's going to move the lead to 2.
Cadian. So along with the rest of his team, they'll reorganize and redress the situation, but with a minute and 21, they can really go anywhere still on the map. I think it's pretty obvious with the 1 versus 4 that they'll just go and barge into whatever site they please, and given they're already on this side of the map, why not make it A?
We didn't have any candles, but what would you wish for your birthday?
Ooh, that's a great question. I guess since I didn't actually wish for it, I can say it. It's not going to curse it, right?
Exactly. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Wish for a Blame F 1v4.
No. That's not what I want for my birthday. I mean, I want some cool Counter-Strike plays, sure, but like, yeah, no. Thinking like 500 acres of land to build mountain biking trails on.
Okay. 500 acres.
Maybe like a 3-year factory contract with Porsche or BMW.
Sure, so simple. It's a simple wish.
Yeah, well, look, it's a wish. You gotta like shoot for the moon, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe just to be a cooler person in general.
If you only had a 400, that's everyone else's wish, Matt.
Oh, okay.
If we only had 400 acres for mountain biking,
for me, obviously.
Would you complain?
Depends on the terrain, you know. You're really pushing it there, but
not enough space.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's get into the gun rounds. Farlick's got the op. Plenty of money for utility as well.
Maybe I should just wish to, you know, have enough money not to have to come to work with you all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a good wish.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That was rude. I wouldn't want to spend my birthday with anyone else, Jason.
Perfect. Great. Well, I guess I won't cancel the celebration tonight then.
Oh, great. Good to know.
Here we go. Molotov down. Config gonna burn a little bit, puts it out, extinguishes the flame so that he can fight with Glaive, but nobody's there. All 5 players from Heroic gonna try and brute force the issue into the B bomb site. They encounter some resistance. Zip gonna have to put out that smoke as well. It's chaotic. It's hectic. He's gonna go down eventually. Blame F to try and recover as best he can, and that's just poor timing.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where, like, you know you've lost your support, you've lost the crossfire, you need to do something to let the rotations come in. They're still going to win out the round. They managed to come back in and recover it very quickly on the Astralis side. But you're hesitating. You're like, I know they're going to peek me, but if I can get this nade out, I can buy space. And then the second you pull it out, you're like, damn it, wrong decision.
Good call from Config, though, off that mid-aggression on the CT side, just going for a very, very fast flank that Heroic was not set up for. First gun round goes the way of Astralis. Round number 20 coming in hot. Heroic's going to be out of money after this buy. We'll try and keep track of that. Molotov's out towards lane. Nades as well, trying to do some early damage. Refresh stays far back. And Heroic is going to go for a timing hit on the A bomb site. And this is a perfect round for it. Glaive is playing a retake in CT spawn. He's going to shift closer into the bomb site. Off the back of this smoke. And that's the timing window, I think, lost for Heroic. They might still just wait it out, but it's silent across the map. Astralis might start to get a little bit of a spidey sense. Let him know where to position.
Maybe I should wish for like a full five Canadian roster to win a major.
Does Canada even have 5 players?
Yeah, you're right. I'm better with wishing for the Porsche and BMW contract, aren't I?
Oh, yeah, you would be. Config gonna hold off towards Donut. And Farlig with that op still hasn't been able to, still hasn't gotten involved in the action. The self-boost up. I don't know if he spotted that. He certainly doesn't want to turn the corner.
I think he may. Okay, well, he's made noise.
Give it up now, yeah.
Yeah, that's done. He can't go for it. I thought he did spot the head, but you might have been right. The textures are sometimes confusing in this particular map because they're so similar that the X-ray can throw me off, but Config will get Shush, having fallen back on a failed attempt to get up on top of the sign. It's Refresh that remains, and he is not looking overly fresh in this situation. He's got 93 HP. He's always looking fresh in the flesh, but right now in this situation, 1 versus 3 now. As he gets the first kill, it's not looking likely, and Xyp9x will get the kill to put him down.
Yeah, that's like kind of the unfortunate side of the coin when you go for one of those kind of timing, A, contact, bust plays, whatever you want to call it, is when you miss that opportunity, that timing and that smoke plumes. You really haven't tried to spread out, you haven't spread it across the map. You have no control elsewhere, and you're kind of, I don't want to say locked into it because you can always go back and see what you can get, but you're at a severe disadvantage when you're not kind of challenging and getting information at other points of the map. So rough one for Heroic there, just doesn't pan out. We're going to timeout again as Heroic talk things over. Their second timeout being used. Not for this round, they've got no money, everyone hovering right around 2K, but certainly talking over how they want the rest of this half to go. Double op setup switched into for Astralis as well. Glaive's going to have the second one. Our boy Exist marching behind Heroic. He just got signed to an extension as well.
Great to see him involved, no doubt about it. He's got a great mind for Counter-Strike, and obviously, look, I know we've got some newer audience. I think everyone knows he was part of the legendary NIP lineup that started off so dominantly in CSGO.
He's got a pedigree.
Huge pedigree at this point in time.
Nice little resume. We're all tied up.
What's crazy is that Monacy would have been like 7 or 8 years old when that NIP team was gone. Like, when you just put that into perspective now on our scene. I know obviously he's not playing in this game, and just to give you an age factor on that, that's crazy.
That's a big kill. That's Config. That's the top fragger. Glaive coming over with the op. Let's see what he can do with it. Not known for his opping, but he's got the first and the second. Looking good. Glaive inside of Temple. He's got backup here. He does eventually go down, but he's bought time for the rest of his teammates to close things out. 11-10. A nice little 3-round streak for Astralis. They've survived all 3 of those rounds with 3 players. The power of 3.
Power of 3. It's kind of like one of those, what movie is that, number 21?
Yeah.
Similar factor is what you're going with there, the power of 3?
I wasn't really going for anything. I was just saying a nice little turn of phrase. But thanks for, shedding light on that.
You're welcome. Illuminati confirmed? I don't know how that all works. I'm too old for this. 5 all toward A, all with pistols, and Heroic will try and find some of that to make this work, as Farlig's going to be way back towards CT spawn. This is a lovely angle to rotate and be effective and efficient across the map, but it does put pressure onto tight angles. He's not able to hit the first, having flashed and jumped around. That means they trade off on Glaive. Now Farlig comes back in to take down Cadian. Config, thankfully, with a second AWP, and the lane covered as Xyp9x arrives. Farlig even gets one of the more on the pistol, so in total, he gets 3 in that round. Not a bad situation for him to find himself in, and it goes 12-10 in favor of Astralis. Just as yesterday in our match, Jason, Overpass is our second map.
Yeah, I'm pumped for that one. That's going to be really interesting, especially, again, just what we talked about yesterday with the aggressive stances from Astralis. We see at least Config keeping it up here today. That's going to be fun on Overpass as well.
I think that's when he shines, though. Like, again, he has to play with that sort of assertiveness.
Run boost in middle, Farlig wants to go for the peak. Around the edge of the smoke, he can hold the angle as long as he wants. There is a smoke down in those doors as well. Config's got the second op here. Timing shot, he's blinded, and Farlig can spin and be a nuisance whenever he wants. So many plays available to Farlig. Config's gonna have another, so no need to call in the rookie. Well, the rookie for the team. Matthew has sneezed a second time, God bless you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
12-10.
Or as they say here in Germany, Gesundheit.
That's fair.
Blame F down deep toward the smoke, fires the A1S inside of it. Would a price increase be enough for you for the A1S?
I don't know. It'd be a nice start. I've said this a number of times. I always hate messing with the economy, with the money in Counter-Strike. Like that feels like it's never the solution to me, just because that's like the whole butterfly effect thing.
Yeah, I guess keep in mind though in CSGO, like we'd never had two versions of the M4 before. It was always the silencer, or you could take it off if you wanted, right? So maybe that's where money needs to come into it. It could be a balancing factor because it is a whole different weapon, but I get your point. I do get your point, because it changes so much more in the meta unintentionally. There's a knock-on effect for that. Good exchanges. Stowen getting the better of the recent kill, but 10 HP. He's going to get caught out through the smoke as Xyp9x gets him down, and once again, we find a 1-on-3 for Heroic player, and Shush removed the second he walked in toward Jaguar with the smoke.
That felt doable until Zip gets that spam, which is really unfortunate. Heroic can't even get going. They're going to take their third time out. And here's the difference between these two halves. It took Heroic quite some time to kind of get things going on their CT side. They didn't get on any kind of a streak until round number 9 began. Astralis right out of the gates in round 4, once they get the rifles, just have rattled off 5 in a row. And they've done it convincingly as well, especially these last 2 rounds. Plenty of players surviving, 4 in the previous, 3 in this one. They've got cash for days. So Heroic's got to make this comeback happen the hard way against a team that can continuously rebuy.
We see Xyp9x again, excuse me, Xyp9x exist again behind this. What am I doing? They all have X's in their name. Look, X gonna give it to you, all right?
Yeah, he is. It's a classic.
Rest in peace, DMX.
Oh,
but yeah, he certainly has that knowledge. The Swede joining the Danes. What a turn that has been too. I mean, you go back to when Nip and Exist was dominant, there was no real Danish dominance. They were in a rebuilding period. Now the Swedes, much of the country trying to do that, and Danes have been dominant. Good flashes, exchange, and a very quick take as Shush finds 2 with a Tech 9. He'll switch over to the M4. It's the advantage suddenly for Heroic. Now he only has 4 HP, so even though they have that gun up, he's going to be very strained to try and use it. Fortunately, Refresh has the AK to go with it.
This is great though. The bomb on Cadia never committed to the bomb site, so they can actually bail out to the other side of the map, and Astralis is kind of stuck with their pants down. Nothing to really do here. You could see Config kind of rotating over towards the A bomb site. Don't want to risk the op, and he's missed that chance of jumping across. He doesn't have a teammate with him. Glaive is going for the long flank, which means Config needs to get this started before he arrives. However, Refresh stuck around in Cave. Now he's got a massive flank going on. This is going to be weird. Glaive's been heard, so is Cadian, I believe.
Glaive's gotten Cadian down, though. Definitely were heard, no question about it. They were ready for the exchange, but Glaive snuck out and caught off Cadian, who perhaps was being a little bit optimistic. Refresh back in, protects the bomb. They know Glaive's toward long, and they can't quite surround him in this, but they're going to back off of it. Bomb gone, round as well. Heroic finding their first in a while. First in 5 rounds that successively went the way of Astralis.
Yeah, they haven't won a gun round just yet, which is brutal. But this round, so many odd timings. This was a perfect flashbang onto Blame F. He had absolutely nothing he could do after that. Odd attempt at the retake, but could have been a world where it works. 13-11 going into round 25. And Heroic loving life at the moment just because they're finally flush with cash. Molotov's deep mid. Control established for Config. And this time he's just going to show presence and back away, giving a new look at the defense.
Smoke down from Blame F, having burrowed his way into the cave. Blame F might be the only man currently in Counter-Strike that could wrestle a Jaguar. Pasha would be one of the others. Maybe Freakazoid.
Maybe.
I think Blame F wins that fight.
This is huge. Shush is... Oh, he's not looking for it. He was looking towards mid. He was looking for the mid aggression. That's massive.
Man, that is such an underutilized push as well. And Config is just finding all of the openings on this map.
It's a risk. Yeah, his pushes have been so well timed. He's feeling the game very, very well. And now they know they have complete control of mid. They found the player passively. That's a smoke as well, dropped all the way back at his position that can no longer be utilized. That push takes a lot away from the Heroic side. Glaive's going to be in a fast position for a flank, and Config can even follow it up for a quick double flank. There are so many ways Heroic can lose this round, is essentially what I'm saying.
Shots out, Config finding one, traded back, but Cadian falls immediately after to Glaive, so it's 2-1 in favor of the exchange. For Astralis make that 3 and 4 as Glaive gets both as they walk out. And he looking sharp again, was a multi-kill master yesterday. He's 17 and 16 today. It's not like he's far off of this, but a little bit quieter. Everyone on Astralis fragging relatively evenly, except for Zipix, but even he's had his contribution. So a good team game across the board. Cadian a little bit behind for Heroic, to be fair.
He's had a stressful game to try and call against as well, especially on this T side, especially when you're trying to call things and trying to kind of anti-strat, and you just have Config pushing up into your face, ruining everything before it can begin. Every idea you have doesn't even get to be fully executed because he's able to be aggressive and find a kill here or there and ruin it all. Once again, gonna push down mid, put out the Molotov, fall back towards Donut where there's a lot of pressure. Tesses, Stound, and Shush are going to be able to take down Config and secure the A bomb site, but the bomb is going to the other side of the map. And this might be a case where the fake has worked too well. Oh no, don't commit forward. Cadian's actually going to investigate. He's leaving Refresh behind. That's a good kill. Refresh just needs to bail out. That was almost a weird trap set up.
Shots out. Zipix to win that one against Cadian again, and even though it's the, well, was a 5 versus 2, and the man advantage, they're fighting back in with territory. The problem is they don't have the A site. Bomb's gonna head that direction now, and Heroic with a very, very secured stance on it should have this round locked and done. And with the money as it is, I don't think Astralis dare try and gamble with this one. Not much of a gambler myself, Jason.
Me neither.
Never have been. When I was 19, I went to Calgary. I used to be a lacrosse referee, believe it or not. I was reffing the Nationals. And we went to the casino beside the arena, and within 20 minutes, I lost $200 playing blackjack, and everyone else had won. And I said, yep, this isn't for me. You guys can enjoy your win. I'm out. And I never gambled again.
$200 hit hard back in the day.
When you're 19 years old, you know, you don't have a job. You're like fresh out of high school, university, struggling. Yeah, it hit hard. Good lesson to learn early, though, I think.
Yeah, why not?
So,
2-round lead for Astralis.
Two-round lead and 2 to the finish. We knew this was going to be nail-biting between the two teams. It matters not sometimes at the highest level unless you have one very strong map the other team doesn't play, but both teams are familiar with this territory. That said, it is Astralis' pick. So take from that what you will. Overpass, therefore, obviously Heroic's pick, but I would say Astralis no stranger on that either. So it's a pretty level series in terms of the veto.
Here we go, Glaive opening kill. Coming through the smoke, stepping forward, now disappearing back into it. Config's gonna get aggressive, of course he is. Oh, can't transfer over. Went for the spam, but thankfully Glaive's there for the trade still. Man advantage. And Farlig has a deep angle with the AWP. They're gonna walk right into it. He's got a Molotov, he's got plenty of utility to give himself some safety to fall back, and that utility streaming over puts him on notice. Good shot. Shush's head taken clean off. He knows Donut is safe to fall back into. And Heroic running out of options. Again, split across the map. Bomb on Cadian's back towards the B-bomb site, but he's crossing his fingers and praying to every god that Refresh can get a kill towards A.
Trying to just use that archway to bounce down quickly and not get his head taken off while he checks toward the temple opening. Any small advantage you can get, you take in Counter-Strike, a game of nuance. Pop flash in the sight that goes behind the box, then he then jumps around. Flame F holding will find Cadian walking in, and Refresh was taken by Farlig at the same time. And Farlig, has to be said, looking excellent on Ancient. Chris Farlig on 21 kills now.
Nice, good reference.
Having a big game.
Yeah, and that was one thing we brought up right at the start of this, was a little bit quiet yesterday when he didn't need to perform, but against a team like Heroic, you're going to need all 5 players to step up at different points, and Farlig really delivering here in this game. 21 and 15, not too bad at all. Some good shots with the AWP, and you have to be happy about that if you're an Astralis fan. You've gone quite some time with a nebulous situation around who the 5th was going to be, who is going to be brought in, who's going out. Finally, things have gotten figured out. and Farley giving some early returns with high impact. 3 chances for Astralis to close out map number 1. It's their map pick.
See if they can do it on the first of that attempt. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen overtime in this group stage, in this particular group.
Yeah, there was somewhat of an overtime on yesterday.
A few, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think I aged more yesterday than today, and it's my birthday today, Jason.
Just watching
what
as
I
well.
did there? Yeah, no, it was crazy. Especially because the first map was 16-1. Farlig ready again at B, had a tremendous round in the last. Not too much pressure. It was individual duels that he was able to win. Did start off aggressively. This time he'll do the same at the box. Not quite at the mouth of the tunnel, but the Incendiary is going to force them back, and Config made that call. If he was a little more patient, he might have been able to get one on that situation because they had them trapped at the L turn, and he actually, through the smoke, still gets Stow, and that's lovely.
I don't know what you're really supposed to do if you're heroic and the mid defender has 29 kills and he's just been dominant. I feel like I haven't really seen heroic in this half a whole lot have that control, have access to that part of the map, which is a part of the map that Astralis exploited beautifully in the opening half. It's been a well put together map for Astralis. Config looking to add a few more, looking to get over 30 before the round ends, but not here in round 28.
Shot out Farlig, trying to still hold off an angle. Glaive aware that mid was a position they were successful in, and likewise they want Heroic to use the same in advance to them, but Tessus will get the shot instead as he peeked out. Good find, opening kill. Farlig with 1, not aware that there's a second, goes back, nails it. That's the quickness you want to see from Farlig, and he's aware they're at top middle. Oh, he didn't hit the shot, but he was damn close against Tessus. Unfortunately, it gives him up in the end.
Time.
And the time, though, you're absolutely
It's over.
right. 8 seconds. Zipix already has Bomb out of contention. Oh, you say it's over, he's on it. 5 seconds, but Zipix should be able to take him. Even if Bomb goes down, he didn't get the kill. He didn't get the kill, but he finds Tessus afterwards.
Never worried.
Damage. Yeah, was Zipix?
Never worried.
I don't know. I was a little worried. I'm not going to lie. That should have been done in 2 separate occasions. It does on the 3rd attempt on the repeak, and Astralis take map number 1, Jason.
Yeah, that's an absolutely excellent performance from Astralis. We've got an interview. Heku is ready with Astralis.
Yeah, I'm ready with Astralis. I will try to grab Blamev. Blamev, don't run away. I have just like a few questions.
Just kidding.
Please don't do this. I already had this once with players. I just like looking forward to get to talk to you a little bit, because right now you managed to win Ancient, and as always, you had like a really good start. And we actually saw this that during Group D, somehow the first half is always close, like 7-8 when it comes to Ancient. Did the map somehow like change in a way that like now it's not as CT-sided as it used to be?
I still think it's very CT-sided, but I do think we have talked a lot about what, because we like it CT side as well, so we talk a lot about what we're doing on CT side and what could counter that, and then that's what we're trying to do on our T side. So I think it's just one of those maps that you have to put more effort into the T side than you do on some other maps, just because there's so many different things the CT can do to you early to pressure you and to deny your map control. So I wouldn't say it's less CT sided than before. I think it's just more, people get more experience on the T side now. In the beginning, it was kind of new with how hard the CTs were fighting.
But like since Overpass is still like a CT-sided map, you should not have problems right now against Heroic, right?
I'm not going to fall into that trap, but I hope not.
But you prepared against them?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I see him. Oh. I'm gonna try and do a double aim. Can't really remember. Oh, I saw one guy. Oh, that was... I'm coming to you, because... Oh.
I'm in the game right now. Respawner.
I got him.
Up here.
Dead. Yeah, I'm gonna come over here. Double over here. Flying. Don't see him. Oh, come over here.
Yeah, one in the backside. I'm going for him.
Okay.
Two of them, they're on each other. Got a little rush.
Oh, I see him. He's on the roof. He's just fell off now at the logs.
Going.
Okay. Yeah, underneath. Oh, it's kind of hard. The one on the roof.
No!
Oh! Oh, dude, that was awesome! Oh, dude. Wicked. I'm gonna try this, okay? It might go horribly wrong.
Alright, it's fine. Both could be dying straight away, yeah.
See him.
I think we'll just call that one done, shall we?
Well, it's Ancient, Overpass, and Vertigo. Ancient going the way of Astralis, and we have a GG exchange here in the first map of this series. The second day of Group D. We're getting closer to the playoffs. If you didn't know that, well, I don't know where you've been in the meantime, but I welcome you right on back to ESL's 15th season of Pro League, here with Kassad and Yanko, myself being Trace, not to be confused with the Trace that is currently behind Astralis. That's like a whole different thing. So, anyway.
That's a better looking guy, Trace. So.
Yeah, easily. I could have said that. Spells his name a little differently. All things considered, let's talk about good looks for Heroic. Perhaps, Kassad, where do they start?
Well, not for Heroic, definitely, but better looks definitely for Astralis.
Of course, they won. Duh.
It's just they displayed
this guy.
Come on, Trace. They displayed a very organized, powerful T side, in my opinion. I saw like many different things. You know, fast B, you can see Glaive calling that rush B on 3-1, and they're going.
That was a big one.
Sorry?
That was a big one.
Yeah, that was a big one that kind of turned half around. But also there was a slow mid takes, fast mid takes, explosions on A side as well. It's like, you know, many different plays coming out from Glaive, and the T side was, you know, very organized, and it got them the map in my opinion. But on the CT side, I would like to commend Farlig. You know, the difference between him and Lucky is definitely there, because like you can see, it's not just the confidence in his picks, it's like the impact of his kills are different than Lucky's.
Yeah, it's palpable.
Yeah. Palpable, not Palpatine, not to be confused. Now, in terms of something that we can grab onto, yeah, something that you grab onto here, you look at it. No, I'm cool on that. That's all you, buddy. An 8-7 half leads to like what you think would be a pretty close game. Second half, wheels fall off.
Sorry?
Second half?
I mean, it's just, like I said, it came down to a very, like, individualistic, like, CT plays from very different players, especially, like, players like Varlig, you know, just having those impact kills right there, and then it kind of played off from there, and I believe it was a team effort as well.
Both teams won their pistol round on the T side and converted, right? The difference in this game was, as soon as that 3-0 start ended for Heroic, Astralis started racking up rounds. They couldn't really build on that good start. Astralis actually did the opposite, right? They did lose the first gun round, but there was only one player alive. Then it was the B rush with, you know, a couple of Mac 10s where they managed to penetrate the defense and get a couple of more rounds after that reset, right? So that's what allowed Astralis to have a strong first half.
So can we also say that difference makers here, as you know, shown here in our aim high head-to-head, I look at Config, he's still on a tear. That's still a threat to any team in the server versus
He's a threat to any team out there, not just like Heroic. He's like, for me, the best entry player right now there is. Obviously, you can see, like, you know, there's Dupree as well, and people like Yekindar in outsiders, but right now, I still believe in the last 6 months he's definitely the best entry fragger, and he can do it. He can do it all. He had a double up on the CT side. He loved doing that on Mirage too. Now they're not playing it for obviously.
How can he be the best entry fragger in the last 6 months?
I think
didn't get out of groups like half of the time.
Individually speaking, I'm not talking about the team performance.
This is the problem with Config. Config, like, he has a couple of good games, and they're really good games, and that's all people remember. Like, no one remembers when he's gone for like 3 matches in a row, and Astralis can't beat anyone. It's crazy.
Accolades.
Be the best, you have to be consistent. Is his ceiling really, really high? Yes, it is. Right?
But
how often?
In your opinion, who is the best entry fragger?
Well, I was thinking about it in my head, but I would probably pick someone from a team that's made actually a couple of finals. Like,
so,
you know,
like who?
I don't know, like Bit.
Bit is the best entry fragger.
I don't say he's the best. I say Config isn't. There's other names you can put out there.
There's a couple names that can go
Don't look at the last tournament. Nico is a better entry fragger than him.
He's absolutely not the better entry fragger. Like, Nico doesn't even play that role at all.
Look at his opening kills.
He doesn't play that role in the big picture. Like, you can look at his opening kills as much as you want. You can
Config is the best entry fragger. Let's move on.
Anyway, now that we've debated that, got that out of the way.
So ridiculous when you say it out loud.
It does have a special ring to it. It really does. I mean, you can see that it's possible.
Sunpius is the best all-pro out there.
Sunpius is apparently also a chemical engineer, which is something I didn't know before today. So shout out Sunpius for seeing education through. For us, seeing this.
Kasad was sniffing some of those kind of chemicals before this segment.
Perhaps. Who knows what Kasad was doing? I haven't seen him.
Talking about offers, though, Trace.
What's up, Farlig?
I was bigging up Cadian in the pregame, right? Had an 8-22 game. Not the best, fell off a cliff. Some would say regressed to his mean. But I think he has a chance to bounce back, and he needs to if they're gonna, you know, win this game.
They're gonna have to. Unfortunately, that's how best of 3 works here. For Heroic, they lose this one on overpass, and that's an L that Astralis definitely want to put in their pocket.
They lost, you know, Astralis won their pick, and Heroic lost, you know, theirs. I mean, you know, Astralis's. And they picked overpass, which is the, you know, they start on the CT side, Astralis does, right? And it's gonna, they need a good opening to the map to get things rolling, because, you know, they want to have that initiative on their T side so they can grab onto some rounds and then finish up the map.
So overpass, what's the difference maker, and why is it Config being
Config is the difference maker. His entry fragging.
No, Nico is gonna step in, and Amanek as well.
Amanek.
Everybody's gonna join in, and
Amanek's.
I'm surprised he didn't say it was Amanek who is the best entry fragger. I mean, it makes sense.
If they sub them into that role,
obviously,
he would definitely be the best.
No, you guys.
No, Sanji is the best entry fragger.
That means it's time to go
Taco.
To a break. Yeah, Taco. You know what? Maybe even Grim. Let's just throw them all in there. They're all great infantry fraggers. Every single player in the server at any given time. Just kidding. Kasad's lost his marbles.
That's it.
Still looking for him. Hasn't quite found him. But the Jacks of all trades. Well, he might be a fragger too.
He's up there.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Alright guys, as you know, we've got Refresh and Caden in the other room, and we need to hit them with some serious journalistic questions. So boys, you ready?
Let's do it.
Alright. Right.
So with this for Refresh?
Yeah. Write his name at the top.
Yeah, I'll write his name at the top.
Is that you spelled his name wrong? Refresh, we know that he got this huge clutch on his line.
After the clutch, he has been insane, like totally arrogant.
Yeah, ask him what it's like to be
better than the others.
Yeah. Then on the Cadian side of things, how is it mentoring Refresh as he becomes an arrogant person like yourself? If you've got issues with them, now's the perfect time to call them out. Right?
We have a system with fines if people are late and stuff.
Cadian breaks all the rules, and he never gets fined. All right, so ask him about that. One final question for Refresh.
He has some trouble breathing when he's working out.
When he's playing deathmatch.
When he's playing deathmatch as well.
When he's playing deathmatch, his breathing.
You hear him breathing.
Yeah, you can just
heavy breathing.
Okay, so this one you can write like a statement. You can say, Refresh, can you tell us about your breathing routine? Because we know how important it is for you trying to keep your mental.
Hey man, you got some more questions for me?
Hi guys.
Oh, this is looking grim.
Yeah. Some hard-hitting journalism for you now, fellas, if you're okay with that. Cadian, how is it being responsible for the mentorship of Refresh and his growth into an arrogant superstar like yourself?
I mean, to be honest, it's been quite easy because he's been on the same path as me, someone who didn't achieve shit and was just a pretty bad player, to be honest. And I just remember making the clutch against Gambit, and I just knew that I could ride on this for years. I would secure myself a contract and stuff. And when Refresh pulled off the clutch, I mean, I just fucking smashed the banner, and I just knew that my boy would have a contract for many years to come, and I was so happy for him. He could just keep smashing people on Twitter, and if they ever wrote shit, he would just link the clutch and it would be easy.
The fighting system, which was created by you, why do we have to follow it and you don't? Is it because you've got like, you get an extra special treatment, you get the VIP treatment, red carpet?
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I'm also the one who decides what is it going to be used for, right? So, I mean, and if they know too much about what money goes in and what goes out, I obviously can't put it in my own pocket, right? So, I mean, I've had quite a lot of lunches lately on the money of Refresh showing up late for practice, but...
I see. So is it like 5 minutes, 500 euros, that kind of vibe, yeah?
Yeah.
And Refresh, don't think you're squirming away too easy. Don't think you're getting away with it. So my first question to you is, what is it like to feel that you're better than everyone else?
It feels great. When I wake up, I just have a feeling of I have my teammates, but like I'm the best one. I'm not sure why I'm getting asked this question, but
it's obvious.
It's obvious.
Yeah, it's a stupid question.
Yeah.
Why would you ask something that's so clearly obvious?
Could you tell us a bit about your breathing routine?
Breathing routine. I think what you're asking for is when I warm up, I'm breathing like really like deeply because I'm so focused and I can't hear it myself.
So we tried playing, like we were obviously warming up for quite an important game at the boot camp, and the four of us was listening to music, and we all looked at each other and like, it's windy outside, well, what's going on? And then we looked and it's just Refresh, just full death matching, and he was just a machine, and we poked him and he just kept breathing, he didn't look anything.
Bruh. So it's like meditation, deep inhales and exhales, is that the secret?
Actually, I don't think. I
not
just
even.
play, yeah.
When we get back into it, a series that's been closely contested on Ancient. We'll switch the page to Overpass. A short trip down memory lane, shall we say, to a German-based map of Overpass, Jason. That's where it is intended to be located, fictionally or otherwise. And certainly a map that Astralis has had in the past very good success on, but I think a map that both these teams know. And you touched on it yesterday, obviously Config was being very aggressive. We want to see more of that from him again.
That's the thing, like you can make all the preparations, all the research in the world. When Config's playing the way he did on Ancient and he's just everywhere on the map, like none of that research is really going to be super impactful because he can just be so dynamic and he's just so intuitive. And obviously the confidence rising. Farlick could get caught. Oh, sit down. That's beautiful. Oh, what a magnificent shot. Refresh gonna try and find the equalizer. P250 flashbang well timed again from Zip, and Glaive's gonna find that kill. So a 5-on-3 for an aggressive Astralis defense in the pistol round.
Well, they'll see if they can capitalize on it. Astralis, obviously with Config at the helm, has been very good in pistol rounds. Two kills in each of the previous pistols in this series, and obviously yesterday again, we'll mention it, the Ninja Defuse. If you didn't see it, I'm sure there's a clip on Reddit that will get you up to speed on that one.
on Reddit.
Reddit. Everyone's favorite community.
Oh, config.
He's going to get two again. He's going to get two again. Might even get a third. Can't quite. Bullets low. Couldn't get the aim, but doesn't matter. His resounding impact once more finds its way into the pistols. Tessus left in a 1-on-4.
Knife. He's got one behind him. He's Goosh now. And Astralis is just going to keep him pinned down with those USPs. No one going for the knife, just knowing he had no room to operate. Good pistol round. Obviously, stunning shot from Farlig. The find from Glaive towards the B bomb site, shrinking the map, and nice and easy. Astralis up 1-0.
Look at this. Just lovely. First one was so quick. Second one, just backed off and then just walked back into it.
Yeah, he's just hard spamming that USB as fast as possible. Takes a step off the bench. The fall ruins his aim and his recoil. He goes down eventually, but all in good fun. Scout, 2 Deagles, 2 Tech 9s. Frog. They've been dangerous in these rounds, though. If you go back to Ancient, some of these rounds with these low buys, these half buys, were actually felt a little bit more dangerous in the gun rounds. Good kill from Glaive quickly. That's the Scout that's already hit the deck. They're going to keep fighting. They want to keep challenging. And Blamap's going to add one more onto it, and now it's time to back away. You've got everything you could have possibly wanted. Don't give it back.
No, back away indeed. The low HP on Blamap and Glaive not worth giving away the M4s with. Refresh, not content with that situation. Go back over and pick up a bit of utility and whatnot from his deceased teammates. The Scout's still trying to find them retreating, but not going to be able to do so. They're already back inside of the site. Config with the aggressive stance toward the short tunnel this time. Tippity-tappity toes showing each way, but he's got the rifle. He'll be able to drop down even if he wants to fire into the lane. Is that a laser? Little red dot. It's the light from the bank machine behind it. So that we are clear, but it's not anyone that will be disrupting that vision as the smoke is gone. They'll see directly inside of the site now, and even though Refresh up close, it's Glaive low, they can still cover this with a crossfire set up 3 inside of the site directly.
Yeah, and Heroic's just looking for a mistake at the moment, and none of them's being given away. The jump was there, Stow not looking for it, but Glaive spots at least one out towards long. Astralis know it's coming, and Heroic simply have to commit. 3 on 5. 2 on 5 as Config's flank does work. There goes Shush. Refresh is going to grab 1. And that's it. So, 2-0 for Astralis. They survive the second round bye, and now Heroic's gonna have to sit back with not enough kills, not any kind of a plant. Third round should just be maybe a couple upgraded pistols, but no armor, no utility more than likely. So, should be nice and easy for Astralis to extend this lead by 1 more.
Again, getting on the board early, get the confidence rolling, but Heroic this time still limited with just pistols. Should be another straightforward round for Astralis. Stranger things have happened, no question about that. Put a bit more presence this time in toward the tunnel's position. That's where Config's gonna fire through the wall and try and do damage. Poor Stewie yesterday was getting obliterated on B from reverse fire in that position. We saw the triple nade, the spam through it. Guy couldn't buy a break.
No, he had no fun. No joy for Stewie. Glaive spots one jumping back, and Heroic's just gonna try and escape from these fights. Zip is gonna grab 1 right at the end before they can disappear. Glaive still just controlling this part of the map. It's a great advantage. Astralis just feels so comfortable. Obviously, the weaponry helps too.
Shush goes back up the ladder with his teammates to try and get better positions. Tessus will join them, or maybe not. He jumped on the ladder and thought, nah, it's too much energy. Don't want to lose my breath climbing up that.
After this game, a little bit later on today, if you're around all day, you saw AGO take down Complexity 2-1 earlier. Astralis and Heroic battling now. Astralis up 1-0, and then to close out the evening later on, Matt and I are going to be casting Navi EG.
Yeah, that'll be a bit of fun. Obviously, seeing Navi in the server,
and they looked good yesterday.
They did, despite obviously
the
circumstances.
6,000 overtimes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They went 16-1 and then the 6,000 overtimes. Yes, but EG is another team that, I mean, in this group we need answers from. very, very soon. And yesterday it didn't look that sharp, in my opinion, against Astralis.
No, and I mean, even just beyond that, and the bigger picture, just as a point of pride for North America. Ooh, this is rough. Tesla is going to back away. Not the biggest deal in the world because he has that M4, so he's just going to buy armor because he obviously doesn't get the bonus money, but doesn't need to invest in an AK-47. It's not a huge deal. But also just the stream of NA teams going winless in their groups here at Pro League has not been ideal. Let's put it that way. Not been ideal in any way. EG would obviously love to show a little bit of fire and cause an upset at some point in this group, and they might need one. Both NA teams in this group going 0-2, quite a tough hole to dig yourselves out of to try and make those playoffs. Utility streaming out from both sides. Molotov's extinguished. Tessa is going to take control of short water. Actually, excuse me, he stops a little bit short. Doesn't want to go through that smoke. Farlig at the off angle at Sandbags with the AWP. Tessa's might be coming right into it. They want to speed this up. All 5 players are here. That's a tough miss. Zip goes down. Things are going to get dicey. Glaive still dumping utility, trying to slow down this hit, and I think he's accomplished just that. But look at Blame F.
Back. Yeah, this is the problem. That Blame F's already pushed up, so even if they rotate back, he's closed the map on them so much at this point in time.
And this is the same concept we talked about on Ancient when they tried to hit that timing at the A bomb site. They tried to do it again here towards the B bomb site and got stalled out, but because you've had no presence towards Playground, because you've had no presence in the staircase at all, you really have to feel a little bit nervous about falling back and trying to readjust on the map. Config gives up an easy one, an unnecessary peek, as Blame F has all the information. The only real hole in this at the moment is if Heroic was to go up the stairs towards the A bomb site, but they have none of that control, and Blame F is going to be able to add a kill onto it as Shush turns to check. A little bit lazy, a little bit late, and that should let Astralis know where the other players are.
Cadian over top of the... Okay. Cadian with a angry Molotov thrown back to the gods behind him. Is not going to be able to clear out the barrels. Farlig doesn't care. He's gone out from them and plays the pillar. Instead, 2 shots already in the AWP. Stowen the next in line, and it could be a hat trick as he sees the shadow. Tries to pre-fire into it. Stowen baits out the shot. That gives him at least 1 to work with. 40 HP. Quick shot on Glaive. Glaive's going to wait this out. Ooh, that Molotov, though, is going to buy space. No, it's not. Glaive's going to go straight through it. He heard the flames from within and got on top of it before the gun was ready.
Great Molotov from Glaive as well. It just drops right, I mean, you know, right by that pillar so that nobody can actually close the gap on Farlig. He's able to get the repeak. After the first kill, he knows nobody can actually push up along the wall to make things difficult for him. He could be comfortable in the follow-up peek on the left side of the pillar. That's well done from those 2 working together, and obviously good information play from Blame F. 4-0 for Astralis heading into round number 5. This time, Heroic are going to challenge towards Fountain, towards Playground. Blame F took an early peek and is going to back off down the stairs. Farlig with an op in support as well. Now, if you are an aspiring in-game leader...
Which I am.
Yeah?
Yep.
Are you?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. I would just love it. I mean, this is like just, I guess, a mental exercise. If you look at the utility that Heroic have to play with a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, 2 smokes, that's it. What are you calling here?
Rush B.
You have no flashbangs to force operas off the angle. You don't have anything that's going to make taking just general map control feel comfortable. Everything has got to be a challenge. And that's probably exactly what Config and Farlig would like.
They're going to go for boosts instead, which is certainly an option to try and catch off 1 and a pick and open the map up, but looking optimistically to do so. Ooh, it might work. Stowen's going to walk out and give 1 away. Now they've got a bit more confidence to go toward A. They know where the AWP is. Farlig not able to hit the first, but fearlessly goes back for more. Finds Stowen and Glaive. Takes out Shush. This will slow things down. 44 seconds, though. They're still getting desperately close to the bathrooms and unwilling to fall back because Blame F is on the flank. We'll have them directly in front. Gets 1, drops bomb temporarily, and Refresh, unsure of the chase, will go back to join Tessus, who's clearing the site directly.
Yeah, it's going to eat some time off the clock, though. But Tessus at least calling out that, oh, Glaive's going to walk right into it. Nobody knew. Nobody knew Tessus was that close. Brilliant opening provided. Here we go, 2-on-2, 20 seconds on the clock. It's got to be quick. Both players going to be retaking from beneath the stairs and bank.
They themselves could go for the boost with 2 there above the wall, but they're not going to do so. They're going to actually split the stairs and try and cover off a crossfire on take, and Refresh is in a great position to counter that by getting up close. In fact, with Tessus beside him, they could push through this smoke. Flash goes far. Tessus goes over top and pushes it out because Zipix is blinded off. That is a lovely round from Tessus and Refresh to pull this back. And to answer your question, one boost and a pick, you're playing against a guy like Config, and he walks out and gives you the first kill.
Yeah, he really did. He handed that one over, had one out in the previous round towards the B bomb site. On top of that, Farlig missing some shots as well. Not really a tactical victory. I think Heroic more than anything bailed out by some missed opportunities from Config and Farlig to be able to find those kills. Still, impressive win from Heroic. As I mentioned, to start that round, 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. You've got 2 smokes to work with and no map control. That is a tough, gutsy win. And what a time to have it. Because Astralis is out of money due to the damage done in the previous round. UMP on Blame F. Scout on Farlig. Everyone else on just pistols.
Shush able to take Config. Mac-10 gets the opener.
We've seen, like, 2 aggressive peaks from Config with the rifles where he gets just demolished, and now this one obviously an early peak, but it's just a pistol. I wonder if that aggression is going to keep up despite the fact that he's had some struggles and had some losses. This isn't like Ancient where he's just kind of rolling into some aggressive momentum that they can't handle. Now they're putting a stop to him. And now you wonder, does Config have a second gear that he can fall back into when the aggression isn't working?
Cadian sits back and watches the angle toward the sandbags as Stowen tries to get the shot on the jumping Zipix, looking for the information. Deagle's been trying to do damage. They're putting so much attention toward the water, though. I don't even think they're aware that Refresh, yeah, absolutely, walks in behind them. They have the information as to where they are. Flash, and he goes. Easy kills. And sight obtained. Farlig from Scout, rushing to his own death, I think. 2 rounds in a row for Heroic. They'll pull this back and split the lead in half from 4-0 to 4-2. And Heroic, in control of the money, have another situation in front of them right now, and they should be keeping track of this, that Astralis don't have enough for a full buy.
Yeah, they just got a straight up save. All right, so well done from Heroic. On Ancient, the kind of story for them was how long it took for them to gain, you know, any kind of economic control. Here, they get it pretty early going into round number 7. 5 USPs, $0 invested into the round, all 5 pushing up towards long. They hear nothing for the moment. Nobody looking for this either from Heroic, so they might get the information a little bit late, and it might not matter. Shush has a Mac-10. He's looking for that flank. That's a lot of bonus money he could build up. He'll get a chance. He spots them pushing, and he says, all right, guys, just go. Just go. There's at least 1, probably 2 pushing. And the B-bomb site is clear. So 3-4. Heroic just 1 round away. Like a herd of elephants.
Yeah, they're just stomping through, not stopping at all. Just take up all of the map. Don't give them a chance. But bomb already planted. I think they just run and jump. Go through the smoke.
Yeah, SWAT
everyone
team.
all together. Absolutely. What have you got to lose? Look at the weaponry. Force their aim to be off and just go. Instead, you're just, you know, feeding their stats. Config gets 1 dink as well on Tessus, but not going to work out as he gets a hat trick to close out the round. Thought it would be cool if they could at least do a little more economic damage than that, but they don't.
No, that was a tough situation to try and get that economic damage. 1 round lead for Astralis. Op's going to come back out in the hands of Farlig. This time, though, no armor and just the 1 flashbang as well. No kits across the entire Astralis defense. So looking a little haggard. And this investment in round 8, Heroic with a great chance, or a good chance, to even things up and maintain that control. Still a Mac-10 on Shush, which could be huge. 3 players with no head armor, 1 player with no armor at all. That Mac-10 could be massive.
Farlig going aggressive this time again with the AWP out toward long.
It's been a lot of rounds that Heroic hasn't had found anyone towards Playground as well. 4 players to defend towards B early on, with Farlig having that deep angle.
Flashes go over 2 at barrels, interestingly enough. Odd position to be in at this point in time, and thankfully the smoke's actually going to save them. The M4 back through it, no tracers showing. Glaive was able to echolocate Stowen's position. Zipix adding 2 of his own, and Shush so far the only kill. I say that, then Cadian gets 1, but he'll fall to Blame F. And you can press F in the chat for Heroic, because Astralis now have a 2-round lead again at 5-3.
That's a hard hit to make work against that kind of a defense. 4 players there. That's so tough for Astralis, or excuse me, for Heroic to break into.
Tough out there.
Yeah, it is. Perfect positions. Glaive at Toxic gets 1, ducks down, allows Zip to take the follow-up fights. Good juggle of the aggression. And 2-round lead for Astralis' defense. They're nursing it, and there's still plenty of money for Heroic to buy back into these rounds.
to extinguish flames. Refresh does not want to slow down, but considers the possibility that someone else might be in water. Needed to wait for a flash from his teammate, excuse me. So it holds him up ever so slightly. No one there when he does peek out. Config this time will go in the direction that Farlig covered in the last round. BlameF's the one to be with him, so this is to change up the play. This is to put the op on the opposing side of the map and try and continue to be unpredictable, shall we say, on Astralis. Cadian, just go pick up all those nades. Juggle them, yes, absolutely, like a jester. Most exciting as we bring those closer to the action.
Awesome. Excellent.
Most remarkable.
Could be something similar, though. At least this time, Tessus is out towards Fountain right now, throwing some utility, trying to mask like they're trying to take control of bathrooms. Standard Molotov towards Divider. Standard smoke at the front of the bathroom's entrance. Config's not deterred, though. Of course not. He's not worried about that at all. Gonna... Ooh, the timing was almost there. Tessus moving forward. Just checked his flank. He might keep his eyes off of it for a little bit. I think Config's gonna have a freebie as he comes around the picnic tables. Doesn't spot it. Okay, spot at the end. BlameF's got it. Nicely done.
Yeah, very well done. And I think with Config being so far pushed up long, even though, yes, he was trying to throw the utility and convince them, they weren't really buying it.
It's just so hard. We'll get back to it. Zip gonna get blinded. Spray down, take some attention. Oh, Farlig eats the follow-up flash. This defense is crumbling. They were out of position, shockingly enough.
Yeah, that was really good flash timing to catch both players off. Completely helpless inside of the site. Config, even though
8 seconds. Oh, bombs down. Excuse me.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize that.
I was going to say, even though he's doing this battle, he's not doing anything for his own good because of the timing, but it's massive. They couldn't get the bomb. He held the one player off it that should have been grabbing it and running. That's huge, that Config, and a little bit of luck, I have to say, because the site was gone.
It's almost like you just don't expect that kind of I guess, mistake, although Config was pushing up. Maybe he just found it and they
did go back and get the nades, though, Jason.
They did get the nades.
Probably should have taken the bomb.
So much focus juggling the nades, you forget about the bomb.
That's huge.
That's so brutal, because Heroic had it. They had all the fights they wanted. They busted into that site easily. 6-3. I was going to say, with the way that, you know, we saw Farlig positioned at long with the off angle towards Playground. We saw Config push a couple times, saw BlameF push a couple times as well. I'd wonder if it's something Astralis has caught on to, maybe a little bit of an anti-strat, realizing that Heroic doesn't send a whole lot of bodies there too often. But regardless, some of these rounds, it feels like Heroic's like playing with a third of the map. No control of danger, of the stairwell, no control towards Fountain and Party. Tough times. Round 10. Heroic looking a little flustered, a little discombobulated. Farlig again gonna push long. Off angle for him. Oh, excuse me. He just straight up takes the fight with the M4. He's gonna continue forward. That's magnificent. Bombs drop, 2 kills. This time Heroic bring numbers, and they still can't come out with an advantage.
Tessus to be slowly going toward long, but that's where Config is. Ooh, I was going to say ready for it. Does go out very cautiously to take the tap, but couldn't find the headshot. He'll fall back smartly immediately thereafter. And a flash comes out from Shush to support his teammate in that position, but BlameF spots that up close. That flash actually worked brilliantly. Shush gets BlameF as well. Glaive had to respond to that and trade it. I thought that was looking good to actually win it out, but the flash absolutely wrecks Config. Tessus got up there quickly.
Yeah, I thought BlameF was going to have that kill all day because he saw the trajectory, he saw the throw. Regardless, Zip's pushed up, and Shush can't get anything done after that. 7-3, 4-round lead for Astralis. I mean, now you start to feel like that side of the map is almost like closed in a way for Heroic, which is scary, which is not fun. What's the next call coming out of this timeout? As Heroic's trying to figure things out. Cadian trying to come up with a solution. 2-8 for him. Mentioned a slow start for him on, well, not even a slow start, slow everything, slow map for Cadian. Had a tough time today so far. Still plenty of chances to bounce back into it. 11-6 on Tessus to lead the way for Heroic. Next up is Stown and Refresh and Shush, actually with 6 kills. Astralis is a more team affair. Lowest is 6, highest is 8. This is Heroic's map pick that they're getting battered on at the moment. Funds have finally run out for Heroic. That little 3-round stretch they had, rounds 5, 6, and 7, built them so much money. It's finally dwindled. Astralis has finally chewed into it. Again, they're going to test towards Fountain. I wonder if they saw that. Ooh, Farley goes down. A little bit of damage, but nothing to be happy about.
Good positioning for Blamef. Head down as he goes up, times it to perfection. This time he gets 2. Testis is there to respond because there was 3. Would have been remarkable if he somehow were able to win out that exchange, but it puts them into a 3-on-3 situation. So good recovery having gone down 1 early. Xyp9x is going to push up again to control that connector position. Last round getting the kill, he knew he forced them off the B site and was able to rotate and get ahead of them. This time he has to be very careful because he's going underpass again, but they might be able to circumvent him. That's why the rotate. Okay, you're right. He definitely did because he turned around. And I was going to say they can circumvent him, but then the rotation would go in behind to B, and they're already doing exactly that.
It's a strong position in terms of getting kills, but it's not even the value in this round for Xyp9x. It's just, it's a strong position in terms of information gathering. Here's them kind of falling all the way back and coming to the other side of the map, calling the long audible, and I think Heroic is going to be very frustrated when they come into this bomb site and encounter stiff resistance. 2 players initially. And Xyp9x going to be there for a fast flank. Molotov comes out, 28 seconds, going to chew a few more seconds off the clock. Config off angle, easy first one, responded immediately. Glaive cannot get the trade. Oh, he fumbles it. That's massive, but Xyp9x is here already. 16 seconds, 16 seconds, he's got 1. Now it's tough, and he's got the headshot on a shush. 8-3.
And it was all him that got the information they were heading that direction, confirmed it, and he's able to play it perfectly in response and rotation back to the site. Glaive's still not looking super happy with that. In fact, looking a bit angry and animated with his feedback on the round, but 8-3 indeed. Astralis starting to stretch their legs a little bit, and it all comes to Blamef at the start of the round as well to not only drop the bomb, but get that back into a level kill.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was massive for Blamef's double, but also, you got to say, activated by Config, throwing that flashbang from the B bomb site as well, and Glaive, yeah, just relief as he knows he bungled that trade kill. Blamef, it's his turn. It's his turn to push up. Farlick's had a couple rounds at it. He's had a few cracks. Blamef wants to go for more. He's got a double kill. It's an AK-47 on Shush to finally find a frag for the Heroic side of things. That's Config to fall early. But Farlig's op, don't miss, at least this round.
Shush gonna back away from this, makes noise dropping down, but Farlig not able to capitalize on this either. That said though, why would you? Why need to be aggressive given the circumstances? Very fast engagements early on Overpass. And it all comes to Astralis being aggressive. We know that this is a map that the CTs can afford to do so, and you know, you have to admire maps like that. Cache was one of them. I think Ancient certainly is.
I can't recall a round, I feel, where I've watched like Heroic have like multiple players taking over bathrooms and like progressing towards the bomb site.
Certainly, yeah, not like, been a place they've gotten.
And it's kind of a bummer. I mentioned like they're playing with like a third of the map, and I mean
the problem is
even when they try and go to the other side, they get destroyed.
Yeah. Well, I mean the problem is every time they go toward bathrooms, the shitter's full. Someone in there from Astralis every time. This time Astralis closing it out on B. Glaive and Xyp9x 9-3.
All them locks are red. What a great half from Astralis so far. What a good look for Astralis to start Group D here at Pro League. Loving it. Absolutely happy to see Astralis performing like this.
Considering they were a fringe team in the group, I mean, you look at the groups that are here. Wait, Heroic, sure. You'd expect more from them. Obviously, now that they're head-to-head, Astralis showing much better form, but then Navi, you know, I guess they're the third team, but right now they're definitely ahead of Heroic in this game. And you're right, playing in a way that with Navi right now, and yeah, looking good in the 16-1 yesterday, but circumstances aside, what are we going to get from them? They look like they could even take this group, Astralis.
Yeah, they might just be able to do that. Still Navi out there to contend with. Look how cautious Tessis and Stown are being. They don't want to get caught by anything. Farlig again off angle with the op is going to control long. And Astralis, for a lot of this game, I feel like they've been able to ignore bathrooms, ignore highway, ignore the staircase. Even when they don't have players in it. Leg shot. Tough part for Farlig now is because he's been alone this whole time. I mean, there is a world in which he's getting surrounded and wrapped upon. Config goes down again, trying to find a timing for a push. Punished again here on Overpass. Not nearly as impactful as the first map in the series. And Farlig, a little slow on the shot. Okay, that's ambitious, we'll say.
look, I'm glad to see it. No, seriously, though, because, again, people were judging far too quickly yesterday, giving him flack after one series. But even getting kills on Ancient as he was, he wasn't being as assertive. He was being sort of holding forward angles, but not taking the peaks. He was letting them come into his crosshair. Okay. It's nice to see him being aggressive on overpass. It shows that he has that in his game. He can bring that to the table. I think you have to have diversification on an AWP these days. It's just so powerful. Powerful as Xyp9x, though, out toward Monster. They'd never even looked toward his direction as they cleared the site. He's able to turn around as a shooting gallery.
Yeah, easy cleanup. 3 players in red HP when he turns the corner. One was legged by Farlig. I think Blame F got a dink on another one, and Xyp just has the easiest job in the world. Heroic have no solutions. No solutions whatsoever. I believe they've taken 2 timeouts so far in this half. Not sure if, you probably don't want to use a third one, but at the same time, you have to have some rounds to play with in the second half. Tech9, Deagles, and a MAC-10 on refresh for the Heroic attack, and they don't want to mess with it anymore. They're heading straight towards the B bomb site, all 5 players. They're going to go right through the smoke. Xyp going to be at the point of attack. He's over towards Toxic Barrels, blinded, controlling the spray for the moment, but he's going to be isolated, wrapping around the bomb site. Refresh can't drop in quick enough. They see his feet before he can shoot. There goes Blame F. He comes out of the door. Glaive can't complete the kill, but Config still lying in wait, and that's the bomb. That's the bomb. This could be everything. Unfortunately, Config has lost all of his teammates, so that play could have been so cool, but what are you supposed to do?
There's a number of things you could do.
When all else fails,
rage quit.
Yeah,
leave the game.
Just rush B with Tech9s and a Deagle.
Look, 4th round now for Heroic, but yeah, they've got to get back in this game because I think Astralis will be just as unrelenting on the T side. You were going to say, Jason, you started a point. I cut you off.
I don't remember anymore.
All right, well, I put you on the spot. It was that backfired.
It was that good. It was that good of a point. Good round for Heroic. 4th on the board. And I mean, all things considered, how dominant this was, I don't know. It's weird to say it's not like the worst scoreline in the world because it's pretty bad, but I mean, you'll take it considering the dominance. And this time, at least, Cadian's able to turn the corner and find Glaive pushed up. One of the rare two-man advantages for Heroic in this half.
Yeah, I was going to say, who figures it out first, that they've walked into each other and can no longer advance. It was Farlig and Xyp9x that got the kill instead. Blame F getting dinked up toward the fountain. It's not gone their way, though, because they lost the exchange at the underpass position, and Cadian will close it out. They get the 2 at the end of the half. So, a bit of life for Heroic, a bit of hope, and hope dies last. We'll see if this series ends on overpass when we come back after the break.
Hey Future Pros! Today I thought I'd teach you all how to do the famous quad boost on overpass. To execute this boost, you must have 5 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you have the easy job. All you have to do is run and stand in this spot. Future Pro number 2, you will have to jump onto the head of Future Pro 1 by jumping from the railing. Future Pro number 3, now that Future Pro 2 is nice and situated, you can now jump onto their head by also jumping from the railing. This is higher than 2 people, so you'll be sliding when you jump onto their heads. Make sure you are sliding into the wall and try not to slip off. Future Pro number 4, your job is to get Future Pro 5 on top of everybody else's head. You need to crouch down and let Future Pro 5, FB5, hop onto your head and get in their spot. Lucky Future Pro number 5, you actually get to shoot something. Hop on top of your teammate's head and you should easily be able to jump on top of everybody else's. You will also be sliding when up there, but you should be able to make it around the corner while sliding into the wall. Now you'll have a clear vision to a few spots on B, so take your time and place your shot. Happy boosting. 。
helpful hand. Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans.
When we get back into it with a scoreline slightly more one-sided than our previous endeavor on Ancient, it was 8-7 in that half. This time, it's 10-5 in favor once again of Astralis. A little bit more convincing, I would say, in this game. The aggression, as you said, Jason, we never really saw any presence toward A. They couldn't get established over there, yet they still did get the 2 last rounds of the half, whether that was expected or not, and they did it with lesser weaponry. I think also suggestive of how one-sided it was.
It's got to be kind of a bummer, too, for Astralis, considering that half felt like a blowout, but the scoreboard doesn't reflect how much of a blowout. I mean, those last 2 rounds are everything from Heroic to feel a bit more confident in the second half. They can actually make the comeback happen. And at the moment, 3-man stack out towards long. Looks like they're going to clash right around this corner.
I like the setup. Headshot angle for Tessis and Cadian up close. He's able to get one onto Glaive, having his teammate support the other. It could be the first pistol in this series in favor of Heroic, although BlameF has refreshed down, and now they get a stance in the round. Importantly, though, Config's dead.
Well, if they can actually attack this bomb site before the rotations are all the way there, that'd be massive. Straw slowing it down a little bit. There is a smoke up in heaven. Now everyone's here, actually. Everyone streaming out along the wall by Graffiti. BlameF wants to duel. He's got a USP. Does not have the bomb. That's on Zip. He's just distracting. He's keeping them here. He's sucking them over so that Farlig can push up and potentially stop the rotations back into the bomb site. Farlig has a big role to play.
He's going to be aggressive with it. Bomb going down. They'll hear that. They'll want to swing. Shush aware of the possibility he will get the first kill. That'll give Heroic a much better position as well. As Ipix wants to take the same angle and same fight, but he only manages one because Tessis comes out from the stairs. And BlameF, not anywhere inside of the site, goes back to the bathrooms. Good shot to find Stowen. Gives him a further chance in this round. Is he aware of Cadian's presence? I don't think so at all. But Cadian has to hit the shots. That'll buy space and try and get on the defuse. They are. He's got to get this kill on Cadian quickly or the round's over. He's going to give up on Cadian. He knows what he has to do. He's going to go for the diffuser. It's going to happen. No, it's not. I thought he was just going to tap him. 7 HP. Tessis will stay alive. Had he gone down, Cadian has no chance to get to the bomb in time.
Oh, he deserves it. Oh, he deserves it so much. Those shots on the diffuser just not registering somehow. Somehow, the hand of God just came down.
That's the round. I mean, one shot right here. There's no chance Cadian gets there.
He's got to be so frustrated. That's when, like, you check the console and it's like, you have done 79 damage in 14 hits. And you're like, oh, great.
Love it. Thank you for the rubber bullet, Skaven.
Oh. Well, the nice thing is for us, if Heroic can sustain here in the second round and convert it, excuse me, actually, Astralis didn't buy, but I mean, this gives a better chance of actually having this map go the distance, of be competitive all the way through. If Astralis is to win that one, you feel like they start to kind of hit that cruising speed, cruising altitude. Refresh behind the smoke. Not going to be blinded. Oh, but it doesn't matter. They jump around him. It's confusing. It's tough to handle. Follow flashbang is perfect. Shush goes down next. Tess is going to try and hold the line as best he can. Running out of ammunition, but Farlig was low. And that should be the kill that seals it in Heroic's favor.
And they'll close out the round. So now you're seeing why those 2 rounds that we talked about at the end of the previous half, making it look like less of a blowout. Now they get the momentum. Suddenly we've got a game, and that's frustrating for Astralis.
Yes, I would agree. 3-round lead, but Astralis is going to get a 3rd round bye going off the plant in the pistol. AK-47s across the board for the attacking side. Heroic 5M4s as well, plenty of utility. 1 kit on refresh, so keep your eye on that. Molotovs down quick, double Molotovs toward Playground as well to keep Astralis from gaining map control too quickly. Zip, good kill. As Shush tries to push through, the flashbangs gave away the play. And Zip's got a perfect frag. 48 HP left as well.
Shush on the push. Zipix back outside of Monster, unsure of where the next aggression comes from. Just wants to hold CTs at bay because right now they're starting to evaluate and probe the bathroom position. Stallin's going to take him down though, and that will confirm there's no further presence on this side of the map, so he's confident to rotate back over. Meanwhile, his teammates, still holding the top side of Connector, have not made any contact at all with Glaive, Farlig, and Config.
And these are massive positions for Cadian and Tessis to have a fast flank towards that A bomb site. Stown is there to provide resistance.
Right. They're not 100% certain of the positions, but Stown, we're having already got that kill, there's no further action. And Astralis not checking this, it is actually a heroic that can just swarm them. See if Stown can find the opener from this position.
Yeah, they can react quickly to either one of the bomb sites. Obviously, we know it's going to be A. Molotov smokes out, full execution. Good peek from Stown. Great timing, controls the spray, holds it down. Even Blind finds Config through the smoke. BlameF, here's one rotating. That's Tessis, so finds a frag. The plant's going to go down, and it's a 2-on-3. Glaive, though, has to fake it to make sure that nobody's going to be pushing up. The opportunity was there, but a follow-up smoke is going to force Cadian back. Molotov in towards Bank. Great utility from BlameF to provide the safety and the cover. Oh, that nade could be everything. It could find the kill, but it's not deep enough. Not deep enough for Stown, who's tickled down to just 5.
Tickled me,
1 or 2 HP.
BlameF gonna hold the angle toward the stairs. Smoke still on position. That should be dissipating any second now, so that'll be open, and it is. As soon as he peeks, further one to be addressed out toward long. BlameF doesn't have to peek this. They're not gonna look at him. They're not gonna expect him because Glaive was the first point of contact. Refresh now knows they're both on the left side. Already finds the first, sees the shadow, tries to get the pre-fire, but BlameF backs off of it, and through the muffler, he will take down Refresh and give Astralis a bit of life in this second half. Their first round, go 11-7.
That's a beautiful round from BlameF. Not only taking out Tessis, who's coming upstairs for the flank, but the utility usage for Glaive is absolutely incredible. It's massive. And I don't know if this is part of it. It might have been. But obviously, BlameF gets this kill on Tessis in lane. I don't think Heroic expected a second player to be into the bomb site because BlameF actually aggressively pushes behind his own utility to get into that new position. They're probably calling out, all right, planter in one lane, one bathroom, somewhere. And he's able to confuse him with new positioning. This would be, I don't know, not quite a backbreaker if Astralis are to win it, but this round, if Astralis converts it, would make the rest of the half so tough for Heroic. Nobody clears Cadian's position at Fountain. Heroic might be able to stack an extra player or two over at the B bomb site, but for the moment, Tessis and Cadian. Astralis took some gambles stacking 4 players at the B bomb site. Heroic, I think, is just now doing that. Tessis is just now rotating as Cadian's called him off, but it's a little bit late.
It's late, but better late than never. Still a minute left in the round, to be fair. Astralis sneaking in. Secondary flash is going to catch out Config, but the smoke on the pillar and barrels means that they can walk in. Now, Cadian is here, and they take their time. Oh, he's no patience. Patience, young man. That Deagle isn't going to do much now, as they're well aware of it. They're going to rotate back through, knowing that that flank came out. Cadian's far removed from the site. They can cut him off in rotation. Stown does react to that well by holding on to the short position, and now Zipix unsure if he can get to the doorway for free. Slides in, and then even considered, wait, maybe Cadian's there, and didn't check the angle. Second guesses himself as he holds off to try and get the fight. Still, though, Config's in the site. Keep that in mind. This whole time, Config has been down toward the pipe, and he's going to manage to get one. BlameF catches out the flank. Now they have the freedom of the map behind them, but only 20 seconds to work with as Shush, blinded temporarily up in heaven, will not have a line of sight, but only for a moment as he goes back out low HP. Couldn't find Config, who will go down instead, though, to Tessis, who has the rifle and knows that one was on the site, can't find him. And in the post plant, they swing out together. It's Glaive that gets the kill.
Wow, Astralis, they're holding their composure in a chaotic, hectic situation, taking some really, really awkward kills and awkward fights. That's massive. One player trying to escape up. They had I feel like they cycled through 3 different options of how to overcome the defense that Heroic showed them. And it's incredible they're able to maintain that. Good job from Config staying inside this bomb site the whole time, catching maybe Stown off guard a little bit. But that's huge. Right back into the B bomb site. And like I said, that round makes it so tough for Heroic. They've lost the economy that they gained off the pistol round victory. And this round, this map, this series might just slip out of their control entirely.
BlameF. Come on, Tessis.
Do it.
I heard Anders and Maui have a long discussion about the Zeus. I do think run boost would be cool, but they were like, oh, it's had a few impact. Do you remember when it was super buffed?
Anders has been talking to me about the run boost Zeus for years.
Yeah, no, look.
And I think he was so excited to get Maui Snake next to him because he could bring up all the insanity all over again.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like you could talk about Pouf and Twist.
He's like, Mo's been shutting this thing down for so long.
Do you remember the Cloud9 round on Cobblestone, though, when they picked them up and it was super, super OP for the kill reward and that it cost, like, no money?
Yeah, it was like the Counter-Strike birthday. They reduced it to like $50 for a Zeus or something like that.
It was something silly. And yeah, they got 2 kills, 2 guns, went on to win the round on Cobblestone. It was ridiculous.
I like it.
Yeah.
North American ingenuity.
Yeah, that's definitely why I brought it up. I gotta stop. I gotta remember, you know.
Yep.
Even as a North American, I gotta remember who I'm casting with here.
Hell yeah.
Didn't have to worry about that with Henry because the UK is nowhere, so.
They got Mezzi. They got our boy Mezzi.
Yeah. What was that? Like a smooth, yeah.
Yep.
And what? Yeah. It's going well, isn't it?
He'll be back.
This isn't. I'm not meaning to be offensive to them. I'm just trying to pick on Henry.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, God bless Mezzi and Smoothie and Alex.
And Alex.
I guess they have more players in Canada, so who am I to talk?
Yeah.
13-7. Astralis getting close to the end. Look, if I have to lace up the, I was supposed to say lace up the skates because I'm Canadian, but lace up the Counter-Strike skates, jump in there.
Okay. I thought, yeah.
I can fill in the 5th spot.
Boots would probably be a little bit better.
Nah.
Well,
keep my stick on the ice and go to the net. Players will do the rest around me. Twist will assist me.
Do some magnificent. I don't hear a whole lot of hockey metaphors in sports these days.
Forward check, back check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Problem is nobody knows what that means.
Well, it's not my fault, is it? Forward check, back check, paycheck. Just do your job.
13-7. Timeout taken. Maybe one of the final opportunities to talk things over and try and come up with an adjustment. That's going to get you back into this game. Heroic 6 rounds back. Looking at an 0-2 series loss in the group stages. Early on in the group stages, plenty of time to recover. Wouldn't be any kind of crazy disaster for their standings in the group.
I think we saw that as well with Group C, was it? Some pretty chaotic rounds in that particular group. I think that was the nice Caster Curse video content piece they did.
Yes.
Friggin' Heku ruining everything.
Yep.
Config starting to see what's going on at long, unaware entirely that Stalin is staring him down in a good position with the AWP because Config, you'd expect he goes out there in some position, but pre-firing in. Oh, that's lovely. Pushing Cadian out. Glaive was sneaking up. Pre-firing in, I don't even think he saw. I think he just tried to force him off the angle and see what was on the other side of it.
Tessus is inside the smoke. He's still in bathrooms. Astralis has no idea. Tessus is going to ruin the day, although Glaive's got one more. This is huge. Tessus needs to build upon this. Bomb is still out towards long, just now moving up. Farlick inside the bomb site, and he can't find it in time. Ooh, 22 kills on Tessus. He's been spectacular for Heroic.
Smartly, though, they just left Farlick to die and said, listen, if you can get one, that's great. We're going to rotate back around. They're going to take the bomb toward B, and Zipix is still over there. He has to deal with Shush immediately, and he's caught out. Didn't want to run, didn't want to give away his position, and the timing falls in Zipix's favor, but a lovely shot from Refresh from Heaven as he gets back inside of the site and ring around the rosy, pocket full of Posey, bring that bomb back over to A, and maybe save the day.
Astralis is just pulling them all across the map. This is fantastic. It's just being very comfortable within your team of knowing when it's your turn to make the play, your turn to make the next move. Config surely going to catch at least one. They don't expect it. They don't expect it because Tess had just been there. Config's got the final 2, 14-7.
$14 to 7 and 2 to go for Astralis to wrap up this series. You mentioned going 0-2. Well, this could be 2-0 for Astralis. They'd be on the other side of that equation.
Nice.
Not bad. Be a good position to be in, considering, again, you've got Navi in this group. EG, another team that could go 0-2 tonight against Navi.
Against Navi, yeah.
And that would put Navi 2-0. So you'd have Astralis and Navi sitting at the top of the bracket, which would be a round robin. It's not a bracket. I should be careful with my wording, not to mislead people. But, yeah, top of the group. And it certainly set up a nice match between them.
Oh, Cadian gets a leg. Good cleanup through the smoke. Calls it out. Shush able to just spam right through. Fortunate connection. Tessus, here's the footsteps. 5-7 tucked into the corner. Glaive's got that. Glaive's had some nice shots clearing out these positions towards the A bomb site, but Cadian's gotten here pretty quick. Now, unfortunately, the utility advantage is firmly in the favor of Astralis. Over the top, Config wants that kill, and he's going to find it. Again, so many pistols, though, at so many weird positions. One's at Dice still. Shush is still here with that 5-7. When does he make his move?
Shush is done, surely. Gets spotted by Config. I was going to say, standing above him, the smoke. Odd angle, but then Config follows it up with a Glock to get the headshot onto Refresh. Map and series point for Astralis. Oh yeah, Config's feeling it. He's got that bro little flick going on in the wrist.
Yeah, he's loving it. Right, he had a slow start to the game, remember. A lot of those kind of those push plays that he did in the first half weren't really panning out for him. He got caught a couple times, not nearly as impactful on the CT side as he probably would have liked, but had some great rounds here in the second half on the T side. This one was excellent as well. Tough situation to be in, helped bailing his team out of a tough spot. 8 chances to close the series.
Ooh.
Hello.
All right, little run boost through the flames. Fortunately, it only yields 1 for Refresh, but gives them information nonetheless that they are over toward the monster position on the map. I would rather have a player alive, I think, than thinning out the defense. Shush is going to take advantage of that, though, and get glaive down. Now they've got the advantage. Blumouth. It's a 2-syllable name. Blumouth.
Okay.
Tessus is already behind him. This is huge. Good timing. Good calls, good communication. And Farlig is...
He's been hurt by Cadian as well.
Yeah, I think he's late for his own funeral, though.
Right on time.
Right on time.
Shout out to Gandalf. 15-8. 7 more chances for Astralis. Yeah, this is unfortunate, especially because Heroic, I mean, look, the first half was a blowout, but they did scrape together enough rounds to make this competitive. Just a really, really harsh reset earlier in this half just made it so tough. Just barely put it out of reach. Tessus has been great. So is Shush. 23 kills on Tessus, 20 on Shush.
Zipic's trying to find some opening toward the short tunnel. This could break Astralis' economy and give Heroic a chance to claw back into this game. It's a long way to go. Still 7 series points for Astralis, but gotta look for the positives in the situation. Shush. Oh, the second flash. It was so well timed on the first, but the second one absolutely wrecks him as he wants to go for the peak. Tells Astralis exactly where he is. Somehow still alive in this situation because Refresh was able to get Zipix. And now it gets a little more awkward, but look who's waiting down below. Farley gets both of the rotators. This will give them confidence. In fact, they can back off. They can run away, and Refresh, aware of it, is going to try and cut them off, but Config sees him as he anticipated wrongly that they had all left the site. And now I think this game and round over.
Yeah.
In the other order, this round and game and series.
Yeah, all 3. The trifecta. Yeah, so many options for Astralis once they get this advantage. Bomb's still just chilling, trying to figure out where Shush is going to head to. Is he going to stick over towards the B bomb site? Blamef clearing it out just now. Shush going to head back to the B bomb site, but Glaive with the bomb. I don't even know where Astralis is going, actually. 15 seconds. Now they're headed towards A. Glaive started to sneak towards top stairs, but it's going to be a plant. 10 seconds left. Shush will have to go for the 1 versus 3. It would be magnificent, but it is so unlikely. Dinner on me if he wins.
All right, cool. Well, dinner on you anyway, because it's my birthday, so.
That's a good point. Dinner tomorrow on me if he wins.
Okay, cool. I like that. Back to back. I don't think he's going to do it, though, so.
You've little faith.
You've little flank. Farley. Whoa, okay. All right. Someone getting fed tonight or tomorrow night. Oh, so, okay, shush. I'm going to shush because he's actually got Glaive down as well. He's going to tap this and hope the Blame F walks into it time enough. And he's got that as well. Jason, thank you for dinner. He meant for everyone in Twitch chat, by the way, so please redeem that.
Seafood's back on the menu, boys. Let's go. That's an excellent 1 versus 3 to win. Of all the things to not cast or curse, it's that one, of course. 15-9. So, he's given him a little bit of life. He's kept him in the game. Still a long way to go. It's tough to celebrate when that clutch happens and you look up at the scoreboard, you realize you still got 6 more rounds. But maybe that is the impetus for the comeback. Op in the hands of Cadian. Shush still going to have that magical AK-47. And first timeout taken from Astralis. That Heroic might have called that just to get themselves back in action. But Astralis wants to make sure that that isn't some moment where their mentality, where their focus collapses. Let's see what this defense does. Tassis and Cadian pushing up. Stown gonna be out towards long. Shush and Refresh towards the B bomb site. Astralis trying to get back on the horse. Poorly played 3-on-1. Oh, Cadian gets the pick, and I think Config even spotted the second player. So Glaive, oh, they never spotted Stown. They never spotted the third. Uh-oh. If that clutch starts a run for Heroic, the pressure is going to mount on Astralis. 5-on-2. Heroic gonna close this one out surely. And that'll bring us to round 26. Heroics hit double digits.
Cadian hits Zippix down, absolutely. That last round comes to a 1v3. Should have ended the series. I was calling it done. And fool me once, but it breaks the economy.
And that's why you saw that frustration on Glaive. Glaive has to know in the back, I mean, every player knows in the back of your mind, you let a 3 versus 1 slip away like that at this level, these comebacks are entirely doable. Could have closed out the map, could have closed out the series. You have 8 chances, now dwindled down to just 5.
Nice flash timing. Config starting off Tech 9. Astralis will get the early lead, but Cadian protects the weapon for a moment, gets the shot. Config does still get the AK though, and they're going to be unrelenting and falling down. Lovely no-scope from Cadian, but Config, quick as ever, is able to respond onto him, but not before Stowen mans up and jumps out in front of the site to take the shot in return.
That was so dangerous that they got that close. Cadian, there was no fallback for him regardless of what happened. Beautiful no-scope. Flashbang out, Glaive trying to make something happen. Blame F is brought very, very low. He's going to be out of the fight. They're timing and make this round very, very interesting. But Shush is going to, I think, spot out Glaive. Spot out the bomb as well. He knows he's on the left side. Easy kill. Glaive never had any idea. That's the round. 15-11 going to be the score.
Big bad Blame. If he wins this round, Jason, I'll buy dinner.
Very bold of you.
Thanks, bro.
Way to put yourself out there.
Thanks. It's a risk I'm willing to take. But you're not getting fed.
No, I'm going hungry. That's unfortunate. I'll always have the dinner that I'm buying.
Yeah, tonight and tomorrow.
Well, tonight we're eating at the cafeteria. It's barbecue night.
Oh, it is barbecue night. I thought that was yesterday.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, Matt.
Yeah, it's Thursday. Huh.
Yesterday was Wednesday as well.
Oh, is that how that works?
5 AKs on the board.
Tomorrow's Friday?
Tomorrow is Friday. Oh, you've got it.
Hey, all right. We so excited. It's a Rebecca Black reference.
Sick. I have no idea who that is.
It's Friday. Yes, you do. Don't lie to me.
Okay.
You're just trying to suppress that thought. Testis looking down the hallway, jumping and boosting now Cadian, having not spotted anyone yet. This will give the AWP a decent position to play. Smoke off in the doorway, though, and they'll reconsider and relocate. Does mean, as we can see, there's 5 players on B, 2 of which Elevated in Heaven can rotate back quickly, and that's what they'll do now, but no aggression as of yet from Astralis directed on either site. They're still clearing middle and trying to get position on the map. It'll be Zippix and Config playing in the wings, shall we say. So right wing Zippix trying to attack B, get some picks. Config doing the same at long A. The rest of the team will rotate in middle accordingly. Try and attain the information from their advance. Very passive from Heroic, having not found anything early on with the stack toward B.
Config the one-man army.
Oh.
He's moving up long. Some spam going back and forth between Stown and Glaive. I think he spots two. There's a nice victory, jumping over right at the end. The new angle. Config, though, not put in play just yet. Oh, fully blind kill. That's so rough. Cadian alone at the A bomb site. Everyone's gonna pull back. There's 9 seconds. They need these kills. They need them all right now. Cadian holding on. 6 seconds. Bomb being planted. Can they stop Cadian from taking down the planter? Bomb gets down. 3-on-4, 3-on-3 now, as the smoke provides cover for Astralis to back away.
Glaive's going to do exactly that, doubling up at the position for blameF. They've got the connector covered. They've even got a player going back in the form of Xyp9x to watch that, so all eyes on the front of the site for the two at the planter. That nade will do damage to both, but do they expect both to be there? They're not low enough. Glaive gone. Do they double clear that angle? They do find the second shot on Xyp9x as well, but they have no idea blameF's up close. It comes to the one-on-one. Stown on the AWP, trying to find it, trying to get the angle, and he will get the shot, and another round for him to clutch it back. We go 15-12.
Uh-oh, this is the nightmare scenario. That 3v1 is looming large at the moment. Astralis dropping a massive clutch just 5 rounds ago, and a beautiful, brilliant retake from Heroic. A tough one in a 3 versus 3. Ooh. Astralis has got to be kicking themselves for letting that one out of their grasp. Config with a nice opening provided. Into the bomb site we go. But it's Stown with 3 incredible kills to make this work. The up shot, the final one on the head of blameF. Round 28. Everyone on Astralis can feel overtime right around the corner. For Heroic, they dare to believe it's possible.
Nades tickling that of Stown down to 86. 1986, good year.
It's an okay year.
My brother was born. I'll give him that.
Okay.
It's the last time Canada made the FIFA World Cup until this year, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thanks. Good luck beating Mexico to get in there as well.
Thanks.
I didn't actually mean that. I'd rather have Mexico there.
Probably better. blameF and Glaive out towards long. 5-on-4 in the favor of Heroic. Tessa's holding the off angle. A little bit of a flashbang. Oh, he eats that. He eats that full force. There's no chance. And actually, while he's fighting, blameF slides into cover as he knows the follow-up peek is going to come at any moment. Cadian's in trouble again. Another chaotic situation headed his way. He's relying on Stown to keep them at bay as long as possible. And he's going to deliver. Farlig falls. Cadian still with the angle. Molotov is going to force him back, but Stown holds on to bathrooms. There's nothing Astralis can do. Refresh has stepped up next towards Truck. blameF can't respond in time, and it's 15-13, just 2 rounds back.
Stown's killing it lately. Now leads the way. I take it back. Shush has 1 more frag than him. Tessus as well on 25, but those 3 absolutely killing it. Killing Astralis round and round again. It's now 6 in a row to deny this series point for Astralis, and we're now looking very likely to go to overtime if this continues. Pistols only for Astralis once again.
Remember, they had 8 chances to close this out. Remember, Heroic was down 10-3 in the final 2 rounds of the first half, and Heroic was able to steal them both away. You add that onto a 1 versus 3 victory in a clutch for Heroic, and this is getting dangerous. Good trades with the Tech 9, but Shush is stuck. Shush is stuck, and now he's going to get smashed. From above, from below.
Does well, though. Buys space for Stown to get into position. Fires through the door. Now we get Xyp9x jumping out. He gets the follow-up. Needs to switch to the pistol. Need to assist in his damage, but blameF gets the kill. 1 versus 2. I was about to say he's the only one left, but 1 versus 2. Hang on. He's picked up an M4. He has head armor, 58 HP, and little does he know it yet, but he's also got an open B site with the bomb on his back.
I don't think there's any reason to expect that both are going to be flanking, though. He's got to think in his head that one is in the bomb site. He's going to pause for a moment, hoping for a push, hoping for someone from Heroic to make some kind of an information play.
I think they have to dry peek this as well. If they flash them, they know it's both players on the site, because why else would they flash themselves in? And they're going to meet each other in the middle as they work into a monster. They're inevitably going to check this, and Cadian pops out to take blameF down. Yeah, timing and uncertainty, the enemy of blameF in that situation, more so than the actual manpower itself.
Yeah, blameF perhaps trying to just clear every single corner in a round where he needed to take some risks. That was all down to timing anyways. Decent enough trades, but Astralis, this is exactly what you don't want to happen. 15-14.
You've painted a lovely picture because it was 10-3, as you say, and we were saying it was a dominant half, but those 2 rounds kind of snuck away from them. And now look at the momentum they've built up, more so after the back of a clutch to keep them alive. So
look at
you're absolutely right.
The energy on the heroic side as well is just kind of has skyrocketed. Finally get a little bit of life in them. Glaive trying to marshal the troops. One final round, round number 30 for Overpass. 16-14 victory for Astralis or overtime. And a long comeback for Heroic. Trying to go 2-0 in this Group D. And we're live into the deciding round. Farlig with an op but no armor. Op on Cadian. But as you mentioned, it's guys like Tesses, Shush, and Stown who have delivered. For Astralis, Blameth and Config both sitting at 25 kills.
Glaive. Checking all angles and slowing things down. Molotov, well thrown, well placed. Well, Tessis was certainly ready for that, was he not? Extinguishes it immediately and then retreats, knowing that he's given up his position in doing so. He'll hold the bathroom doorway, and we've seen him go overlooked a few times in that position. All except for Zippix, who has again been probing on the B site, kind of playing that anchor lurk position for them in rotation. The rest will be over toward A, so all except for him. Cadian directly inside of the site has the stairs to work with. The other 3 defenders of Heroic all at B, so if they can actually go long, isolate Cadian, it's turn out to be a bit of a nightmare rotation for Heroic.
Timing on this, again, is everything, just because Config is marching up towards... Okay, Cadian's going to come check now. A little bit of a flashbang. Tess is at divider. Cadian has to push forward. Tess is... Big kill for him. Oh, follow-up is even better. There's Cadian. Overtime looms large. 5-on-2 for Heroic.
That was impressive to get them out of that situation. I thought they were going to just completely surround Cadian and that Tessis would be locked out and left alone, but Cadian makes a great play to support it. Tessis with 2. 15-15. We've got overtime coming up.
Trace, that's a wonderful pin. Don't tell me. Clone 2016 limited edition? It looks so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Hugo. Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are you?
Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly. Harry and I also go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
Chad, congratulations, man. I saw the reports. Time game went well.
Thanks,
yeah,
man.
great stuff. ESCA tonight?
No can do. Got an 8:30 res with the pros, man. Trying out a new crosshair, though. I'll swing it over.
New crosshair. What do you think?
That's very nice. Look at that.
Gave it a go yesterday. 1 on the thickness, 0 on the dot, and 1 on the outline. It's great for visibility.
That's very cool, Stunner, but that's nothing. Look at this. Daring yellow, thin outline. What do you think?
Nice.
Jesus. How did a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I cannot believe that Machine prefers Rush's crosshair to mine.
But wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Check out this bad boy. Statement red, almost a statement in itself. Dot, for that pinpoint precision. And let's not forget a little bit of girth. Goes a long way.
Impressive. It's nice, it really is. Now let's see Chad's crosshair. Look at that subtle neon coloring. The tasteful thickness of it, oh my God. The gap is perfect.
Something wrong? Stunner? You're sweating.
The grind indeed, and reason to cheer and celebrate for Heroic. They were nowhere in this match in the first half, somehow got the last 2 rounds of it, won the ensuing pistol, and despite then being down and giving 8 opportunities to Astralis to lock out this series, they have forced overtime on the back of a 1v3 clutch by Stalin, and here we go, by Shush, excuse me, I should say, and here we go in overtime number 1, and I do have to specify this is the first overtime. If you watched yesterday, you'll know why.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of overtimes these days, although I will say, 8-round streak for Heroic, looking really, really good to potentially be able to close this one out. Their defenses looked rock solid, and now they've got a little bit of confidence, a little bit of comfort behind the setups as well. Zip is going to get another push through Monster. There's one more player there, but Refresh wisely backs off. 4-on-4 scenario, a minute and 20 seconds into the round. Cadian with an off angle in bathrooms. Looking for a very, very narrow angle at the divider. Follow-up push. Zip's looking for it. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so much. He's going to be frustrated when he watches this one back. What's up, buddy? That sucks. I'm sorry. 15-15, 4-on-3 in the favor of Heroic.
He's probably going to watch the demo, Jason, not your voice, but it was nice that you gave him your condolences. Cadian can't quite catch the jumping cross player of Glaive, and Glaive goes back to just isolate his position, by the way, the Molotov, but the advantage firmly still with Heroic at this point in time. Stalin even going to make that better as he walks up, not expecting his presence at all. Glaive goes down, he'll double it up. Farling founds, round over. Heroic is just on it this game now. Where's Astralis gone?
I don't know. They've disappeared. This is now 9 straight for Heroic. Very, very painful comeback that a Heroic has inflicted on Astralis. This has been so tough, and now they're starting to lose some initial fights. They're fighting from behind, and this timing, these pushes now that Heroic's getting into, I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of pushes from the Heroic side. Well, we've seen them so much from Astralis, but now that Heroic's getting the man advantage, they're feeling much more comfortable doing it because they know there's just not the manpower to watch every single flank. There's not enough manpower to push forward and keep an eye behind you. Aggression towards short water, Shush. They're going to attack into far leg. He's half blind, he's scoped up, and there's nothing to do.
Oof, Cadian. Zipix goes for 1, but Cadian holds his angle and nerve to find Glaive. He's even getting rolling a little bit late. He was slow to get into this game. He's up to 17 kills now. Shush is going to take blame F. Not before Cadian went down to config. There's still a man disadvantaged right now, short-handed on the Astralis side, and they're going back for the bomb with a minute to play.
And there's 2-minute truck. Shush is going to take attention, try and pull them right into Tess's, the old bait and switch. It's a classic. There's the first. Will config ever look to the right? I don't think so. Certainly not in time. And Zip, if you ever want someone in a clutch, well, if it's not going to be Shush at least, maybe it's Zip.
50 seconds. Interestingly enough, even though he had the information that there was one more truck, he had time to relocate, and Zipix doesn't even want to mess with that possibility. Isolated one-on-ones, potentially. AWP for a refresh, of all people, to try and hold off the B site. Playing a passive angle to watch Catwalk instead.
Yeah, playing for the retake. I don't think he might have heard something. 28 seconds. Tessus is rotated over, and he's committed. Zip is happy to have that as well.
24 seconds, Zip can do exactly this. He can go back the other way, but that's going to be heard as well because we know the positioning of Refresh. He's going to call that out.
He's hoping the Heaven player that just threw the Molotov is the only player at the B bomb side. Little does he know that Refresh is here, and obviously now calling it out. And at Dice, Tess is going to have the easiest kill of his life.
10 in a row. Heroic absolutely in control of this game now. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Rotates back over a little bit too easy against Zipix. Guns again, 12.5K, MR3. double op. It'll be Cadian on the single. And no op at all for Farlig. It'll be AK-47s instead. Could sweep the half here, Heroic. Astralis, man. Was there a caster's... Did we do some sort of caster's curse? Maybe I said it was that they were going to go 2-0 and that, you know, they were going to be comfortable in this group. Now, maybe I ruined it all. Maybe it's me.
Maybe it's the dinner. Maybe it's your birthday. Is this what you wished for?
I have to know. You know what?
Just trying to find things to blame on you, really.
Okay.
Good trades. Decent trades, I should say, but better flashbangs coming in from the Heroic defense, and they're going to slaughter the attack 3-0 in the first half of overtime. Cadian's hyped up. That's an 11-0 run that Heroic is on at the moment, going back to regulation.
I didn't mention it yet because I didn't think I'd need to. Vertigo is the third map in this series. We're one round away from that right now for Heroic.
Yeah, I don't think we need it either.
Admin giving Exist a talk. Perhaps he was a little bit too excited in his cheering.
This was 15-7 at one point. Keep in mind, all you viewers at home, what a magnificent comeback it's been from Heroic. They get 3 chances themselves now to close it out. It's not the 8 that Astralis had, but they'll take it.
Oh, they'll take it like that, absolutely. Blame F gives himself up. Tessus again gets the opener, and it goes unanswered.
And remember, going back to regulation on the Heroics T side, they had 0 success towards Fountain. They had 0 success towards bathrooms. They were never able to take control of that. They were never able to find kills. They got slaughtered every time they attempted it. It's already changed. It's already reversed here in overtime. Farlig still aggressive.
Fig takes out Shush. That gives them one back, but you're absolutely right. They've finally won battles in this position of the map, and Refresh is already charging toward Long to capitalize on that. Xyp9x will at least bring this back to a 3-on-3. Maybe they're getting a little bit too ambitious now because Config catches out Refresh. It's down to just Stowen and Cadian remaining 45 seconds to work with, and they do have the bomb picked up, but they are spread out across the map. They need to make a decision soon as to where they want to go. It looks like B is going to be the answer to that because Cadian's still holding there with the AWP, has Stowen heading that direction.
Looking for any follow-up pushes just to make this a little bit easier. Don't even mind Heroic sacrificing one low HP player coming through the monster smoke. Just, you know, if you go through that and there's no defender actually watching it, then all of a sudden you've got a chance to peer up into the bomb site and take some kind of a fight. Oh, good shot from Cadian. Clips off the head of Xyp9x.
Bomb's gonna get planted as a result as well. Up close, they didn't see it though. Cadian tried to get the response. The flick down to Glaive. Stowen has the information though, and it could be done right here. This time a clutch to win it, not to survive. And he could hear Glaive getting away inside of the smoke, tried to pre-fire it, but the AWP for Glaive is finally gonna give Astralis that 16th round, albeit in overtime.
Yeah, they've been looking for it for a hot minute, haven't they?
Yeah.
That's an 11-0 run for Heroic, finally put to a stop by Astralis, but that's not going to feel good. Not a single smile was seen at the Astralis side after that victory. 18-16, 2 more for Astralis to take us into double overtime. What a dicey, dicey round. Here we go again. Double op setup worked lovely in the previous round, mostly by the efforts of Config. This time the second op is on Glaive. Farlig's going to have the op as well, obviously. 2 deep Molotovs, 1 extinguished. Plenty of flashbangs. Showing presence. Blame F going to be in the stairs. Farlig covering him with the op at Divider. But everyone from Heroic, all 5 players leaning towards this B bomb site. And they're going to line up a set piece.
Set piece, set flash, set Xyp9x. Needs to get the gun back out. His teammate goes down. He immediately counters that. That gives him a bit of space, but it also gives them the exact information as to where he's playing. Config down below in the pit. He couldn't swing to catch out Tessus. The trades in favor once again of Heroics. Down, planting the bomb. But Blame F gets in behind the bags, and I don't know that they're expecting to be here just yet. They are going to check it. Now they know. Farlig, AWP. Time to come alive. Goes in. Fast flick to the right. Not even sure he saw anyone. Just reactionary at that point in time. And no one's going to overcommit to the peak. I say that. Cadian gives himself up in the smoke. Tessus is on the flank, though. This one is an easy kill for him. And even though it gives the position away, Blame F little he can do at the time to try and...
No.
No way. I don't think so.
You have to stick it.
I think you have to. Why?
Ooh, no.
Why would you not?
No, he was thinking he can get the kill in heaven and then he can stick it and go from there. Regardless, let's talk about Heroic. Let's talk about Cadian getting loud. They had an 11-0 run to come all the way back from 15-7 to win in overtime. That's absolutely massive. We're going to do a break. We're going to catch our breaths. And we've got Vertigo as the decider. We'll see you right there.
for a moment, real quick?
Yeah, 30 seconds. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Yes, yeah, let's do it.
Kadian, overpass right now. You were like what? Like it was like 15-7, I think. You had like a pretty okay first half. I mean, you started like on the city side. No, you started like on the T side. But then like you won the pistol round, you won the following round, but then you kept on like losing like 5 rounds in a row. So like you still like somehow like managed to push it to overtime. How exactly did that happen?
I don't know. Where to go next? Time to focus on that. Don't care about the comeback anymore. Doesn't matter if you win 19-16, 16-14, or if you come back. Now it's Vertigo.
And what's going to happen in Vertigo?
We're going to destroy them.
You're going to destroy them? Okay, looking forward to see it.
Thank you.
Thinking, moving, touching, and well, all of the other things, all of the other pieces that you need to compete in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Welcome back to CS Psychology 101. Today, we're going to be going over a very important subject, XXX Heyman 420. In 2012, he had a 4K 1D clip that really was overly edited by an equally talented friend. Now accumulating only, and I mean only, 1,372 views over 8 years. The taste of success that followed led to the creation of the monster that we now know as the Movie Fragger.
Clip it, baby. This one is going viral. Top 3 Reddit easy. Zai Wu, Zai Who, more like it. Check out this shit.
Oh, don't you worry, Movie Fragger. We are definitely watching. In fact, we'll just start on the appearance. We'll note that the cap is backwards, albeit he doesn't have a headset on, but don't let that sway you from the idea that this guy means business. But is it serious business?
Yeah, we can edit that out. It's all right.
Some general traits about the gameplay can be observed, such as the famous buy an op, and then use the deagle. Take this example. Where an ordinary player may see this round win as a certainty, the Movie Fragger sees it as opportunity.
Can't blame me for that one, boys. It would have been sick, right?
You are dog shit. Everything he does is for Reddit. Everything he does is for the comments, for the likes. It's all about the endorphins and everything that he gets from the moment he wakes up in the morning.
They come and beat. I'm going for the cold, boys. I'm going for the cold zero. Oof, that's close. Oof, that's really close. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was incredible. Oh.
Well, that got awkwardly close right there out of the gate. In overtime, we got, well, first off, let's just start with a 10-5 half turning into a 5-10 half, turning into an overtime, turning into the heroic show. They pick up this map. They do it with a conviction in overtime, and they're going to continue on in the series. We got another map coming your way, so if you're just joining us, don't worry. You haven't missed out on the conclusion. Vertigo on the cards as we move forward. Yanko and Kassad here in the now and the present. And Kassad, you said what?
I said 86 rounds. We have 61 so far.
And you're
getting close.
Yeah, you're at like 150 or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so somewhere between all of that, we will get to the bottom of this and find out who is the Kings of Denmark, blah, blah, blah. Thoughts?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that was a huge comeback, a massive comeback from Heroic, right? Astralis up 15-7, and Heroic managed to bring it all the way back into overtime and then pretty easily close it out in the end.
Heroic had no business winning that map. It was just Astralis not being able to close out like clutches 3v1, 3v2, 3v3, right? Yeah. They played a decent, good enough CT half, 10 rounds. They could have more like 11 or even 12, but 10 was enough. They lost that ridiculous pistol when Blame was shooting somebody who was defusing in the back. But
let's load up one of those clutches then. Let's load up a 1v3 right here. I think we've got them loaded up and ready to go, so we can just show you exactly what it is that we're talking about. When we talk about closing the deal, Kassad.
Like the thing is, like, he's having an isolated fight without a trade, instant trade, then a second isolated fight right here, and then he gets into 1v1. Like, as soon as he got the first kill, the guy who was staying the last, that was Blame F, he should have come forward so he can trade with the second guy. He just stayed, and they played one, and then another one, and it was just clearly a mistake there. So that's on them. They had another one with a 3v3 with a good trades, and then a 3v2, and then they lost that as well. So you cannot really blame them on this one. It came down to shots as well, but the first one was kind of crazy.
Can't blame F.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it would have been hard for him to have a crossfire with Glaive, who was like behind the plant box, right? He doesn't have the angle. It was more about, you know, Glaive having the one with Farlig, and why is he that deep there by himself in the first place? But, you know, things sometimes get out of control.
It's just that after that first kill, Blame can come up closer so he can maybe trade with the second guy. But, you know, even in that case, like, the thing is, like, they haven't played a bad T-half either. They got the good openings, they got the good, like, you know, finishing parts of the round, but the very last moment, very last frag, very last trade, it just didn't happen. They just stopped and couldn't close it out. That's very uncharacteristic for a team like Astralis and an in-game leader like Glaive. You know, that never happens.
And also very frustrating to lose a game like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be, especially when you consider, you know, you have the best entry fragger, per se, of Kassad on one side of it.
Miko is not playing this match. What do you mean? Yeah, that's what I thought.
It just looked the other way. Yeah, okay, not bad. All things considered, we could put a pretty bow on this. We could paint a great picture out of Overpass. It actually turned into a pretty close game, albeit Astralis sat on match point for what felt like ever, Yanko.
Yeah, and it was in the end, what, 11 rounds in a row for Heroic, with overtime included as well. Stone and Tessus really stepping up, and Farlig having a super quiet game on the other side of things for Astralis, right, on a map that's very op-dependent, very op-heavy, like Overpass.
I mean, they were close enough. It just came down to closing those rounds. But I'm afraid when it comes to this third map, which is Vertigo, the psychological advantage that Heroic is going to have over Astralis. Like, we know the both teams are good on a map like Vertigo. We saw yesterday Astralis playing it, having a decent half 11-4 on the CT side against EG. And then, you know, Heroic historically played a good in Vertigo. They had a couple of games in Katowice, beating Outsiders, I believe, in one of those. And historically, they're good on Vertigo. But now they have a psychological advantage over them, right? And it's like they're super confident in everything they do, and it's going to come out to that.
Yeah, and you know, it plays a larger factor in this matchup than it would in some of the other ones, right? Because it is a sort of a domestic matchup. There's the rivalry there, and, you know, Astralis for the longest time was the best team in Denmark, in the world as well, obviously, and then Heroic recently has toppled them in that department. Now they're trying to, you know, wrestle that title back.
You can also confirm as a coach, probably, as I as well, it's like, after you lose the first map, it happened to you in phase probably a million times, for us as well, and then you win the second in a very close manner, like in some sort of a comeback, you feel like you're invincible in the third map. Like, you usually stomp the opponent on the third map. Like, most of the times that happens.
It's a spark of life, almost, you want to say.
A lot of times it depends on how the third map starts. If you are in that position like Heroic, and if Heroic gets off to like a, you know, 3-4-0 start, something like that, then they can snowball out. But if Astralis gets, you know, some good, and they can like kind of bring it back into level ground, then they need to kind of,
The old Astralis, like the old mentality, winning mentality, championship mentality of Astralis wouldn't have a problem going into this third map. I'm just afraid with the new one, you know, with the new coach, new players, new system, you know, having a shock map like this, you know, how is it going to affect them psychologically?
So, Kassad, I'll put you there on the hot seat then. Would the old Astralis have closed out map 2?
In 100%, in 100 other cases as well. So if you put them in the same spot, the old Astralis, in 100 different situations, they would close it 100 times.
Damn. Okay, well, strong words from Kassad and also much meaningful words from Yanko there on the end. We're going to go to a break. We do have to decide who wins this. It's Vertigo that stands on the cards in between that of Heroic and Astralis. You're watching ESL Pro League Season 15.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros, today I'll be showing you how to take B stairs control on Vertigo. I would avoid doing this execute early in the round as a T-rush could definitely catch you off guard. So instead use this sometimes in the mid-round to keep the Ts away from B. To do this execute you will need 2 Future Pros along with 2 smokes, 2 incendiaries and a flash. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing the initial smoke followed by an incendiary and a flash. To throw your smoke, take a quick peek to see if any Ts are on the stairs. Then position yourself so the corner of the back wall lines up with the edge of the metal block next to you. Then aim along the bottom of the window off to the left side and throw the smoke. This will block off the B entrance entirely. After this, move back a few steps, aim about 10% up the girder on the left side and walking throw your incendiary immediately. This will deny access to the area below the stairs. Finally, your flash. This time aim to the middle of the girders and simply walk through the flash. In this example, the flash lands a bit too high, but you can solve this by aiming just a bit lower than the one shown here. This flash should blind anyone who is foolish enough to stick around. Future Pro number 2, you'll be throwing the stairs incendiary along with a delayed smoke. To throw your incendiary, step back from the edge of this wall, aim loosely below the line across the back wall, and running through the incendiary. This will land at the box and also cover some of the stairs too. Couple with Future Pro 1's incendiary and almost all the ground will be covered in fire. After you have cleared stairs with your teammate, head back to where Future Pro 1 threw their nades from and throw this same smoke that was thrown at the start of the execute. This smoke will block up the Ts for even longer and will allow you to take a more advanced position down the stairs. This should buy you some time if the Ts are planning a B attack and possibly grant you a frag if any Ts stick around to fight your execute.
Well, we didn't think we would be here, but sometimes the journey is exciting and unexpected in life. And we arrive now in Vertigo against two Danish teams, or with two Danish teams, that both want to win, Jason. That's where I was going with it. Really profound statement. They obviously both want to win. What a comeback from Heroic to find us now on this, the deciding map of the series.
Absolutely. So impressive. I mean, they looked out of that game for the majority of it, up until the 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 from Shush, whatever you want to call it. Absolutely incredible. 8 rounds straight in regulation to take us to overtime. First 3 rounds of overtime, and eventually closing it out nice and quick once they got there. And Vertigo will be the deciding map. Astralis going to be starting on the CT side by virtue of knife round. Heroic starting on the offensive half of Vertigo. And we'll see, can Astralis reset? Can Heroic keep up the momentum? That's the big question coming into this third map.
Yesterday, Astralis was phenomenal against.
Yes, they were.
Start this out.
And the theme today for Astralis seems to be aggression. Remember, Glaive pushing down that A ramp. We'll see if that has the same impact that it did yesterday against EG.
Well, right now he's going to be starting out at the B stairs. Config lurking in middle as he did yesterday as well, but it's Shush that starts off the killing. He'll get Blame F down as Xyp9x tries to continue and dance at the corner position. He lowers himself into the ramp directly and goes for more, but Tessis is ready for that. Destroys him with a deagle at range, and Shush P250. Config still alive in this, but it was 3-1 on pistols. It might go 3-2 at the end of this round. Cadian already sneaking into B as well behind them.
I don't even know if it's possible to recover this. Glaive is never going to expect this position from Katie, and his teammate's gone down as well, so however unlikely it was, it's pretty much near impossible at this point. No good answer for Glaive. He's going to sit and wait, hope somebody walks into him. But Heroic is playing this very buttoned up.
Not the round you want after conceding the lead you had in the last game. Remember, they were in a 3 versus 1 from their perspective to close out the entire series, and lost, what was it, 8 rounds in a row to force overtime, 10 in a row before they finally got the 16th. And now they lose without a single kill on this pistol round. Yeah, math is, just let me do it, Jason.
Well, I guess the nice thing if you're Astralis, one thing that you're going to kind of lean on and rely on and feel happy about, Config's having a great series. He's at 59 kills overall in the first 2 maps, 29 on Ancient, 30 on Overpass in that losing effort. And Overpass even felt like he started slow, but still managed to get all the way up to 30, which is super impressive. They'll need that power. They'll need that power in this map.
Down the ladder for Cadian. Still just thawing out the map at this point in time, trying to figure out where the CTs are holding. Leave. That's aggressive. Just starts to run down. Tessis gets the shot into him through the box.
That's the fight he was looking for yesterday against EG. We'll see if he does it again with the M4s. That was super impactful. This time with just a deagle. Little miscalculated. Spam down through the corner of the box. I have to imagine Heroic watching that game yesterday will have some notice on it. That play is a possibility. Xyp with the 5-7 going to try and defend the drop.
Cute little 5-7. Little self-portrait on there for Xyp9x. Can't do anything with it though. Shush gets the kill instead on the AK-47.
Config is pushed down the stairs. Would be a great kill to find here against Cadian. They're going to call stalemate. Both of them back off, but that's notification to Heroic that they've pushed, which means they can wrap easily behind him. Good job from Cadian, just backing away, letting his teammates handle business. 2-0 for Heroic as Farlig and Blame F just save the weapons.
And still no kills for Astralis, just to note. So a very slow start for them.
Config just finally hit the ground on the map on my screen.
Nice, thank you for timing that for us. Based on the velocity, how far would you say it is?
Ooh, that's at least... Actually, do we even... Doesn't it say
floors.
It's 51 floors?
But are they standard measurements of a floor? You know, is the ceiling the standard, what 12 foot in an office building? It looks to me there in that lobby that they might be something like 20 feet.
Or is it American or is it European? Because in Europe, you know, the first floor is
not
one.
Counted.
Yeah.
Yeah, other way around. Right. Confusing. And some buildings don't have a 13th floor.
Wow. There's a lot going on this map.
So that's why you need to track the velocity and get the correct measurement.
Yeah. That's not my wheelhouse. Not gonna lie to you.
Well, figure it out.
2-0. Freeze time coming to an end. Deagle on Farlig, Deagle on Blame F. That's all they had. The saved weapons from the previous round. That's all they've got to toy with. Astralis, surely after the way that Overpass just kind of collapsed for him, they're just sitting there and being like, please, can we get to the gun rounds? Please let us get to the rounds where we can actually battle. Utility out early. Cadian's going to be far more aggressive than previously with the MAC-10, knowing how many advantages they have in the round. Shush, peering up towards the top of the stairs. Zip's going to jump. I think he spotted the feet, going to back away.
God, Glaive going to be trying to do something, but Cadian's sneaking up at this point in time with the MAC-10. Teammate firing above him just to clear the angle before he arrives. And looks the wrong direction. A bit of hesitation from Cadian. BlameF gets a free kill.
Yeah, a lot of presence right at those sandbags. Cadian wanted to help try and kind of neutralize some of that. That's brutal. This can still fall apart for Heroic. Good kill from Tess's. That's Farlick going for the swing. He spotted at least 2. Glaive and BlameF are here. BlameF is behind the sandbags. There are mollies to handle the position. Grenade comes in. Blame has to make a play. Glaive has to try and help him. And that's it. Heroic have sustained and overcome that danger. It's just Config left.
Tess is clearing every possible angle to try and find him, and they will. They'll sort him out towards short, and Heaven spotted as well. Stowen further back is able to spot that man, force Xyp9x off the angle, and we will get guns out in the next round. That can be your, I guess, motivation to continue to stick around as an Astralis fan, because Astralis themselves have not really stuck around since the middle of the last map. 1 kill so far, and that goes to BlameF, but we'll see if bigger weaponry can yield bigger results.
And they disappeared hard on Overpass. This has to be a great recovery for them. Guns are going to come out. No AWPs yet for the Astralis defense. It's 5 M4s across the board, AK-47s, and a lone Galil on Refresh for Heroic. They've got money in the bank as well. As you mentioned, they haven't taken a whole lot of losses, just the 1 kill on BlameF in the previous rounds. So they've been able to build up some bank early on this T side. Look how aggressive Shush is. Oh, he's turning the corner fast, but wasn't prepared for Zip's position, for Xyp9x angle. And Stown's going to find 1 in mid, but still, 4 on 3, 1-man advantage for the defense. Bomb is dropped all the way back towards T-spawn. It might not even matter. There's Glaive's aggression behind the smoke at the base of A ramp.
Stowen dropping down inside of his own spawn to go back and pick up a bit of utility. Finally something to work with for Astralis. The bomb grabbed as well. Config already pushed out at lobby though. Starting to show signs of confidence once more for the aggression. He's going down. He's going to try and force the issue and force the map on them. Doesn't want to overextend in this situation and walk directly toward the position of the pre-aim, but Beast there's Stowen also holding his nerve. 52 seconds still to play with, but we know Vertigo's a fast map in terms of early exchange.
Heroic hoping for a mistake. Perhaps hoping for just this. They're watching the flank at the moment. Refresh has the angle, looks away, comes back into it. Thins it out just a bit. 2 on 3 now. Xyp9x is at half HP inside the bomb site. BlameF can be there quickly. No flashes for support. Just a pair of Molotovs on the 2, BlameF and Xyp9x.
Nades go out to quad. Flash goes over. Stowen going to try and open this up himself. Fires close. Spots it late. Couldn't control the spam on the AK, and Xyp9x gets the shot instead. 10 seconds. This one's done. Refresh going to back off and hold on to the AK-47.
That's a really tight angle for that spray to hit. That's a tough fight to take. Nice off angle from Xyp9x. Round 1 by time for Astralis. They get their first on the board. They survive with 3. That's not bad, all things considered. Still got to battle a little bit harder to stabilize this economy early on Vertigo. But got to be happy with getting started on the right foot once the gun rounds begin. Op is passed over to Cadian for Heroic side of things. Round number 5. Oh, a lot of utility. This might be aggressive. Glaive. Behind the smoke, he's got 1. Knew the position, knew the corner. Good fight. 1 more. BlameF is here, so is Farlick. Oh, this defense is great. Way to collapse on the point of attack. They've got 2 opening kills. Xyp9x goes down. Config sliding into position towards the bomb site, but can't handle the kill. Shush 20 HP. He's got to go passive. He's got to wait for teammates.
Config don't get caught again. Far shots, low HP, and you are absolutely right. He had to wait for his teammates, but Config figured that out first. And Tess is desperate to get back through the smoke, caught off as well. You're right. Very forward stance from Astralis. 3-2. They'll get back-to-back rounds, and we'll get our first timeout from Heroic in quite some time, and they do not want to lose the momentum that they gained.
Yeah, this timeout isn't necessarily any kind of like a red flag in terms of trying to adjust strategy, but it's an odd money situation for Heroic. You've got the cash is a little all over the place. Katie and 5100, Tess is 4K, Stown and Shush 2200, 2300, Refresh 3300. They're not in the same place. So I think they're talking over now exactly how they want to invest in this round to make sure that they're not ruining themselves economically. Pistols dropped over by Cadian. He'll save enough cash for an op, keeping his coffers full, but unarmored, upgraded pistols with a little bit of utility. 3 HE grenades picked up by Heroic's attack, so I would imagine there's going to be some kind of a HE grenade stack somewhere, perhaps behind sandbags in lieu of a Molotov. Perhaps towards scaffolding. Yep, there's a couple of nades, 3 nades thrown out, no damage is dealt. Astralis feel the rush coming. They back up. Blame F handles the first fight, headshot angle, and just gonna completely give up the angle. It's Farlig to step up to the plate.
Shots back down from Farlig. That'll bait in Blame F as his attention was turned, and Glaive will capitalize on that as well. So looking at a tie, a draw early at 3s. Guns back in the hands though this time. Wow, Cadian aggressively onto the AWP already before Heroic. Fully invested. Astralis looking a little bit more uniform now, shall we say.
Nice thing is,
they're back on the street, boys, because they're in sync.
Jesus. Something, 98 degrees.
S Club. Man, let's just have a 90s party tonight.
Okay. It's your birthday, man. You can do whatever you want.
Goddamn right I can.
Blame F in middle. A head-on angle. A little bit more slow, a little bit more calculated from the Heroic side of things. Sipic's tucked into the corner. I think they spotted him as well. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. Commits to the fight. Teammate with the follow-up peek. Good job from Config. Cadian takes him down. He's going to go for the follow-up. He wants to pin Zipex in this position. Flashbang is out. Cadian turns from it. It's not as clean as he would have liked it.
His own flash, too. It didn't quite go far enough. He wanted to try and get the shot into it, I think, preemptively before it detonated, but couldn't do so. And you're right, Config. That was a nifty little shot from Cadian, knowing that he was at the end of the spray and almost out of ammunition, but couldn't capitalize on anything further. So we're looking at Astralis potentially finding 4 rounds in a row and taking the lead.
Yeah, but I think Cadian Tess is like low-key. Winning might be out of reach, but you need some kills here. This economy for Astralis is getting powerful, and it is going to continue growing if you can't find some of these frags. Tess is spammed down through smoke. Cadian does get 1. 14 HP in the bomb. And no real hope. 38 seconds. I think he's already backing off for the save, trying to find himself into a safe position. Question becomes for Astralis, with all this money built up in the bank, do they actually want to hunt this down? How long is it going to take for them to realize that Cadian is just saving?
Just hanging out by the bathrooms. Johnny on the spot. Porta John.
I was going to say, yeah. Porta John, Porta Potty.
Porta Pooey, apparently they're called. I never noticed that before. Porta Pooey. Nice.
Clean enviro. I call shenanigans.
Yeah. To be fair, they've gotten a lot better in the years. You go to music festivals now, they've got sanitation and better than it used to be.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it
sucks, but it's better than it used to be.
I was going to say.
Like,
yeah.
I don't want to vomit the second I get within 20 feet of them.
Those 90s porta potties, not ideal.
Great conversation topic.
Look, you know, when someone saves for 40 seconds, sometimes you got to improvise. And
yeah.
We went with porta potties today.
Perhaps that's where Astralis was last game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, they were just on vertigo using the bathroom waiting to get here.
Some stomach problems out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, went from the real nice, legitimate bathrooms to the porta potties. Okay, that's enough. Glaive at A ramp. Config as well.
We're going to stop it right there.
Far leg deep angles.
Config still just trying to play that corner angle on the scaffolding as WP shot doesn't yield anything.
I have to imagine this round. Ooh. Okay, he's gonna find, oh, that's awkward. That's a little bit of a weird situation. Nade comes in, doesn't get the kill, does get some damage. This is really uncomfortable. This is really awkward. A question I asked right when this game started, was Glaive gonna be as impactful with those pushes? The answer early on is no. He's been dropped twice trying to make it work.
Well, you want, because Config got that gooch early on, and both of them take substantial damage. So that sucks, but now we've got a mid-press, and it's Blame F that's going to have everyone in front of him. He takes damage down to 4, can only get 2. That leaves us in a 3-on-3 situation based on the early exchange at ramp.
And he spotted 2 more, so Xyp9x is going to push down the stairs. Finally, Config's able to make the aggression work, and he might just be more than happy to let Tess's chill.
No, he turned. As we looked away, you saw him turn, so he had to take the shot.
Yep. He wanted to wait, but there's so much map control now for Astralis. Cadian going to come back with Stown, who's picked up an M4. Actually, armor as well. So there is still a decent amount of danger in this round. 24 seconds on the clock, though. They're running out of time. Starting to push forward. They have to make noise. Xyp9x is going to be on a quick flank. Farlig waiting in lane. Config waiting deep into the bomb site. Just chilling, biding his time. He's got one, not the second. Stown is going to be able to get this bomb planted. This is interesting.
Ooh. Stown gets away inside of the smoke. Desperately close. They're going to put the Molotov on the wrong side of this as well. He has a good position here on headshot. Farlig's got to be careful as well, holding the AWP to cover this angle. He's going to bring it back out now, knowing that there's no threat immediately inside of the smoke. It's dissipated, and he needs to cover the angle. When they go for the defuse, instead jumps up, hits him through the box as he spotted the head, presumably on the jump, and Astralis find their 5th.
Yeah, makes that easy. He had that missed shot as soon as Stown popped up off the plant. That's a dangerous round that Heroic brought a saved op and some upgraded pistols into, so finally putting a dent in the money that Astralis has building up. This was great from Tess's. An immediate dink and a swing on the other side. He knew he had that fight won. Good response from Cadian with the trade, but even more impressive from Stown to be able to put them in this position. Gotta be happy with the plant. 2-round lead.
Two-round leads after the last match, and how this one started is a comfortable position for Astralis to build upon, and there is money to go against them right now for Heroic, but there's limited health as Refresh already tagged down to 9, Shush on 66. Get your kicks on Route 66. Don't know why you'd go there just to get kicks.
Just a fun afternoon. Tess's, Cadian, and Refresh towards A. Stown looking for mid pushes. Shush waiting beneath the stairs towards B. Still just a default spread. Heroic haven't really decided anything. Refresh and Tess's are going to push up the ramp now. Farlig listening for information. Almost feels like he wants to stick around for the fight. He's passed the op over to Glaive, who's at low HP. Farlig has felt no pressure.
Nifty little smoke to look underneath of for Farlig. As it catches the corner of Crane. They're already inside of yellow. He's going to go back towards Sandbags late. Nade doesn't do any damage, doesn't clip over top, and no Molotov to clear it as of yet. So he can cover this and hold this position late, having thought that it was clear. It could be a massive position for him as they're going to work up the ramp. Low HP on Refresh. That's an easy kill to collect, and he's going to hear them working up. Knows he needs to go. Didn't get the first. Looked away too soon, but followed up on the second. Refresh, the low HP player, gets aggressive and brave as he takes him down in response. The flashes went high, but the smokes sit on the site. That should allow the plant. Glaive's going to try and go around the corner, but that one blooms just in front of his vision when he does, and Tessus gets the kill in return. Refresh trying to play the off angle behind the fence. This is a huge spot for him to have right now. Low HP, but it's a gimmick. It's a ruse, and he can easily spot down the bomb. If they don't check it, Xyp9x is trying to fire into it, does spot the backside and gets it.
Oh, Tess's. Shush is going to grab the first. There's the peak. Double kill. They line up for Tess's. That's massive. Again, another post plant that I think Astralis is really going to want to have back. I think they're going to be very upset they gave that away, especially after double kill from Farlig at Sandbags.
So close to getting the third, too.
Yeah, he just couldn't transfer over in time. He knew what was coming. Didn't expect Refresh to be there with the fast wide swing so quickly. That's so brutal. Astralis gave up a lot of space in that bomb site. Outside of the play at Sandbags, nobody watching lane, nobody putting pressure there or challenging. Good utility from Heroic, pinned Astralis all back behind a smoke wall as the plant went down. A timeout taken from Heroic as well. They want to build upon this. They know they've got a long way to go to grind the money away out of the hands of Astralis. That's a good first start. It was 5 in a row for Astralis. That run cut short. Double op setup switched into. Config and Farlig with those weapons.
Back underway with one round separating the two teams. As Jason said earlier, we've got another series coming up after this. EG versus Navi to close out the night. Farlig's going to try and close out this round quickly. Glaive, in fact, the one that wants to do it, gets 2 kills to start it off. Farlig not needing yet to show that AWP's presence inside of scaffolding, but he still holds the close corner, and as the smoke dissipates, oh my goodness, Glaive saving his teammate.
Yeah, that could have very easily been a double kill. That would have changed the nature of the game. However, Glaive and BlameF stepped up massively in this round. Huge, huge performance. 4 kills between them, 3 on Glaive, and Stown is the last one left with 20 HP. There's no money in the bank for Heroic. Out of a great win in the previous round.
A lovely round from Glaive.
That's a beautiful one. Quad kill.
Loving that. Smile back on his face even. The father, Lucas, the big smile.
Ah, yes. That was the dicey fight right there that you mentioned. That could have easily been a kill quickly and a transfer upwards. 6-4, 2-round lead, and a 3rd timeout taken from Heroic in these first 10 rounds of the opening half. Again, I almost feel like it's a money situation because it's just kind of all over the place one more time. But that's, I mean, it's a rough way to use your 3rd timeout. Especially when you consider there's still a whole half of Counter-Strike if it goes to overtime.
Yeah.
They could be in some trouble there if they need to adapt in the second half on their defensive side. But for now, just trying to put rounds on the board.
I think if you're calling this many timeouts, though, I'm obviously the scoreline's close, but obviously they think they're within winning these rounds, and we're seeing good post plants. Obviously, Astralis missed out on the retake 2 rounds ago, but it's you're looking for that last little bit, that little detail. It's not like you're calling these timeouts with no intention at all. Like, guys, we need to win. No, I think they're confident they can change very little and get away with it here. So that's why they obviously see something that's incremental. But you are right. Late in the game, that could cost them. Glaive again from that corner.
Again, a very fortunate transfer down. Good swing. Good 2-man peek on a Zipix.
It's much easier to shoot down than up in this game, obviously for headshot reasons, but also I just find the axis of the mouse gets weird when I look up.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Config, I don't think he has to suspect they're close. Oh, the flashbangs are so brutal. He's in, I was gonna say a little bit of safety, but really not all that much. What a great hit from Heroic. Looking like they're going to get their 5th on the board. There's plenty of utility on BlameF, but a good find from Refresh as the smoke fades. There's the nade out. There's the Molotov follow-up. The plant is going down. Refresh is not burning.
I think if the nade actually hits Shush and kills one there, BlameF's already on the side. He's already dropping in looking for this. Instead, he might just try and do economic damage. Knows now where the AWP is. Smoke will cover off that side for a reason. And if he can take them down post-plant, or rather post-detonation, or with the bomb, he'll take that as a win. Another nade picked up. Further damage onto Refresh, goes down to 28. He's going to try and challenge that AWP, perhaps. Knows it's there, baits the shot out, gets the first kill, tries to spray transfer it. Looking a little bit optimistic at this point. He will find the 2nd, but drops to Tessus. At least got a few more guns on the ground.
Yeah, that would have been still so tough. Even if Tessus doesn't get the kill right there, that's a late into the bomb timer for BlameF to be making that happen. Yeah, I think he would have probably had to stick the defuse, and Tessus would have an easy one. Good win from Heroic on their way in. Config just gets caught out in the open with a pair of flashbangs. He could do absolutely nothing. 6-5, and we've had 3 timeouts from Heroic. We're going to get our first from Astralis as they talk things over. This is the final buy that they have built up after sustaining these losses. 2 of the last 3 rounds have slipped away from them. So they'll buy fully down to, as close to 0 as you can and hope to win it.
In it to win it.
In it to win it.
Both teams with this many timeouts gone. It's almost a little game of tug and war. Tug and war? Tug of war. Look, I was last picked in gym class. I don't remember the names of these games.
Doesn't surprise me.
Nah, it definitely wasn't last pick, Jason.
You don't look like a dodgeball player.
Kidding me? I'm tiny and I'm fast. I got no strength, but I can dodge a damn ball, Jason.
All right, smoke out from Shush towards the B bomb site. He'll be monitoring the situation on that side of the map. Again, towards A ramp, we start this out. Glaive has picked up the pace. His aggression hasn't worked, but his more passive plays above the sandbags have worked beautifully.
Farlig just waiting with that AWP down at the bottom of the ramp. His victims, or potential victims, backing away at this point in time. Heroic not holding that position, knowing there's been so much aggression. There's so much utility thrown that direction. Don't do it, Tessus. You have so much to live for.
It's a good-looking elevator shaft.
The red ambient light.
Quiet and default. Nobody challenging, nobody probing, nobody using any kind of utility. And just now, Heroic is going to give up any kind of presence towards the B bomb site. Shush will be watching the flank from very, very far. Very heavy lean towards the A bomb site as this trio tries to gain some control, some semblance of positioning.
Oddly slow Vertigo game. Almost feels like yesterday we made that joke about the, velocity of Config's falling body.
That is a very, very ambitious push. Glaive off angle, but the flashbang catches him just enough.
And they've got plenty of Molotovs and utility this time to clear out the sandbags. No one there. Config, meanwhile, trying to get himself back in a position. Ring around the rosy with Shush. But here comes Blamef to take him down with that information. Cadian, meanwhile, back over toward B. This is all a ruse. They've sold it as well. Zipix needs to get quickly back in position. He spots one jumping across, sees the planter as well, finds Stowen. Needs to be careful of how many bullets he's got left over on this Cadian. He didn't get there in time. He's not got this plant. Surely, oh my god, he actually did, but neither way, he's knifed. Tessus still has a chance in this. He's going to spray down Blamef as well, and here comes Config. He manages to get the high HP player. Refresh stays in it. The knife was there, but slightly too late. I am surprised that bomb even had the time to go down. Config is going to sneak in. He's past the box, though. I don't think Refresh will be expecting him to be this close. No chance. He's going to sit inside of the smoke, though, and that might make things problematic because Config's going to get impatient. He's going to run out of time. He's going to make noise, and Refresh knows it. He's slipping away. He knows he had to have gone this far, and his patience will prevail. Config can do nothing of the rounds, and it's over.
I think he's got it.
You think? You might be right. That's extremely close. All right, it was a second off both times.
Fast fingers from Config. Nice clutch. That is tough. What a great play from Tessus to sneak through the smoke. Yeah, that's crazy. I figured Zipix would pick up the pace in that on that retake just because they had called out. There's multiple players at the A bomb site. Out of 4 players, only 2 of them were actually at the B site at that time. So Zipix is trying to stall, trying to delay as much as he possibly can.
It's just in, Jason.
Yes, sir. Sounds important.
Comparing to Vertigo's apparent height, 51 floors with an average floor height of 10 feet, we get 510 feet or approximately 155 meters. Either Vertigo has floors of over 20 meters high or gravity in CS is absolutely clapped. It's the latter, I believe, of tests I've done before. This is from a guy by the name of Nina on Twitter. So there you go. There's your facts.
Wow, he did the math.
Yes, I'm glad he did it because I didn't. Oh, wow, that's just the end of the thread. This is an exchange. We'll get back to that as Stowen takes out Config to return the favor back to a 4-on-4. And passive this time on A, Astralis has been forced back. Late shot, Farley can't snap fast enough. He does lag, or rather get lagged as he has to back off on this. But we stay in a 4-on-4, and he knows that they're getting much, much closer onto that CT position. Stowen already above him, even catches him out cleanly.
Good kill from Refresh, sneaking through the smoke. Blamef steps up next. Got one, but bombs on the other side of the map. This round is going to slip away. 6th for Heroic. This has become a very brawly, grindy game. These rounds are going back and forth all over the place. The last 6 rounds have been just exchanged back and forth. Blame just going to try and save this AK-47. No money left for Astralis, and I think if you want to break up this kind of back and forth affair, this seesaw battle we have going on in your Heroic, this is the best chance you're going to have to do it. Blamef next round with the AK-47. Around that, what do you want to buy if you're Astralis? Do you force buy into the last 2 rounds and kind of do yourselves 2 scrappy buys, or do you save one and try and get some weapons for the final round of the half? Cadian's going to go for the kill due to the fact that he's got some money, but Blamef wins it anyway. 7-6.
So I actually only read the last tweet now because they didn't show up. But yeah, he basically says that assuming Earth's gravity of 9.8 meters per second squared, modeling config as a particle, and then he puts, I know that won't be accurate, but it's a functional approximation, and using my rough guess of 20 to 30 seconds for config to hit the ground, says he wasn't paying attention. So we're kind of losing out a little bit on the math here.
Okay.
But he says they can use the Suvat equation, S equals UT plus 1/2 A
I know that
T
one.
squared, to estimate the distance covered. Plugging in the numbers we get, look, I'm not going to read them all, but that's how we did it. I made the thread, I posted the thread. We are 155 meters high in the sky.
Perfect. Just in case any of you were wondering.
Yeah.
Sat around on Vertigo.
Bring a parachute.
Yeah, definitely.
If any of you have vertigo, now you know how high you are. Do video games give you vertigo when you're falling? Do you get any pitfall in your stomach?
No.
Never did as a kid, and I started to now as an adult.
You're getting old, Matt.
I think I'm just, I just can't handle it anymore. I'm not tough enough for this world.
Shush is going to find config. Stown slipped in a position. These SMGs, Astralis is trying to find a way to make them work. Glaive being a bit bold, rotating with that UMP out in the open. Blame F and Farlig to defend the A bomb site. And at the moment, that seems to be the destination of Heroic's attack. Tessa's, Cadian, and Refresh, but they still have Shush far back watching mid. They still have Stown watching for a B flank. 50 seconds on the clock. They're giving themselves opportunities, and Blaive runs through the flames just to take that fight, willing to take the damage for the information and one kill. Stown is making his move in middle. All on Zipix. Can't find it in time. Quick headshot from Stown. Another headshot from Cadian. And round number 14 is going to go to Heroic. They've tied things up with a great opportunity to take the lead into the second half.
Close affair, and Astralis still will be lamenting a missed opportunity to have closed this series a while ago, but could still escape that fate with a victory here, but not much money at all to do it. As you say, Heroic in the better position to win out the half. It will be the first halftime lead they've had in this series. They trailed by 1 all the way back on Ancient. Config trying to get aggressive with the Deagle. Top side of lobby, couldn't do it. Spotted and tagged through the wall. Tries a speculative shot back through said wall, but it doesn't land. Tessus, meanwhile, already has blame off the aggression, not working out for Astralis on ramp in this round.
Ooh, Stown. Creeping out mid. Zipix falling back, not a fun fight. Ooh, gets the first few shots, but can't complete the kill. Cadian's got another one towards A as well. Heroic have taken complete control of this game. The final 3 rounds go in their favor. 5 of the last 7 as well. Heroic take a lead into the second half of the deciding map of this series in Group D. Headed to a break. We'll see who's going to win it out in the end.
second half, third map. Second series of the day. First for Jason and I at 8-7. Heroic have their first lead at a halftime so far in this series. Arguably shouldn't even be here if not for Shush in the last map.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, same thing. It's like we don't even have to be at this point if you're Astralis. You're like, we're just making this so difficult on ourselves. Here we go. Pistol round is live. 2 players relatively fast pushing up a ramp. The other 3 are going to follow them silently, so not giving away the game entirely, maybe making it sound like a sound fake. Cadian going to back away in that A bomb site, play retake. There is a stack towards B. There's a player in middle. Cadian is going to have to sit behind these smokes and call for backup, going for a timing shot perhaps, a little bit of chip damage on the glaive, but bomb will get planted. And a very difficult retake coming in for Heroic. Molotov to delay things. There is a smoke, but no kit to defuse inside of it.
Well, they're going to go for the plant now, jumping across. Already getting aggressive on the reverse side of heaven as well by Drywall. No one's going to boost up to counter that peek or that position. Instead, they'll hold off the passive angles. No flank either, just to make note of that now. All 5 CT players are coming from spawn. 2 slightly left at lobby. Flash is out. It's going to catch them. Config can't find kills. Farley gets the person's head. Now Config comes alive, but Refresh gets a double. Not down there either. He's going to go toward the ramp, but he's got to reload. That's going to leave him in, ooh, I was going to say a world of trouble, but he manages to survive longer than I would have expected. Still the exchange is awkward as flurry of frags going either direction, and Cadian trying to get away will not do so. Xyp9x will hunt him down. It is 8-8. Boom. Oh, we reset.
Those flashbangs from Heroic were actually pretty solid and busted up a multitude of stacks and crossfire set up inside that bomb site to be able to make the retake happen. If they'd had a kit, that would have felt way more believable, but when you don't have that in a 5-on-5 retake, things get so sketchy. Nicely done from Astralis. Nice, easy set piece. Fortunate playing against a passive setup. They got a plant almost for free, and we're tied up. Teagle and 5-7s and a scout invested into for Heroic.
10 for Blame F in an awkward situation, trying to find an opening and timing in his favor. No boost against him. He'll even consider it. Checks the corner so he knows that no one's going to run through and catch him out with the Molotov in his hand. Didn't hear any splatters, so he was confident to do so. Nice nade. Touchdown. Off the backboard.
Yeah, well, they don't have control of that part of the map. There's 2 players looking to push into it. Config thinning out the defense just a little bit. Tassis and Refresh starting to push, but Zip's going to get a kill through the smoke. Here's Refresh. He goes down as well. And that should be pretty much it. Cadian should be backing away with the scout. Shush is backing off with the 5-7 armor. And a 9th round for Astralis as they regain the lead.
Do indeed. By 1, and even though the nade did significant damage onto Xyp9x and Glaive, they'll get nothing else for this. Cadian gone down, Scout falls. So just that 5-7 armor and smoke in play for Shush. Poor Cadian. There is Shush. So Astralis, you're right, back into the lead. It was the CT side yesterday against EG that they actually excelled on.
Yeah.
T side was a little shaky at times, so we'll see if they can keep this moving against Heroic. Overall, that was a pretty comfortable game. I'm not trying to suggest that they didn't have a CT side at all, but it wasn't their better of the 2, that's for sure.
Ooh, he was low. Nice looking one tap though. You can see the scores up there if you're just joining us here on Vertigo. Ancient was 16-12 victory for Astralis. Their map pick. Overpass was Heroic's pick, and they won in overtime after a phenomenal comeback. 8-round run to end regulation to force overtime to begin with. And now we're here on Vertigo.
Blame F again going to be working inside of the smoke on Scaff. Easy kill. Tessus walks straight into him that time. Meanwhile, Glaive, same weaponry, is going to work the top side of the ramp as they want to go toward A once again.
Yeah, they're happy to just kind of rinse and repeat the last strategy. Better weaponry, just kind of march in, flex a little bit, show your strength. And they're doing just that. Shush is going to go down, refreshes inside of the smoke. That could be creative. Get yourself a knife, young man. Oh.
Tap the bomb, try to get him to move. Yeah, it would have been cool knife. We've had one already in this game. We had one, and it was still
a good knife
round. The one from Zippix?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, they still lost the rounds. Oh, no, they won it. That was the one that No, Config clutched it.
Config clutched.
You're right. I called it that they couldn't get the bomb planted, and then I called it they couldn't get the defuse. You know, just really good with time.
You had 2 for 2.
Time management and Matthew Trivets. What a combo.
It's all right. You're organized on Google Keep or whatever it is you're using. 2-round lead. Glaive and Farlig at the base of A ramp. Refresh and Tesses to defend that position. This time, though, Astralis is just kind of going to show some presence, chuck out some utility, and while that's still up, they want to apply some pressure towards the B bomb site. A lot of bodies here. They've got numbers. Utility being tossed out from T-Spawn. Shush, blind, but spotted the kill before the flashbang pop, but then the MAC-10s go to work. Cadian's up. At the generator goes down. Good trade, important trade from Farlig, and Config with a nice little lurk way far back is able to grab another one. Refresh in a 1 versus 3. No kit, but he's going to challenge. Bomb is planted, low HP, transfers over, almost gets it. That could have been real interesting. 11-8, 3-round lead now for Astralis. They're back. Took them a while.
We say they're back. Let's not call it done just yet.
They're back relative to like the disappearance on Overpass.
Yes, they have made themselves known. We have proof they are in the server. There is a pulse. And I would say this is still pulsing for Heroic as well, as they need to get on the board in this second half. They don't have weapons to do it this time. 5-7s, all 5. Gonna be holding on to the lovely pistol that it is. Refresh, getting aggressive, caught out. Blame F, getting the kill, but Tessus does respond, and Cadian with the flash assist, enabling that play. Just tries to go aggressive as well. Zippix will catch him off behind the play, and that will control the situation of aggression early on from Heroic, put Astralis closer to a 12th round. You don't want to stop there, though. Stowen coming out for the B stairs gets caught as well.
No slow playing this one from Astralis. They're just going to march right up the stairs into the bomb site. You know the position of Tesses. They certainly do now, as Blame F takes him out. Cadian's the last one left. So 12-8, now sitting at 5 in a row when all is said and done for Astralis to start this T side. And that's just so ideal. We saw the struggles that Heroic was under in the opening map of Ancient when they couldn't get their economy situated, when they couldn't plant their feet and actually build up some money. Similar situation right now, taking them a while to get comfortable and have a buy that they can really be excited about.
Molly, just to make sure Cadian can go nowhere. Bit too late for any ninjas this time. He will get config. Speaking of ninjas, though, might get that gun detonated toward him as well. It will. Bounces off the wall. Thank you for the AK. Knew that that was going to happen, so he doesn't dare get any closer to that explosion. And it's 12-8 with an AK carried over, which he's going to give to Refresh. So 4 rounds ahead and 4 rounds to finish. But we've seen them closer than that, so let's not forget the last map as we tell you the scoreline. Good timing on the Molotov config. Definitely wanted to be in middle already, taking a battle, trying to find a pick to open up potential B damage. A bit more difficult, I think, for config on this map to find those openings. Not that he's stopped trying to get them, but... Oh, that flash, that's ooh, that timing. I was gonna say that's massive though, because Config can. He's not even gonna bother with it. He's already forced the player back inside of the site, so why go over the top when he can head towards CT? Good read, Stowen aware of it, slides back out. Refresh catches out Blame F. Farlig finally gets one, but Stowen's gonna have the confidence to repeat again, and it's a slaughter. It's all down to Glaive. Bomb dropped, and a 1-on-3 ensues. Not for long though. Shush with an AUG.
This is one thing we saw on the T side from Astralis yesterday, is coming mid and actually trying to push all the way down instead of going drop and wrapping on the B bomb site, pushing towards CT spawn, pushing towards the back end of the A bomb site. Been really, really interesting watching Config try and make that play work. I think this time he felt the pressure to go for that kill. He was trying to juggle so many things. There was not a smoke behind him, so he knew he was overexposed from behind. He also knew pushing forward too fast, he'd give up the game. Footsteps would give away his position. Awkward play to try and make, and he almost had it. 12-9.
Sneaking around, Tess is trying to get another angle, but it's Xyp9x that falls early. Stowen with the kill. Config once more goes to middle, and cadiaN's on the floor. Aggressively this time, not poised up high. And it catches out Config, who is certainly not ready to take that angle.
No, but it's awesome to see Heroic just putting the op there. Ooh, good fight for Farley. Good win. Nice headshot. Another one is going to be right around the corner. Oh, he gets that as well. Molotov going to be out. All of a sudden, Astralis is really pressing the issue. Finally, Refresh is able to take care of one, and cadiaN comes at the perfect moment with a flashbang. Glaive, blinded, can do nothing. I was going to say, it's awesome to put cadiaN there every once in a while with the op to go get that pick on Config, who's trying to find a contact play, trying to find some kind of a dry peek and duel. BlameF not able to connect with the head, 12-10. We'll see if it dissuades Config from going back to that in the future. I doubt it, knowing him. He's a madman.
No, yeah, he'll take a fight.
He's a madman.
I mean, that's one of the things you have to admire about him as well. I mean, there are players that use, you know, wit and intuition to win duels, and then there are players like Config who just straight up wants to beat you with skill and believes that he can in any situation. And he's unrelenting in that regard.
All right, Astralis scraping together another buy. Op and Farley. Config goes down first. Nice jump up from Shush to find that kill. Xyp9x is going to back away as well. Doesn't want to eat the follow-up utility that's going to be coming in. So Astralis now no stats, no control towards the B stairs.
You know, for years, I've thought Xyp9x looks like people, and I never really put it together.
Okay.
It's the Sedin twins.
Okay.
He kind of looks like the Sedin brothers.
No, I understand. I don't know who that is.
It's all right.
Okay.
Who they are.
Who they are.
Twins. There's two.
Yep.
Either way, Testis waiting now on top of the bomb box. Smoke goes over top, covers off the lane. That'll allow them to advance a bit further, but Testis is going to use that position to his advantage. Turning around, Glaive gets the shot instead. Stowen, now it's none of that. He'll trade it back. And BlameF still on the ramp will cover off Xyp9x as he tries to go for the plant, but cadiaN through the box. AWP finds the first, lineup as well onto the second, and BlameF, despite being on the ramp, happens to be perfectly positioned to catch that bullet. And it's down on Farley. We have a one-round game, surely, at this point in time.
One-round game and economic advantage over towards Heroic. This is, they're coming storming back into this third map. This is wonderful to see. Gonna be 3 in a row when all is said and done. Farley, 1v4, 20 seconds, no time, save the ult because you're out of funds. Farley with 150. Config and Glaive will be able to put together a buy. The interesting thing will be what Xyp9x and BlameF can scrape together. But you're right, one-round game, 12-11. Heroic is perhaps one of the most dangerous teams we have in professional Counter-Strike when they gain momentum. They feel like, at times, like a very, very heavily snowbally, momentum-based team. They used 3 timeouts in the first half to get enough rounds to feel good. Actually, netted them a one-round lead into the second half. Tough breaks for Astralis in this round. The spam through the box never allowed the plant to go down. That would have been so useful, not just to actually play a post plant and see what happens, but just for the extra funds that they could have gotten. That could be the difference between a buy and a save in this round.
Astralis once again under pressure despite having the lead. Testis actually that's going to go aggressive first. I was going to say Refresh rotating over to try and support this, but it's BlameF already behind. Testis reads that. We've seen BlameF go there quite a few rounds with the MAC-10. This time it does not prevail, does not pay off, and Glaive on top of the ramp already has at least somewhat of an advanced position, but they're desperate for a kill at this point in time. Farley's tagged as well, down to 11 HP on that AWP.
Heroic looks happy to play retake in this scenario, considering they have that opening kill. They're more than pleased.
Stowen's already getting pretty aggressive. Yeah, he's already at the bottom of the ramp. I was going to say, he's getting very aggressive on this flank. Gave himself up too early, but it's still going to make them have to consider his position.
Yeah, but this flank is why they backed off. This is exactly why they played passive, because they know this puts a lot of pressure. This takes eyeballs away from the bomb site, takes bodies away from the plant. Down. I don't think they realize he's gotten all the way
I thought
past.
Zipix spotted it. I thought Zipix was going to be aware of that, but you're right, he's not. And that's going to let Stowen go back and get that kill instead, rather than cutting off the flank and the rotation of Stowen. It gives now us a tie game, 12-12.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Astralis. We saw this on Overpass. Once Heroic caught fire, there was no coming back. Once they caught fire on that defensive side, they were a brick wall. They might just be doing the same thing here. Astralis having trouble finding success, having trouble finding opening kills, having trouble getting the bomb planted during these executes. And Heroic is knocking on the door of another one-round lead. And remember, the big thing about this series is we don't have to be here. A 3-on-1 post plant on Overpass dropped by Astralis. Shush able to steal that round away, and they've never looked back.
Remarkable that Astralis struggling to close out games. I mean, I was thinking to myself, yes, okay, it's a different core. But when was the last time you saw Astralis fail to close a game when they were that far ahead?
I'm off the top of my head. I can't think of one, but I'm sure there was something in the past.
I'm sure there was. Every team has been in that situation, but even still, it's like,
no, I know what you mean.
Cold Zero is the most 16-0 playered in CS. Like,
it's also just the style, right? Like again, as you said, new team, new core, and everything, but still losing a 3-on-1 in a post plant to eventually go and drop the map. That's a stunning way for a comeback to get started for Heroic against a team like Astralis to lose a scenario like that. And you could see the frustration immediately on Glaive's face, just so confused how they managed to lose a round like that.
it's up there on the you should have won this game list. The other ones that come to mind in that have allowed comebacks was the Felp push down Banana.
Oh, you're going all the way back.
MIBR.
Painful.
It is. And the other would be the Nico missed knife on Nitro.
Simple.
Simple's missed knife on Nitro. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that one was embarrassing as well.
I didn't mind that one.
Of course you didn't. The NA is rich with this one.
Here we go. Rinse and repeat, march up the A ramp, set piece. Astralis have to be, they must be just like super pleased and happy that they're getting to the plant boxes, even though it hasn't really panned out in their favor when they've gotten there. They just have to be saying eventually it's gonna work. Eventually we're gonna be able to play this post plant. Heroic happy to give up the bomb site if they can control this part of the map, but they can't. They can't do it at all. Cadian, alive and well for the moment, cannot adjust properly. And Astralis have finally cracked it open. They've knocked the door down, and we're still gonna remain tied at 13.
Shush, the only one left in a 1-on-3, isn't even going to get too aggressive. He might try and just do economic damage at this point in time. He does have 8750.
You only get one per day, Shush.
In his wallet. You say that, Jason. You were the one saying, I'll buy dinner if he does it last time. So maybe just hedge your bets.
You complaining about a steak dinner?
No, is that what it is? Steak? I'm down.
Could be.
A little blue rare.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably too old for that now.
Nah.
But yes, we have a tie game again. Astralis do respond on a great straight-up entry. Cadian only good for one. Tried to pull the attention and aggro away. Oh, he's gonna try and flash him in the corner. He knows they're gonna be saving in that position, but Glaive not blind. The flash went too far.
Yeah, he's trying to take some money away right at the end, make this T-side a little bit more difficult, harass the T-side a bit more economically, but obviously nothing coming from it. Good kills from Astralis. The entry kill from Glaive on top of the boxes. Config as well towards lane. Finally, I mean, that's an area which they've struggled with in these past few rounds, is finding that opening kill, finding any space to work with at that A bomb site. Round 27. Config, gotta be quick. A lot of utility. He's already ready to turn the corner. Tess is blocked in by the Molotov. Oh, and he's so blind. That gave Config all the time in the world. Oh, Cadian, he had a nade out, and he's not going to be able to transfer to the AWP. It's an absolute disaster. This is so many resources lost for Heroic without even a fight back. No damage dealt to Astralis. The pace change is brutal.
Bit better now. Get there in the end, I suppose it all counts. But yeah, certainly made this series long. We're not done yet either. Stowen's gonna get one back through the smoke onto Config. Round, I think not. Game, perhaps still, because that's gonna do a little bit more economic damage.
Config's like, if we're gonna use 2 smokes in this choke point, can we just make sure that one of them prevents a gap?
Yeah, please, guys.
Team.
Trajectory.
Zipic's gonna go down. All well and good, nobody's going for it. So, I remember, we touched on this before, 3 timeouts used by Heroic in the first half. Keep that in mind as we see where they decide to use their 4th and final timeout in this game, because you wonder, in my head, I'm wondering if it's going to be now. 13-14, they got plenty of cash, but do you call it now and just kind of lay out how you want to play for these final 3 rounds of regulation? Or do you wait?
So yeah, it's a tough call. I think given the money, I think they're, well, I can see that they're definitely considering going for this. Stalin still has the M4. Shush AK. It's tough. I think you potentially go for this and let the last round bonus build up, but you need a bomb plant on that. Astralis, pretty comfortable, all things considered. So this is the final timeout. You mentioned that they used 3 very early. Both teams did.
In the first 10 rounds.
Yeah, and you were like, they're not going to have any left late. And they're like, nah, Jason, we got 1 left over. That's all we need.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if it's all they need. The last thing Heroic needs at the moment is getting their economy crushed. I think they have enough for a few dangerous elements in the next round if they're to lose this. But not much of a losing bonus has been built up by Heroic. A lot of utility spent early. This time there's no pace behind it from Astralis, though, trying to throw a little bit of a curveball. Cadian watching mid with the AWP, and he's out in the open. He's exposed. Config and Blame F going to turn the corner. They need the trade at the very least. Oh, they don't even need it, actually. Config just takes his head clean off. That's payback from earlier.
Chance for series point again then for Astralis. Refresh. And Shush together walking back to middle to try and make sure that no one, such Config, as it has been in numerous situations, is going to be taking that position. And Stowin's also getting aggressive toward the B stairs. The fact that they both got that far and no contact was made, they're actually going to consider that this is going to be back over toward A, and they'll head to the top side of the ramp to support their 2 teammates, or rather 1 teammate left over there, Tessus.
Oh, this is actually perfect for Rogue. This is the best possible situation to be in. They've got 3 defenders at this point of attack. Oh, but okay, oh!
That is sick. Woo. That was an absolutely stunning shot as he got 2. Shush equals that total in return, not quite as sexually, but he does manage to at least make it a winnable situation for Hero. 27 seconds. Bomb sits on the ground, and the Smokes, a timer on them. They need to advance and get toward the bomb. Flash goes high. No chance for a repeat just yet as Stowin wants to play this from drywall. They'll continue to try and rain those flashes in to buy space, to buy the precious seconds off the clock as it's down to 11 seconds. Zipix instead does it on kills. He'll finish off what Config started.
Coming into this map, I mentioned that's one thing that Astralis is going to be super pleased about. Coming into it, Config had 29 kills on the first map, 30 kills on the second map. You knew he was feeling it today. He was playing a very, very good series, and he's doing it again here. This time the numbers aren't quite there, but look at the impact in this all-important round. The opening kill on Cadian, the entrance towards the A bomb site into a stack, and a beautiful, stunning one-tap at a headshot angle. That's magnificent, and he's got Glaive hyped up. That's got to make him feel super pumped. Stown down the stairs, behind the smoke, and look at the scrappiness in this buy. 2 M4s on Stown and Tess's, SMG on Shush, and 5.7s for Refresh and Cadian. Astralis, they failed to convert 8 map points on Overpass. They've got 2 on Vertigo.
Farleg holding off the angle with the AWP. It's Blame F that's going to intend to put the Molotov out toward the sandbag position. The return incendiary bounced by Cadian will cover off scaffolding, so pretty standard procedure as they slowly try and take territory from one another. Cadian passes off the M4 to Tessus.
Astralis hasn't had to change their strategy. This is just march up A ramp. Set piece, toss out the standard utility, standard execute. Oh, Zip watching the flank, gets the win. That's massive. That's down to go down. They're going to rush back to the bomb site, but Heroic's got to step ahead. They've actually got Astralis beat here. Shush behind the boards. They'll never expect it. Zip's going to go down surely. How many more can Shush get? Just the one. Molotov slows them down. Oh, Shush adds another. Astralis has outgamed themselves.
Maybe we are looking at another overtime if this continues. Shush! He's on for the ace with an MP9. He won't quite get it. Tessus will collect the final kill in turn, though. And it is the final round of regulation. 15-14. Astralis need to close this out, surely.
Oh, Astralis is going to be so dumbfounded. They're going to be so confused in the heat of the moment. That's going to be one that, you know, someone's making a mental note to look back at, because Zipvex kills the flanker. They think they've got the B bomb site clear. They say if someone's flanking this deep, that means they've over-rotated towards the A bomb site. But that just wasn't the case. Shush was here. He moves into position oh so quickly. Tesses comes in as well. There was one more player next to Shush ready to defend against that attack. Miraculous stuff. Again, Heroic just finding the answer out of nowhere. And again, Shush. Round 30, Astralis, one final chance to close it out. It's been difficult for them all day, closing out on overpass. Another overtime here, I think, would be just an element of PTSD seeping into Astralis' mind frame.
And this really is a battle between Heroic and Astralis right now in this group. I mean, if Astralis is on the fringe, they were looking excellent to start this series off. You've got EG, I would say not really with a great chance of making it through. Same for complexity. So, you know, these two teams really battling for a spot. And a head-to-head is significant. Stowin's going to start it off. Config drops. Farlick able to turn that around. Spots a second in behind the bomb box, but can't get the angle and doesn't want to overextend, knowing the lane's still occupied. Refresh, therefore. We'll jump back around toward the default box. Stowin's got Glaive on the cross, and it's all CT. An absolute annihilation. We are not done. We need extra innings yet again. Heroic force out more and perhaps can steal this series from Astralis. We'll find out after a quick break. Heroic once again, coming back late, and emphatically so, as you can tell their passion is unrivaled. That's one thing you have to give them credit for. They are the master of cheers. And this time I can understand many of those cheers. Some smiles on the Astralis side, a bit more reserved. They were the ones with the lead in this map, just as Overpass, yet we find ourselves needing more rounds to determine who's going to win this series this time, not just the map.
I mean, in between Vertigo and Overpass now, this is 10 series points that Astralis has failed to convert, failed to close this one out. They are letting Heroic hang around for far too long, and Heroic's punishing them for it. Things got a little bit fast-paced towards the end of regulation for Astralis. Here, they're going to slow things down again. Config with 20 kills, waiting behind the sandbags. Stown, op train at his position. Nice, easy kill as Config slowly clears the angle. 4 players here. Heroic is like, we've watched you guys just march up A ramp and execute so many times in that half. We're going to put all of our bodies, all of our players here, and hope you do the same exact thing. They've at least got the opening kill out of it, and now they can readjust and spread across the map and do a bit more standard defense.
Ooh.
Tessus didn't get the memo to back away.
No, he did not. Refresh. It's a good shot to Glaive. Nade's gonna rain high in the sky, but it won't bounce far enough to catch out Stowen's position. He still stares firmly through the scope. Oh, so close and far, like flicking toward each other. He comes out worse for wear, tagged down to 34, I think clipping the edge of the box. But Zipix knows he's there. Good timing on the flash because he wanted to elevate himself above. Catch Stowen out instead, though. He gets the one on Farlig before falling back down. It's Shush that gets Zipix from backside of the site. It's all on Blame F, and he'll get detonated by way of grenade.
Not good. 3 straight now for Heroic going back to regulation. Double op setup's been powerful. Straws having a tough time finding the winning recipe. I think these two have, what, like 2 timeouts left? Straws can kind of take a pause, although I'm sure they spoke a little bit. 16 to 15, 1-round lead for Heroic. Defense looking great, though. Aggression towards middle. This time, Cadian's going to push all the way up. Oh, this could spell disaster. Config certainly has a flashbang out. It's perfect. It's perfect-ish. Stown, with incredible cover of his teammate, is able to take him down and prevent Cadian from falling. That's massive. Config again just going to creep up. He's in front of the Molotov. Cadian won't expect this. Oh, he just disappears around the corner. I wonder if he saw Config, though.
Config certainly wants something to do with this fight because he's continuing to push up on it. Damaging exchange, but doesn't overextend, expecting that perhaps someone in B could swing out over top of the window behind him and cut him off. So falls off smartly to keep himself in contention.
This is so tough. It doesn't even matter that you have 2 HP, two players on Heroic extremely low. It doesn't even matter whatsoever. 3 players now here in mid, essentially, to defend against this. Glaive is going to get picked off. Molotov comes in just a little bit late to cover that kind of a play. Shush with the AK, able to take him down 5 on 3. And Stown getting a bit frisky with that op. Zip is going to go down next. Heroic knocking on the door of 17. Remember, that's how the overtime and overpass went as well. They brought it all the way back. They won the first 3 rounds of overtime and were eventually able to close it out. It's looking like deja vu.
All over again. Config dead. No, I thought he was going to flick that. I thought he was somehow going to hit Shush. But it is exactly as you say, a situation where Heroic can win the second map of their respective 2 in this series, and doing so in overtime put Astralis in a very awkward position in which I don't think they'll be too pleased with how things went and too, I guess, relaxed this evening.
I think even if Astralis kind of like, I guess, quote-unquote, comes back in this overtime, I don't think this is going to be one of those feel-good wins that makes you happy. This is going to be one of those really, really stressed, frustrated wins. You're obviously going to be glad you won, but you're going to be more focused on the mistakes made in critical situations to allow these comebacks, to fail to close out these maps and series.
Shots going both directions inside of the smoke. The damage onto both Glaive and Tessus as a result. Tessus down to 40 in this situation, but Astralis Can't get around the corner again. Farlig looked like he had the advantage. Refresh gets the headshots. Config now finally opening up some positions on the B site. Stallions gonna rotate over though, flashed off the angle. Did Config spot him? I think he did. He's gonna stare in behind air conditioning, well aware of window position as well, has his crosshair elevated. Counter flash though, and he's spotted, but Blame F does exactly what he needs to do in that situation and trades it, allowing Xyp9x up the wall, close to the conditioning unit as he fires into the smoke. He'll put Refresh down to 13. They finally have an advantage to work with.
And there's a little bit of a gap in that smoke. That was so brutal for Heroic to deal with at Gen. Nade comes in, doesn't stop the plant. They have to go for it. Last round of the opening half of OT. There is a player in middle as well. That's Glaive, biding his time, waiting for his move, waiting for the bomb to get deeper into its tick so he knows nobody's going to be watching his direction. Now moving forward, Blame's got one. Refresh responds with a headshot, but Glaive is just lurking behind, and he seals the deal. 17-16 as they switch sides. 19 is the magic number to take victory.
Yep, absolutely so. Or, you know, what is it, 31 as it was yesterday? Or
yeah.
7? I don't even remember. I'm sure Alex and Chad can't forget.
Yeah, that's probably replaying in their head as well.
Blame F to Cadian. But it is Astralis making this another one-round game and giving themselves a chance. That said, Heroic going to start their campaign out offensively, have nades going directly toward them by none other than Glaive. You mentioned it, yeah, aggressive yesterday here, and first half tried to do the same. That nade goes a little bit deep, but Cadian does go down to 73.
It's down towards middle. Farlig with the op. Very small off angle. Three players from Heroic at the base of the ramp. Cadian, Tesses, and Refresh just running their standard default. Glaive dumping utility, trying to slow this down. Molotov gonna spread and keep it there. Still no real engagements breaking out between the two teams until just now. That's Xyp9x to get the first kill. Shush goes down. Farlig has his op trained on this position. He's going to be able to call out that there's absolutely no presence. And Heroic is readjusting back to the B bomb site, back to Xyp9x's position.
Xyp9x sneaking up, trying to use that smoke in the dry wall. Bit ambitious. Flash goes high, but they weren't caught out by it. They were not on an angle in which he had the advantage. And he drops immediately, bringing it back to a 4-on-4. Config's going to take the same position, though. They won't expect two to be there. Good damage done on the second player, having already taken down Stowen. But he needs to back off, and he has to go to the pistol, and doing it no time to reload. Tessis, damaged, will die. Blame gets the shot instead, and Config does well to catch out Cadian.
You're exactly right. The play from Xyp9x is extremely ambitious if his goal is to get kills, but there's a secondary goal there too, and that's information. He jumps up, and even though he goes down, he spots two players. He knows exactly what's coming. By the time Heroic's actually coming up the stairs to attack, the rest of Astralis is at the B bomb site. No access for Heroic, so even in a losing effort, Xyp9x provides the winning play. Right here, he even spots the bomb. That's Tessis with it that kills him, so Astralis knows everything at that point. And look at the number of bodies that are there as Heroic tries to make their way in with the round timer dwindling away. Here comes a brawl. Glaive over the top. Farlig. Flashbang out. Got the first.
Gets the first, but he's in a very vulnerable position right now. That metal pillar is the only thing saving him because he can get spammed through the yellow tarping, and then it's a linear spot for Stowen, which he does eventually collect on. So it goes back to a 4-on-4. Tessis catches out Blame F. Glaive even tried to bait them around the corner, hook, line, and sinker on that one. And as he goes back out, he's removed. I don't know why you repeat that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a great call from Glaive. Maybe a little bit of frustration, maybe a little bit of heroics that he's attempting. But that's a tough fight to win, especially at the headshot angle.
Config's gonna do the same thing. Does fare better off and smartly doesn't go for any more than that, so he falls away. Look at Shush position.
Ooh, 2 backstabs going on, 1 for each team. This could be massive. Xyp9x waiting for the fallback. Shush as well, trying to clear things out. This is huge. This is huge. Xyp9x with the first. That's the bomb drop. Plenty of time on the clock for them to recover. It's down in a 1 versus 1. Shush is lurking ever closer behind Astralis, and Xyp9x not able to connect on us down. He runs the gauntlet. He gets away, and the B bomb site is wide open. Access is there.
Xyp9x is going to try and make his way that direction, but as you say, that other backstab still in play. He can get caught off from top side middle if he's not careful. He's beaten them to the window so far. Shush is slow, but he does arrive. And Config knows he's got to get aggressive. He's got to make this play work. It's first map point for whoever wins this round. Smoke still in place, couldn't catch out the planter, but he will take down Stowen when he does reveal himself. He's already passed the Molotov. They're gonna know it as well, but Shush plays the other side, the opposite side of where he was expected to peek from, and it catches out. Config, it's 18 for Heroic.
That would have been massive. The flashbang tossed out for Config to get that first kill. It's actually blocked by one of the steel beams, so it actually doesn't blind Config whatsoever. That's what gives him the chance. Awkward round from Heroic. You gotta feel the, like, I'm so happy Shush eventually got a kill, because this flank was coming to fruition for like 45 seconds. He was taking his time across the whole map, and he was finally able to have that impact. One chance for Heroic to close out the map in the series.
Now started off with a bit of damage received as it hits Shush, the nade from B. Xyp9x once again is gonna put himself up on top of the wooden board above the stairs. Smoke to cover his position. He's going to redress that now. Excuse me, Flash has to fall off. I'm going to play every possible angle. That catwalk, oh, he could be shot through the floor. It's tough to see through on certain angles. I think he sees them instead, and he's, rather than shooting into the metal, he's just going to position himself, because that's a one-and-done position, even if he can boost. Pylon was blocking them. They have to know he's there. Yeah, that Molotov is going to force him way back.
Well, Farlick's found himself a kill towards the other side of the map, at the staging area of the A ramp. Glaive is aggressive. These forward stances from Glaive failed a number of times in regulation. He's backed off of it here. But him and Farlick still have deep angles, a lot of vision, a lot of information. So Astralis can be strong elsewhere. Farlick burning. Farlick's gonna go down. Glaive needs everything. He needs so much. He's not getting away. He's not getting away at all. Refresh is gonna take him down. Blame F inside of the bomb site. Good trade with the HE nade. And we got overtime 2 on the cards, unless Stown and Cadian have something to say, but Config, this flank is brutal.
Stown desperate to get the headshot inside of the site. He does. He catches out Blame F. Goes back because he knows the flank's in play. Bomb is down, 11 seconds. No chance he gets this. No time. He knows it as well. He's going to desperately run toward the site, because why wouldn't you? He might actually get this plant in, but Xyp9x now he's too close. I was going to say, how dare, why would you even let him consider that? So
yeah,
we've got another overtime coming our way, Jason.
Yeah, we do. We do very much so. And I think that's the break music, so I think we're going to be heading to a break. Or not.
Just going to leave you on the edge there, Jason. You did it to yourself.
Okay, we're staying here. We're staying right here.
Every second, yeah.
Yeah, it was the music that really got me.
I got you. I know. So it's halftime.
I've been trained. I'm like Pavlov's dog. It's, when that music comes,
you start salivating.
Salivating for a break.
Yes. Yeah, understood. Flash aggressively for Xyp9x. He's already in that same position again. This time it yields a kill rather than information, rather than just utility exchange. The man advantage goes the way of Astralis. What an interesting series this has turned out to be.
Yeah, it has been. It's gotten real grimy at times. Leg shot onto, well, Farlick gets the leg shot onto Tess's. Glaive, he loves this fight. He's looking for it over and over again. Farlick not able to get it around the edge of the smoke. Very committed. 4-on-4. Tess's is extremely low. Utility's running low as well for Heroic. Look how much they've used just to get these positions and these advantages. 2 smokes, a flashbang, and a Molotov for the T side to use so far.
Glaive is getting a little bit more aggressive, considering it, timing it with utility. He's only good for 1. He gets the trade, immediately does Stowen, but the nade from Blame F catches that refresh, so it was really chuck everything at the ramp and hope for the best, and they come out one better for it.
It's a cool combination, obviously. Flashbang to activate Glaive for his peak, and then a nade immediately follows it up. So if Glaive's not able to get the kill, at least he's done the damage, and nade hopefully cleans up the kill. It's happened twice now in the past few rounds, so it's obviously working.
Cadian tagged through the wall. This is the power play, I think we can call it at this point in time, because they've pinched every possible angle. 16 seconds only, but they've equalized. Unaware, though, that Xyp9x was behind in the situation. Xyp9x will get both of the remaining kills, and Astralis will take the lead at 19. 21 is our winning score, Jason.
I'm gonna let you do this one. I'm gonna just leave you out there on a mountain. All by yourself?
22 is the score.
There you go.
Jason.
Nice.
It's like I've never casted an overtime.
I was gonna say.
Come on, how do I know?
First 2 overtimes are easy. 3rd and 4 is like medium level difficulty. After 4, it's no man's land. Config and blame up and what? Okay, that's interesting. That was so quick.
Would have been sick if he hit that.
Yeah, that had to have scared the hell out of Config. I'm just gonna say that. Xyp9x taken down by Shush. He might have been shot from beneath anyways.
All right, this time the body. Let's see if you can redo the math. There's been a large debate going on Twitter, to say the least, Jason.
Of course there has been. Of course there has been. This angle for Farlig has been relatively hit or miss. I feel like the best I've seen him do here is 1-for-1, but he's been dropped a number of times by Molotov previously, spammed through smoke a couple of times. I don't think this has been as impactful as he'd like, but it does give him early information, early call to be able to rotate some players over, and he does have Glaive with utility, plenty of utility to hold off anything. Pretty decent nade. Tesses his chunk down to 72 HP. And that smoke is going to ruin Heroic's day, I think. Maybe not. Stown grabs Glaive through the smoke. Puts a lot of pressure on Farlig. I almost feel like he needs to take the opportunity while this smoke is up to actually try and escape. He's putting a lot of faith in that smoke. There's the pop flash. No getting away now, and he's spotted. Yeah, right through yellow. Stown's got that one as well. Blame F and Config. And they're on the other side of the map.
Could be level immediately.
Time is probably the only way Astralis can win this round.
He can drop the bomb on the way through. Spam for that reason. Blame F trying to do so. Refresh. He wants to go toward the default position. He's so low. A nade would do it, but it's not going to make it there in time. Blame F does get the shot late. They're going to go all through this. It's Config that's dead on arrival at this point in time. And the corner might get a request for a second CT in a situation like this, because Blame F is not long for this world. Surely, as he walks out and tests this, will find the headshot.
Oh, that's so tough. What a way to lose. Glaive killed through smoke by the ops. Down finds the second player, Farlig, through yellow as he just crosses the very narrow gap. Oh, that's completely blind. That's completely just taking the shot. That one as well, so fast. Down stepping up big for Heroic. We're all tied up at 19. Here we go. Config pushed up in middle. Stown on the other side of it. Blame F and Glaive to defend initially at the A-bomb site. Farlig put on mid duty to follow up on Config.
Shot from Config's now and gone. Blame F removed though, and Tessa's response. So even though they went down early, they've got the advantage. They've got speed as well, as Farlig will try and shut that down. He's taken immediately back by Refresh, who then dies to Config. So they're trying to recover the situation, almost on the back foot of Astralis, giving up so much ground, and unaware Shush had made it on top of the rebar.
I feel like this fight selection from Astralis at the top of the A ramp that they've been doing throughout this whole game is like the quintessential live by the sword, die by the sword. Like, you know, you're win or losing based on that one fight, that position.
Xyp9x trying to be silent and get back into a position as well, walking in from lobby. That'll catch out Shush, down to a one-on-one. He's tagged to 39. Meanwhile, Cadian's hightailed it with the bomb. And I think Xyp9x is aware of it. No further activity, and aware of the possibility. It's high, spots Cadian, AWP, keep in mind, so even though he's tagged at 52, tough ask for Xyp9x, tries to flash him off. Oh, he's tagged him up, but Cadian, with enough vision, will find the shot, and Heroic take the lead at the half of overtime number 2.
Yeah, it's tough for Xyp9x to catch the head over the box as he's swinging in. Looking everywhere on his monitor and just couldn't find it. 20-19, nice 2 versus 1 victory for Heroic. I was worried when they were splitting 1-for-1, or 1-and-1 on each side of the map in a 2v1. Good clutch from Cadian. Good round overall from Heroic, 20-19. Looking for 2 on the CT side, and it was excellent. I feel like Astralis towards the later stages of this T side in regulation really fell into a rut of these constant march up the ramp and execute. They're gonna do it again here. And I think Heroic knows what's coming.
Shot out, Cadian wins the first. Config found getting very aggressive.
Look at the Molotov is used to deny the routes that they've been running throughout this. Gives Cadian a real easy shot. He knows exactly where they can be. Denies them wide swinging on the AWP, and this is so close. This bomb site, there's no access in it. Xyp9x with a desperate spray.
AK, unaware there's two. He goes down shortly. Testa sitting in the corner. He's gonna walk out. Not the best work we've seen from Testa so far this game. Glaive getting the kill back onto him, but completely surrounded and out of ammunition. That might have been a double had he have had bullets in the gun. Bit awkward. No bullets in either at that point.
It's once he starts shooting the Glock, he's like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. That's the dinner bell. That's the dinner bell. Here they come.
Yep.
21-19. Heroic, 2 more chances to close this out.
22 is the number, Jason. That's what I said.
All 2s. Yeah, this Astralis offense in my mind has just got so one-dimensional on the T side here at Vertigo. Down the stretch. Heroic have made the correct reads. Fair play, they used the 3 timeouts we talked about in the first 10 rounds of the game, and we were curious if that was going to hurt them if they were to go deep into the second half, if they were to make it into overtime. And they haven't. They've been able to come up with all the answers. Great comeback on Overpass in the previous map. Another good small comeback here on Vertigo. Relatively small compared to map 2. Knocking on the door of an unlikely series victory. Astralis fighting to keep their head above water.
Deep gap to try and spot through that above the stairs. Cadian, meanwhile, wants to try and find a pick on the ramp side. Can't do it yet. Imagine Heroic pulled this series back. Not once, but twice. Don't think that's it. Well, with Astralis, but Config sitting in a lovely position. Again, though, just running around a corner where there's bound to be an enemy and pays the price for it.
Well, remember, that's how Astralis got onto series point initially, was Config making a play just like that and finding a triple kill. Weren't able to close it out. They go back to it here, and just 1 for 1. Good recovery from Cadian. Xyp9x leaving the B bomb site now. Heading to join up with his teammates at the ramp. Cadian and Refresh, a timing push here. They're gonna go down the ramp as well.
Shot Refresh, following it up, doubling the situation. They now have a man advantage, 36 seconds, and Cadian's gonna fall back knowing that there's no need to overextend. He has Stowen to protect him as well on the M4. Smokes to cover off bomb box, but they're not committing. Not yet, at least, because they want to clear out lane. Cadian's missed shot, and Glaive gets him through the wall. We're back level, and the smoke still sits on box. Do they expect a second in that position? Because Stowen is rendered useless at the back lines, but with 16 seconds, they don't consider it. Bomb hits the deck, and Glaive knows he's got to get a hustle on. He's going to pick it up. Does he have there's no way he's got time to get all the way to B. 8 seconds, this one's done.
Yeah, he was looking for the kill.
Just won this series. They've just won this series, and Shush will confirm it by way of a kill. What a comeback to win this one out against Astralis.
Yeah, you got to give him props there. That's some incredible stuff. That overtime comeback was incredible. Absolutely incredible. All starting with Shush, who's had a magnificent day. And look, a lot of talk about Heroic. We mentioned it as well. They seem to be knocking on the door of great LAN performances. This is the kind of win that builds confidence. A win on a day when you're not playing great. All props to Heroic. Astralis is going to have to review exactly how they played. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we have the final series of the day. It's going to be Navi taking on EG. But first, the desk. We'll see you there.
Screw this. Gotta chill out. I'm in orbit.
Mate, I had a nice there. Ooh, blind bump. No way. Oh, he's jumping into it? What? Oh, Ravina's in the zone. I might go for him. Oh, it's not really in the zone. Secondary Ravina's in the zone.
Yeah, you can call it baby Ravine.
Okay, I'm heading.
Dude, I'm in orbit right now.
Okay, I'm going for a crazy plate.
But the scout was still over there, right?
Inside the building you're next to, yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Oh, I do see a guy over there. I'm going over for that guy. This is spicy, this. Oh.
Looking at me. I knocked him once.
I am just going to say it right now. I'm just going to get right ahead of everything. Holy moly, red beans and ravioli.
There it is.
What a series on our hands, ladies and gents. I welcome you back to the 15th season of Pro League at the conclusion where Heroic grabbed this map, they grabbed this series, and they do it in OT. Now, of course, for Kassad, Yenko, and I, maybe we thought this one would have went a different way. Or maybe just me.
You have to, wonder, what kind of a fan are you right now? Are you,
bandwagon
supporting
fan?
Heroic, you're gonna be like, yeah, they did it, or just Astralis, how many rounds they need to actually close this one out?
I don't know about you, Kassad, but Trace, I'm a fan of good Counter-Strike, and that's what we got to experience in this series. Tremendous resilience from Heroic. We were wondering, and Astralis as well, we were wondering how they're going to, act, perform coming into the third map after allowing such a massive comeback from Heroic on the second map, and they didn't fall apart, safe to say.
Still the same problems follow them. They have the opening moves, they have everything going well, but then when they need to close it out, it's always the same problem. That's where it all stops. It's like somebody turns off the team speak or something happens with their communication and it all goes to hell. And just, Heroic just comes back and just takes it off.
And it's wild to consider. You have to think about, we talk about resilience with Ego. We talk about all the things that make a team last this long within a series, and for Heroic, a bounce back.
Just like Maui said in the green room, it all started with the Shush 1v3 on overpass.
On the last map, nonetheless.
It could have been over right then and there 2 hours ago, but he made it happen.
But Yenko, we all know what actually happened.
He believed, Trace.
He believed.
Hashtag.
We believed.
Yes.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Point in case, I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, to be completely honest, quite the matchup. We actually do have a decider right? It's been decided between the two of them, at least for what's going to happen towards the end of the group when things start to get a little bit hairy, as we'll call them on your side.
I mean, both teams are going to be fighting for playoffs still, regardless of this result. You know, it just sucks for Astralis that they didn't manage to close this one out. But you know, there's still 3 more games to go, and I believe they're going to manage to get into top 3 and, you know, advance to the playoffs.
Tell me more, Kasad. Sorry, I was just.
Well, I'm
Yeah, you got to keep your peripherals about you, all right? It's all about like everything in every direction.
Please tell me there's an interview or something.
There most likely is. That'll be Heku catching up with. Oh, well, what do you know? A little bird in my ear, aka the producer, has said that it's interview time.
Hi everybody, right now I'm joined by a legendary player turned coach Exist. Congratulations, this was a really intense series with overtimes. In the last 2 maps, like you were kind of like behind and then you kind of managed to make a comeback. Why did it take you like so many overtimes to actually close this whole series?
I would say it took some time for us to adapt to how they were playing. As CT, they were pushing a lot. They were using their utility a lot, right? And as T, they were just running around, creating chaos around the map. I really think we have to give a big thank you to Rasmus Beck, aka Shush. He really stepped up today with that 1-on-3, and after that we just felt that we really need to win this game.
Well, I already got to ask Kaden about Overpass, so I would like to ask you about Ancient, because you kind of had like a slow start, like when it comes to your city side. You had like some problems like stopping Astralis. Considering that there are actually like quite a lot of demos of them playing on Ancient, did they change their style?
Well, yeah, they have a new player in Far League, so I think they changed a little bit. But we know that Ancient is one of their best map, or it is their best map, so we're just happy that we could close it out on the other 2.
But what is the situation right now? Because like you are leading kind of like a Danish team, but you're a person like from Sweden. So like when you're taking timeouts, in which language are you actually communicating?
So I'm speaking English just so they understand 100% what I'm saying. They have a little bit trouble understanding my Swedish. But I understand 99% of what they're communicating in Danish, so I think it works fine.
I mean, yeah, we see like the result, like you managed to win like today in Astralis, but tomorrow you are going to play against EG. Do you think that's going to be like a hard series?
I mean, they have a really good lineup, some really good LAN players, major winners in that team. So, of course, there's no easy game here, and yeah, I think it's going to be a tough game, but I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, you also have like a major win on your side, so like, I think it's like kind of equal. But thank you very much, and I'll not delay you any longer because you're probably looking forward to get some lunch, right?
Yeah, that would be nice. Dinner.
Yeah, dinner is fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Exist. We get it, man. The series did go on long enough to think that it was still lunchtime, but now it actually being dinner time, we have a victor. We've got everything we need to know, at least between these 2 head-to-head, which sets us up nicely to take a look at the group standings as they lie. It's all kind of playing out right in front of us in real time, isn't it, Yanko?
Yeah, and this was a big one, Trace, right? The playoff implications, most definitely. Heroic remains undefeated in the group so far. Astralis falls down to the 1-1 category, but yeah, still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played.
Still a lot of it. Now, we look at some of the Counter-Strike going on a little bit further on. Navi, Evil Geniuses. Kasad, are you telling me right out of the spot right here that, like you said in the green room, Evil Geniuses will beat Navi 100%?
I never said that, and that will never happen.
There is upset potential in this matchup, Trace.
I don't think so.
Because Navi is playing with a stand-in.
Fair enough. And because we all want to believe that the Evil Geniuses, the little evil genius that could.
And look how good Astralis is playing, man. Like, maybe it wasn't, you know, the 2-0 against Astralis for EG may not